All right. All right. All right. Let me do this, and we should be fine. Cool. Bam, bing, 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 bing. Also, I do have the AC on right now because I was moving quite a bit, so I had to, yeah. But how's it going, Santa? How's it going, Star? Hopefully you guys are doing all right. Looking forward to a little bit more of a video game of 420 Shibuya Scramble, which I didn't know to title it after the whole Tama thing, but I was like, you know what? Achi's been going through it. Let's try to help him out a little bit. Just a little bit. I can probably increase the game here. Okay, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Okay, this should be fine. Cool. Everyone's going through it. True. True. I just felt like Achi's love story was a little different, you know? Bro's straight up in love right now. And I don't know, I feel like she's gonna want to give him her heart in that sense to save his sister. But we'll see. We'll get around to it. Let's start off with Achi. I don't think we usually start off with Achi, but we could try to do that. Let's see. Osawa's daughters are in peril. Kano's chasing down a criminal syndicate. Minorikawa's mentor is being targeted by the Yakuza. True. Maria's the only one kind of in the clear. I know she also, has amnesia? You know what? Yeah, I should have probably thought of everyone else. I don't know why Achi just stood out to me. Maybe because, I don't know. It's a love story. Achi. You must be Hitomi. The girl called Kanan. Okay, spoke fairly fluent Japanese. Okay, Hitomi nodded in response. Yes, that's me. And you're Kanan, right? How did you know my name? Did Maria tell you? Yes, she told me about this amazing girl from overseas she made friends with. A thin smile crossed Kanan's lips at the word amazing. Writing? Jeff was good, dude. The true love story is the tower, dude. That freaking beer tower, man. You know, I think I've talked about it, given how crazy the Soju video did, I was tempted to go back and see if we could do something with the tower. But we'll see. But what's good tech as well, dude? This is the OTP. Then her look grew sad. Poor Maria. It's my fault that she was abducted. What? Achi and Hitomi gasped in unison. That's why I have to rescue her, Kanan added. Hold on a second, Hitomi said. What do you mean it's your fault? Whoa, okay. Kanan replied by jerking her chin in the direction of the main road. Better head that way, she said softly. Someone's coming. Jorkin? But Hitomi didn't back down. Please tell me, why was my sister kidnapped? Several sets of footsteps echoed down the alley. They could see figures approaching now, and by the looks of them, accomplices of the man Kanan taken down earlier. You two get out of here, she warned. I'll handle this. Whoa, okay. Cook? She stepped out in front of Achi and Hitomi, moving with such confidence that they didn't doubt she could handle the threat. I'm kind of surprised Achi wasn't like, dude, I'm down to help out. Come to the Jigo? I'm assuming? Or is it Gigo? Building at 3 o'clock, she added quietly, never taking her eyes off the advancing syndicate members. Huh? Hitomi squeaked? Okay, I'll explain everything then. The criminals broke into a run. Come on, Hitomi, let's go, Achi hissed. He took her by the hand and bolted from the alleyway. Okay. We're in a crowded place again. The two didn't slow their pace until they'd put plenty of distance between themselves and the alleyway. Kanan said this was her fault. What could she have meant by that? The hard run hadn't made he told me forget the other girl's startling suggestion. Well, she said she'll meet up with us again later, Achi said. We can ask her more about it then. In the meantime, as an ache in his belly, my bad, made Achi realize he'd been running all day and hadn't eaten since the morning. People on a diet need to be careful about skipping meals, okay? Going too long without proper nourishment can cause the body to store up its energy reserves, leading to weight gain instead of loss. Proper eating habits and proper exercise are key. Please don't tell me he's gonna drink a burning hammer. Maybe it's not the best timing, but you'd want to get some food? I'll be okay. Hitomi's face was racked with emotion. It's only natural, Achi thought. Not only was she afraid for her sister's life, but there were all these people out to kill her too. I mean, that'd make me not want to eat too. And with this, Kanan girl suddenly showing up, the situation was more confusing than ever. Still, they might as well address the few problems they could control. There was a fast food joint nearby. Let's go in there, Achi said. You might not be hungry, but you should still make sure you stay hydrated. Hitomi shook her head. But her wan face practically radiated exhaustion. Okay, come on, we should rest up a little. But there's no rush. If we're gonna meet up with Kanan later, it's probably best we don't just wander aimlessly until then. Never know who we might run into. I guess you're right. The two went into the fast food restaurant together. I mean, if we're also gonna be getting chased around, it would make sense to have some type of energy, right? Like, I know it's not the easiest time to be eating, but still, welcome, said the girl at the register with a bright smile. May I take your order? Is this Smile Burger? I'll have the spaghetti with meat sauce. How about you, Hitomi? Is this gonna teleport us to someone else? Spaghetti with a sauce made from tomatoes and ground meat, also known as spaghetti bolognese, I guess. If you want to sound more Italian, okay, like Neapolitan spaghetti flavored with ketchup? I would never put ketchup on spaghetti. I did once put ketchup on a quesadilla though. That wasn't bad, but then, you know, my taste buds grew and I started putting like tapatio. Yeah, you gotta keep your energy up when running from kidnappers. Exactly! When do I get real food? Mr. Krabs' daughter gets to eat real food. Yo, I was actually watching that episode earlier, Tech. That episode's so great. Is a perennial favorite of Japanese children. Frozen packages at the supermarket for around 200 yen a pop will make a simple and decently tasty microwavable meal that's also easy on the wallet. Okay. So it was great. We had a really good spag bowl in an Italian restaurant in San Diego. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Ketchup on mac is pretty good, actually. I don't know. See, I think I'll draw the line on putting ketchup like on scrambled eggs. Maybe, but I don't know about mac and cheese. I don't know. Speaking of certified Canadian, I've never understood ketchup on mac. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I could understand gravy sauce on it. Gravy sauce on it's freaking fire. I'll just have an iced tea. Hey now, you should probably eat at least a little something. Okay, then I'll have a strawberry parfait. Have I had a parfait before? Yo, Rainbow, party later? If it is, it'll probably be like later. I think I saw some of you guys talking about it in the Discord as well. Was it Bobby who said he'd be able to play right now? Yeah. Yeah, it'd probably be like way later. Because I do want to get through this video game. Egg and cheese croissant with a touch of apricot jam, though. Okay, now I know for sure I haven't had apricot jam. But I do love jam and egg and cheese croissant or cross sandwich. Ketchup is tomatoes anyway, so it's a regular spaghetti sauce, and the only thing missing is probably onions and whatnot because it gives it a tangy flavor. See, so when it comes down to that too, like I for sure prefer ketchup over tomatoes. I'll eat tomato if it's already in like a burger, because, you know, I'm not going to be like, yeah, let me just slide this out, you know? Like, I'll be like, yeah, I could eat it. Sure. But yeah. Maybe 8 p.m. or 8 EST? What time is it right now? It's 2. I might be able to go for... Because I'd at least want to do like 4 hours of this. So maybe 9 p.m. EST. Because that would be 5 p.m. PST. Right? And we'd at least have... We'd have some time. Ketchup is tomatoes, vinegar, and sugar. Yeah. But a lot of chefs put a bit of sugar into their tomato sauce anyway because it cuts the acidity. Yeah. Because that's what goes into the spaghetti sauce, right? I know some spaghetti sauces have a lot of... Wait, 5 p.m. is... Wait, you're right. So then I would have to do 6, so then we can have the 4 hours from like 4 to 6? No, 2 to 6? I'm confusing numbers. He told me has been, wait, a dessert of strawberries topped with ice cream and whipped cream. Hitomi has been so worried about her sister that she hasn't eaten anything since last night. But being with Achi has calmed her nerves a little and her appetite has returned. Let's go! Perhaps her reflexive order of a strawberry parfait is a sign that she's not only hungry, but also still a little girl with a sweet tooth at heart. Okay. 6 is 9, 69, nice! She sounded a little embarrassed to be ordering a dessert. So yeah, said Achi. 1 spaghetti and meat sauce is a strawberry parfait, please. Easy to remember. Yeah, I know we're 3 hours apart, but if you guys want, because I know I did play yesterday, and I do know Mario also wanted to join, but I haven't seen him post anything, or I haven't seen anyone reply. If there's someone else who wants to join, then I could definitely join in on the next one. But also, if we could do 8-player, that would be dope too. But yeah, we got options. So yeah, said Achi, 1 spaghetti and meat sauce. Okay, and strawberry parfait, please, coming right up. The cashier promptly assembled their meal and set it on a tray. We got a special contest going on right now, she said. Please check it out if you're interested. The girl handed Achi a flyer. This isn't a flyer we've seen before. It read, Iron Stomach Eating Contest, eat 1,000 scoops of ice cream and win 10 million yen? A competitive eating event held by this establishment. Backed by Sun TV, the competition has been shared with the entire country over the internet. Many contestants have entered for a shot at the 10 million yen prize, but so far, no one has been able to complete the eating challenge. Due to the large number of competitors who suffer from gastrointestinal distress as a result of their efforts, roughly 30 portable toilets have been set up outside the restaurant. Why would you hold this competition if this is going to happen? 8 players is Koopalathon only, right? Koopalathon and then the Bowser one. The one where we all team up and play like co-op games so we could try to knock out Bowser. Is that you, Mapio? We were just talking about Mario Party. What's good, you Mario? Party later? See, texting it. Do the homie. Do the homie. Eat 1,000 scoops. Okay. What the heck? Achi stared at the flyer as he took a seat at an open table. 1,000 scoops? That's impossible. I don't think I've ever eaten... I don't know. That 1,000 scoops is insane. Are they like small scoops? And also, like, I don't know if like in Japan or like Japanese spaghetti, they add like something different to their sauce or their noodles. But it's really freaking good. Anyway, let's hurry up and eat. As Achi stuffed his face with spaghetti, he thought back to their encounter with Kanan. The girl had helped them out, sure, but could they really trust her completely? It might be dangerous to meet up with her again. Still, he told me I needed to know more about what happened to Maria, and Kanan obviously knew something about that. It looked like they'd need to take that risk. My sister really is amazing, huh? He told me his quiet words drew Achi from his ruminations. He paused with a fork full of spaghetti halfway to his mouth. My sister met Kanan while she was on the trip to the Middle East with my father. He told me nibbled at her parfait, looking lonesome. Okay, cool, but how does that in particular make your sister amazing? You know? You were summoned by the party talk? Let's go, you Mario. Are you going to be playing later? It's typical of her is all. She's so dynamic and gung-ho about things? What's that, gung-ho? He told me explain her gaze turned inward. It was just my father and my sister who took the trip to the Middle East. I didn't go with them. I guess my mental image of that part of the world is mostly that it's really dangerous. To me, going there seemed like a huge risk, but Maria didn't see it that way. Your sister sounds like a bit of a loose cannon. But if you can't bring yourself to take risks to do things, he told me, continued, you can't meet new people and have new experiences. That's the part I always get hung up on, the risk. I'd never be able to make a friend like Kanan. I'm assuming it's Kanan. Achi's mind wandered as he listened to Hitomi talk. She and her sister might be twins, but each of them was still unique, okay? Just what kind of person was Hitomi's sister? He just wanted to sit there and listen to her voice. This sounds like the Achi answer. This sounds like what he'd do. Just really means enthusiastic about stuff. Okay, gung-ho. Okay. Party, maybe, but today and tomorrow, I got the busy stuff, so still depends on the progress I make. Okay, sounds good, Mario. Best of luck on the progress. Hopefully we get to Marino party it up soon. Yeah, I really think this is the Achi answer. He just wanted to sit there and listen to her voice. Her voice was sweeter than any parfait could be. Yo, my boy! Achi had never been a fan of sweets, same here. But he wanted as many helpings of Hitomi's voice as he could get. Dude, a term used to refer to candy snacks like Hitomi or desserts that are flavored to be, well, sweet. You'll see people on cooking shows trying to fancy sweets and raving about how they taste using every word but sweet, which you would think kind of defeats the whole point of, but whatever. This is Achi's world right now, and we're just living in it, dude. Dude's madly in love. He's just like, anything you do, everything you do is perfect. Shibuya Galaxy was good. I want a taste of that parfait. It looks good, right? She's making me hungry. I want what she... I thought, okay. What she has, it looks really good. The spaghetti, too. I'm kind of getting hungry again. If she said it, if she said it, he wanted to hear it. But Hitomi went quiet and hung her head. Broken from this reverie, Achi spoke up again. What's the point of comparing yourself to your sister? You're your own person, Hitomi. Professional Palmer said the same thing. Achi didn't recognize the name. Achi doesn't recognize much of anything. Oh, sorry, Lennon Palmer. He's my university English professor. He's giving me advice on a whole bunch of things. What if that's the connection? We haven't seen him in a very long time. That's what I told Niku, but he left you on a red. Wayne! I would never. That dessert. That sounded rather intimate. All sorts of worrying images shot through Achi's mind. You were down to listen to whatever she had to say. So how old is this teacher of yours? Huh? Around 40 or so, I guess. Great, Achi thought to himself. Another middle-aged guy. How many middle-aged guys are there? Just that Hitomi's so passionate about. Oh, hey, ain't that Hitomi Osawa? Oh, wow, you're right. It totally is. A college-age couple sitting behind them were talking in hushed, excited tones. Does he really have spaghetti on his mouth? Man, she really is a cutie, the young man observed. He made no attempt to hide the fact that he was looking Hitomi over. Hey, hold on, Masa, said the girl. What gives? I guess Masa's the name of the guy? A first-year student at Midoriyama Academy who works part-time as a delivery driver for Dojin Hut, a noodle shop on Dojinzaka. He's taken the day off in order to attempt to wait. Dry run off the iron stomach? Oh, eating competition. Hoping to strike it rich while his girlfriend looks on. Whoa, bro. You're a passionate middle-aged guy? Same, Jeff. I don't know passionate about what, but something. I know you're passionate about coffee. But me... You know what? I'll go coffee too. But now that he's eaten 2 parfaits, his stomach isn't feeling well, and he's just gotten back from his 5th trip to the toilet. That's actually... Whoa. Whoa. Well, I mean, she is Miss Midoriyama, right? Miss Midoriyama? Achi turned to the couple. Hey, did you just say she's Miss Midoriyama? Achi said nothing but kept his ears turned to the couple's conversation. Achi did his best to ignore the couple. Whatever they were talking about couldn't be that important. As much as I would want to know more, let's say we're good. But no, he was just too curious. Achi turned back to her. He told me, is that true? He asked, peering intently at her face. Well, yeah, she nodded with an awkward smile. Well, I mean, you really are cute and all, Achi said. Miss Midoriyama. Well, I'll be. He nodded to himself as he took it all in. It was Professor Palmer who convinced me to enter the beauty contest, actually. Ooh! Miss Midoriyama contest at Midoriya Academy is considered one of the top student beauty pageants in Japan. Pin-up shots of both Hitomi and Maria have already graced the pages of several magazines. Oh, that's cool. Talent agencies have also made attempts to scout them, but both girls declined, claiming that they entered the contest just for the memories, and that they had no interest in show business. Also, Naps, are you streaming today? Don't you see me live, Apple? Don't you see me live? Passionate about coffee, Greg's, and towers in that order. You know what? Okay, I guess I'll be the tower man. And maybe pink soju guy. He said if I really wanted to change myself, I should try entering. Achi maintained his outward composure, but inside his heart was racing. Tanaka and Palmer, which of them held Hitomi's true affections? Or was she possibly leading on 2 middle-aged men at the same time? I don't know, the more he thought about it, the worse his delusions became. Bro is just thinking the worst, isn't he? What actually happened, though, is my sister and I both won the prize. Hitomi's words snapped him out of his funk. She sounded disappointed. Huh? They gave out a double prize? Turns out my sister had entered the competition, too. She smiled a self-deprecating smile. Guess twins really do look alike, huh? Okay. Hey, double schmumble, you still won a prize, right? That's pretty impressive. Nah, they just picked me as an afterthought to my sister because twins sharing the prize made for a good headline. She looked away sadly. Did they say they picked you as an afterthought? They didn't have to. It was obvious that my sister really won. You can't know that. Maybe she was the afterthought. I don't think so. Come on, you need to believe in yourself. Hitomi just hung her head, but I'm such a terrible person? Huh? Suddenly her eyes welled up with tears. I hate myself so much, I can never forgive myself for what I did. Did you sell her out? Achi watched her with trepidation. She looked like she might start bawling at any moment. What's the matter? The night my sister was kidnapped, I was supposed to go to a college party with her. But then, all of a sudden, she told me not to go. I kept asking her why not, but she just kept insisting I couldn't. Hitomi's face was bleak with regret. We both got mad, and I wound up blowing up at her. I mean, okay, I get it. I don't need to go to the party, fine. I'd just be your little tag-along anyway, just like like in that beauty contest. You couldn't just let me enter that by myself, could you? You always have to be the center of attention. Maria scowled. Fine. The party starts at 7 o'clock. Try not to forget, okay? I was kicking myself as soon as I told her off. My sister isn't the sort of person to tell me what to do or not to do. She must have had a reason for not wanting me to go. I was planning on apologizing to her after the party. But then she was abducted, right? Achi polished off the last of his spaghetti. Polished? He sat down his fork, then wiped his mouth. He told me, I get why you're trying so hard to save your sister, he said, and maybe I'm not as tough as that Kanan girl, but I'll stick with you to the end, if you let me. He tried his best to convey an optimism he didn't really feel. And once we found her and she's safe and sound, you can tell her you're sorry about what you said. At long last, he told me cracked a smile. Was this actually what we were supposed to do? Sega! A short while later, the two arrived outside of the Jigo building. They were a little early for their 3 o'clock meetup with Kanan. They had decided that searching at random for the blue minivan was too risky. It could easily draw the attention of the man with the cane or foreign kidnappers. What if getting information from Kanan seemed like the best next move? Oh hey, Achi said as they waited, you've got a little rip in your top. Ooh. He told me glanced at her shoulder and saw tear in the fabric. Oh, you're right. When did that happen, I wonder? Must have snagged it on something while we were running, I guess. We've got some time before Kanan gets here. Do you want to buy some new clothes? Are you sure that's a good idea? We'll stick out if we just stand around here waiting. May as well head inside until it's time. Since many celebrities did their shopping at Jigo, they were back entrance for times when the place is crowded. Everyone who frequented the old shopping district knew about them, including Achi and Hitomi. In a pinch, one of those back entrances could be an escape route. With this in mind, the two headed inside. Dude, this looks so cool. I know they said they took them down, but this looks so cool. This looks so freaking cool. At the time of this story, Jigo includes not only a fashion mall, but various amusements on its different levels. The second floor features all ages fun with rides, games, and sticker machines, while the third floor sports the latest arcade games for things such as crepes and loaded takoyaki, octopus dough balls. Okay. Yo, Diggs was good. We are in Shibuya Jigo. It was good, Diggs. How was the rest of your stream? The ground floor and 2 basement levels of the building were designed as an amusement area, outfitted with skee ball, claw cranes, fighting games, and the like. The second floor held a mix of photo booths and ladies' wear shops. On the third floor were specifically fashion boutiques, and on the fourth floor were restaurants. Achi and Hitomi took the escalator to the second floor. Hitomi started heading for the shops, but Achi stopped her. Hey, what's up? What's the matter? A dude hanging around a women's clothing store is gonna stand out. I'll wait for you here. That's fair, but that's also you just being like, I don't want to go in there. You can see Amy back there. There seemed to be nobody but female customers around. If the man with the cane or the kidnappers appeared, Achi figured he would spot them right away. That should be safe for Hitomi to shop on her own for a short while. Alright, Hitomi said, I'll try to make this quick. She began to head out onto the sales floor. A seedy-looking man, what are you doing here? Poked out from beneath the door of a photo booth right at Hitomi's feet? Please don't tell me you're doing what I think you're doing. That was a close one, wasn't it, Tama? He said to her. Oh! I thought I was dead meat for sure. His tone was oddly cheerful considering what he was saying. Who's this guy? Achi asked. Do you know him? No, I don't. The sketchy fellow gave her an ingratiating look. Come on, Tama, don't be like that. Hitomi took an anxious step back. Hey man, knock it off. Achi dragged the guy up to his feet. Okay, no need to get all testy. Okay. Who is this guy, Tama? He your boyfriend? Boyfriend? That might be one way to get rid of him. Okay, that's right. So how about you get lost? A bashful grin spread across Achi's face, I guess. Achi didn't want to give the wrong impression. No, it's nothing like that. You know what? This is probably going to be the way we connect to Maria. You know what? Achi was going to be upfront about it, but she beat him to the punch. Somehow that kind of stung a little. What? So you're not her boyfriend? The guy flashed a broad grin. Hey, listen, you creep. Who the hell are you? Oh, me? The man's face suddenly blanched. Oh, crap. Tama, hold on to this for a bit, will ya? The weirdo shoved a worn-out magazine into Hitomi's hands, then bolted off in panic. But... what the heck is all that about? Yeah, I wonder why he ran off like that. Achi and Hitomi stared at one another. Well, anyway, Achi said, there's a lot of nut jobs out here, so just be careful, yeah? I don't know. Okay, if anything happens, I'll give you a shout. Hitomi flashed him an impish smile, then scampered off into the sales floor. As he watched her go, Achi muttered to himself, damn it, why does she have to be so cute? Yeah! What kind of game is this? Seems interesting. Yeah, it's a very crazy game where you play as multiple characters and decisions that you make as one character can affect a bunch of other characters. I'm not sure if you played the Zero Escape games or Somnium Files. It's pretty crazy. Maria! Yeah, I keep thinking of freaking Shadow. 5 minutes more passed. Achi waited for Hitomi. He stood by the escalator almost as if he were keeping guard. Female shoppers began to notice him, or began to give him icy stares for being somewhere he probably shouldn't. This sucks. Come on, Hitomi, hurry up and get back here. The longer he waited, the more uncomfortable he felt. How long was she gonna take? Then he happened to turn around to see Hitomi riding the escalator up. That's not Hitomi. That is not Hitomi. It looked like she had indeed bought some new clothes. Hey, Hitomi! She didn't seem to hear him. He decided to shout a bit louder. He decided to go after her. Had she forgotten where she was waiting for her? Or where he was waiting for her? She stayed on the escalator heading up towards the top floor. Achi followed her, but by the time he reached the top, she was out of sight. No! This was the restaurant floor, so it was more open than the other levels. A floor designed solely for eateries. Typically, this is the topmost floor of a mall building like Jigo. Those who head up there during morning hours will likely find the place deserted. Jigo's restaurant floor features a variety of different cuisines, including Chinese, Italian, creative Japanese food, sushi, tempura, and other delicacies from around the world. He hurriedly began to look around. As he wandered, he bumped into a man talking on his cell phone. Ah, sorry, my bad. Achi held up a hand in apology, but the man was too engrossed in his conversation to notice. No, you're not getting it. The lock was undone too. The man startled Achi by suddenly shouting to his phone. You need to consider the risk of it getting out. Wait, what? Whatever this guy was talking about, he sure was angry with whoever was on the other end. Look, I'll figure out what you have to do about the minivan. You should just handle things on your end. Okay, minivan. Achi's interest was piqued, but he needed to find Hitomi before he let anything distract him. As he scoured the fourth floor, he came across a Chinese buffet and noticed the large windows in its outer walls. Okay, you could see a lot of Shibuya through those windows. Maybe Hitomi had decided to look for the minivan from up there. One of the restaurant employees came rushing up as Achi headed inside. Oh, are they not going to let us inside? Sir, I'm sorry, she said. Huh? What? You'll have to forgive the inconvenience? Why? I haven't, but this seems cool. Yeah, I recommend giving it a try. This game came out in 2008. I like tempura and pretty ladies. You just talking about lost puppies. Incidentally, this time block has a bunch of posters for Imabikisio also, another Chunsoft game. What's that one like? The employee's voice was oddly subdued for some reason. What? Masai Take, a part-time staffer at Imabiki Chinese restaurant. Her boss chewed her out pretty bad for showing up at work with her nails manicured black? Huh? She was ordered to go to the restroom and scrub them clean, but no amount of nail polish remover was able to do the trick, and so she began dealing with her boss rat all day. Okay. Is that normal? I keep forgetting how old this game is. Yeah, whenever I like update a game on the YouTube side and I see like, whoa, some of these games came out like freaking years ago. I'm like, there's no way, dude. There is no freaking way. It was never released in English, sadly. All I know is it's spooky, for sure. Yeah, because that was up until recently, right? Also, thanks for bringing the commands, Apple. Why not, Achi asked. Well, you see, one of our other customers ate all our food? They ate all of it? Of course! Looking around, Achi saw a chubby young woman camped at a table by one of the windows. She's the only one who could finish all that ice cream. Set out before her was a veritable mountain of plates. What I'm trying to say, sir, is that we're closed for the rest of the day. Oh, but I'm with her, actually, Achi lied. Without waiting for a reply, he barged into the restaurant. He took a quick look around, but there was no sign of Hitomi. Before leaving, though, he figured he'd at least take a look out the window. The huge glass panes looked out into Dojinzaka. He had a decent view of the roads, but he didn't spot a blue minivan. Achi dropped his gaze to the sidewalk outside the building. Oh. He let out a tiny gasp. Even from 4 stories up, there was no mistaking what he saw. A group of black-clad foreign men had gathered outside the building. Had they figured out that he and Hitomi were inside? He needed to find her, and fast. He raced out of the restaurant, alert for trouble. Did Chiri just like not notice us at all? And also, is this what we were supposed to do? I mean, I'll take it, but yeah. I found a Chinese buffet and I ate it, all of it. Dude, I can't believe it. But all right, so far, we just got to a keep out. I'm curious though about this. So to catch people up to speed, she has amnesia and she was in a cat costume for pretty much the entirety of the game up until now. She is the twin of the other girl we were eating with, but she doesn't know that. And we don't know that. That's why we were calling out to her, but because of the whole change of clothes, we thought it was her, but it's not. And they're both being chased down. We're all being chased down, apparently. Oh, so yeah. Yeah, she was a mascot. She was the one who blew up the restaurant, not the restaurant. This store here. The sales clerk continued to stare at me. You know, you look really familiar, he says. Huh? Really? I perk up at that. Maybe I can find out something about who I am. Yeah, you totally look like some pop singer on TV personality. I just can't remember who. Oh, that's what you meant. My shoulders slump in disappointment. Look, if you're trying to flatter me, how about a discount on the necklace? Sure, okay, I mean, it's something I picked up off the side of the road. Oh, okay. Okay, how about I take off 10,000? Okay, 30,000 and it's yours. You mean it? That perks me right up. Okay, I guess I'm easy to please. I don't know. Yeah, blew up the restroom seems pretty sus. Blew up, not restroom, not restaurant. This spot here. This dude smiling here. I don't know if he survived. I don't think we get that many details. Get your mind out of the gutter. That's not what she means, and you know it. What the hell? That's not at all where I was going with this. Sure. You look like you might need to buy some new clothes too. He points to my sweater. Oh, it's ripped. There's a tiny tear in the left shoulder. So what do you want to do about the cat? The sales clerk adds. Want me to dispose of it for you? He gestures at my costume with his jaw. Oh, right. What should I do? I feel a little guilty about asking him to go out of his way to do more than he already has. Maybe I should deal with it myself. He obviously wants to help me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Maria also got kidnapped last night. So from then to now, she just doesn't remember. She just remembers waking up in a certain room. He obviously wants to help me. Yeah. Sure, if you don't mind, I say. I pay him the 30,000 yen take the necklace and I leave the knickknack shop. We didn't blow it up this time. This is good. Sega! Okay, a few minutes later, near the station, I spot a sort of mall. Checking the directory by the entrance, I see that it's got several clothing shops and an arcade inside. They probably sell shirts in here. I hurry on inside. Do you think she knows Sonic? Dude, I swear, this looks so freaking cool. The interior of the building is like a twisting maze of corridors, all of them overflowing with people. I take the escalator to the second floor and find myself amidst rows of arcade games. I was trying to get to the fashion area, but I must have gone the wrong way. This is what's-her-name's father. This is connected to Minorikawa, right? Excuse me, you haven't seen a lost little girl, have you? I turn to see a miserable... I turn to see a miserable-looking middle-aged man peering at me anxiously. Teru Toyama, he got separated from his daughter, Hana, while running from debt collectors. He's on edge, worried that the men who are after him might take Hana hostage. Yeah, that's a great way to describe someone. That yellow sweater? Yeah, it's Toyama for sure. Have you seen her? A little girl about 10 years old. A girl around 10. Have I seen her? What's her name? Hana? Hana Toyama. Hana. Oh, that's a pretty name. Hana is like flower or nose, right? It might be something else as well. She's about ye tall. The man launches into a rapid fire, explaining. Okay, explanation describing the girl's features, hair, and clothes. I got separated from her around Sensor Guy. She likes this place, so I thought maybe she'd come here. Sensor Guy. That's right, now I remember. Is there a reason he can't just go and fireworks? Can't he just go to like the police or something? Maybe not, right? Because the police is like, all the forces are busy? He got separated from his daughter, yikes. If he did come here, it's not going to be easy to find her in the midst of the crowds. Are you sure she didn't go back home? I asked. Well, there's this problem, he mutters. Going home isn't an option. Well, that's not really an explanation. Sorry to bother you, I'll look around a bit more. With that, Hana's father disappears into the crowd. Okay, I leave the arcade and head for the fashion area. This guy is sus for real. There's a fireworks display outside of the Eternity on the ward on the night she was born. Right. Hanabi. Hanabi? Right. He explains that, right? I bump into Mr. Yamashita in the hallway lined with the photo booths. Huh, boss? What is he doing in a place like this? Oh, Tama, you're out of the suit. For some reason, he's got a bunch of magazines strewn across the floor. Yeah, finally managed to get out of it. That's good. I wish you could have been at the sales demo without your face hidden anyway. What are you doing? You mentioned something about a creek earlier. Are you going on a trip? Yeah, I was, but then I remembered something important. I get motion sickness. Okay, something fierce? He sounds kind of proud of himself. So yeah, no trips for me. Heck, I don't even want to think about that now. What about that money you owe? I asked, curious. Well, as it happens, I think I may have found a solution. He brings a hand to his mouth and giggles. No, okay, right here. I found a great way to make a killing. To earn lots of money, usually in a very short time, and /or with a little effort. The phrase originates from the 19th century in reference to hunters who were paid based on the number of kills they made. Fireworks taste good. Don't eat fireworks. It's bonfire night in the UK, so lots of fireworks going off tonight. Yo, nice, Jeff. Are you taking videos? Never tasted one though? I would never put a firework too near me. He opens a magazine he's holding to reveal a scratch card with a potential 100,000 yen prize. You just gotta scratch off one of those to win 100,000 yen. All I need is 30 of them and my debt's squared away. Each magazine I can nab is more money for me. Despite his enthusiasm, the story doesn't quite add up. Are those scratch cards guaranteed to win? No, of course not. It's a lottery sort of thing. Well then, having 30 copies of the magazine is hardly foolproof solution. Quite the opposite, in fact. I hold my tongue. Oh, I thought it was like in the shape of a heart real quick. Also, she has this on her left side. He told me he has it on the right side, right? Now that my goddess of fortune, Tama's here. Let me hurry up and scratch these suckers off. Yamashita begins fervently scratching away at the first card with a coin. Okay. Maria looks into the camera like she's in the office. Right. I didn't go to any bonfire displays this year. Was busy this weekend and just wanted to chill after work today. For sure, Jeff. Some nice, good, relaxing chills. That one's a loser. Maybe the next one. Nope, that one's a loser too. Damn it. So is this one and this one in a spectacular display. He scratched off one losing card after another. Soon, he's down to just one last magazine. He did all that here? You're not a very lucky person, are you? Yeah, the Gamba got him, dude. You're not a very lucky person, are you? Oh, please don't say that. Oh, Mr. Yanashita looks like he's on the verge of tears. I stare at one of the losing scratcher cards. You know, if you could just see these symbols through the card, you should win for sure, I'd say. Oh, wasn't that one of the reasons why they were doing that? What if the one that we ripped the other day was the winning one? As Minorikawa? Boss, I think I might just have... Shh. He interrupts me before I can share my shocking discovery. I look at him in surprise. Mr. Yanashita has gone all pale. Quiet, Tama. Those guys are here. He shoves me into a photo booth. Those guys? The debt collector, he hisses. They just do not give up. He clutches the sides of his head. Peeking out of the booth, I spotted a pair of men who look pretty rough around the edges. Oh, is it those two? Shh, not so loud. The men are looking around and they're getting closer and closer. What do I do? Oh, what do I do? Mr. Yanashita starts getting panicky. Tama, what do I do? I have no idea. Oh, this is not good. This is not good, Mr. Yanashita whimpers. Getting involved with those thugs strikes me as a bad idea. I pretend not to know Yanashita and run off. Well, hear me out. If we stay here, then there's no way that... Wait, but he doesn't get caught this way. Then by Fireworks Siege, just doing a bit of Rocket League, which I'm when I can. Sounds good, Jeff. Good luck on the Rocket League. Unfortunately, I don't really see anywhere that might work. We might be safest staying right where we are. Just stay nice and still. We'll be fine, I whisper. Yeah, you're probably right. So now that we stay in here with you, we're good, right? Listen here, Shibuya man. Ink Man was good, dude. Are you doing some of the twerks tonight? The curtain is drawn, so people can't see inside, but just keep it up appearances. We start taking photos as if we're normal customers. I really hope they don't look in here, Mr. Yanashita murmurs. What do we do if they find us? They won't. Just don't worry. Despite my reassurances, it was a while before he stopped trembling. Then he said, you know, Tama, they say that when a man and a woman meet under unusual circumstances, it's easy for them to fall in love. We should have left. We should have left. Screw this guy. Do they now? They do. Going through an extreme situation together makes you fall in love for each other. So, wanna go get married? No way. Yeah, I'm not having this conversation. Anyway, I think they're gone now. The debt collectors, I mean. Mr. Yanashita picks out and quickly scans the surrounding area. They're gone? They're gone! So long, losers! Did you yell? His fear has given way to a burst of manic energy. Guess I'm in the clear now. Thanks, Tama. Come on, let's take some commemorative photos. Huh? To commemorate what exactly? Come on, it'll be fun. Big smile now. Well, now you actually have photos. Oh, do you think he can show us those photos? After that, I part ways with Mr. Yanashita and head to a different floor. I don't tell him about being able to see through the scratched cards. The guy really ought to develop a proper work ethic. think we did the right thing. I hope we did. But now, I wonder if you're not going to go to that floor. Finna roll a 26 and get 3 stars? Sheesh. See, I wish I could do that. Mary time? The 3rd floor is packed with young girls. I spot a shirt that catches my eye and head to the fitting room to try it on. There, I realize there's something in my pocket. Something I must have been carrying around for a while. It's a photo. Look at this. A photo of a white man. Is this, what's his name? Stanley? Jake was good. How goes the scrambling? Not bad. Not bad. You know, we're chipping away at it. What was good, Jake? Who is this guy? I can't quite tell if I recognize him or not. This man. He's the one who tried to toss us in there, huh? Huh? Dangerous. I hear someone's voice inside my head. Yu-Gi-Oh! Stay away from him. Flashes of memory flicker in my mind. I see a girl standing before me. I can't quite recall her face, but I get the impression she's someone really important. It's ourselves, isn't it? She speaks to me. This man is dangerous. Stay away from him. But wait, the one telling us that has the tattoo. That's all. Then I snap back to my senses. It feels like I was right on the cusp of remembering something critical. At any rate, it seems that there's a connection, some connection between me and the man in the photo. Try as I might, though, I can't recall anything more than that. We're gonna have to see. Ninja was good, dude. Wait, are we... We changed our clothes? How are you liking the story, Snorman? I am loving it, Ink. I am loving it. You could definitely see, like, the origins of, like, storytelling with, like, some of these games. Or with this one going on to, like, then Zero Escape and such. I feel like they definitely... So, like, hit it off really freaking well. We changed our clothes in a changing room? But yeah, what about you, Ink? I'm pretty sure you played this, right? Yeah, that looks good. I decided to buy it and have the store toss out my torn sweater for me. Huh. Wait. I'm about to go down to the escalator. As I'm about to go down the escalator, a young man strides up to me as if I'm an old friend. So we unlocked it for Achi already. Let's finish up Achi. Okay. When you're a gamer, then finally shower, then you realize that you have to change clothes. Wait, do you shower after you take off your clothes? Or do you take off your clothes after you shower? Achi took the escalator down the 3rd floor, and there was Hitomi standing right in the open after he'd been searching for her high and low. There you are. I thought we were going to meet on the 2nd floor, Achi said. Because she wasn't wearing this originally, right? She stared back at him in confusion. But then again, we did change clothes. Ah, well, anyway, come on. We have to go hide. Like, gamer sweat? Be real. She about to get... The clothes dissolve in water? If only. Do you think they'd get rid of washers? And the ocean? Hide? Why? She gave him a dubious look. Achi felt like something was off, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Because those guys might have found us, he said. They're outside. He took hold of Hitomi's hand. Hey, well, I guess they'd also have to get rid of dryers too then, right? She quickly yanked her hand away. Huh? Achi tried to make sense of what she was, why she was acting, or the way she was acting. She took off down the corridor. Hey, Hitomi! He hurried after her. It was like changing her clothes had also changed her personality. Wait, I thought they were going to try to stop her. Still, he couldn't just leave her alone. The kidnappers might well be closing in. He stayed in pursuit of her, trying not to draw too much attention. That's when we lose her, right? He headed in the direction Hitomi had gone and came to a stairway. What the hell was going on? Had she gone up or down? Achi frowned in consternation. Hey, stop right there. He heard shouting coming from down below. Is it the dudes? Then came the sound of footsteps rushing up the stairs. Hitomi? Was someone chasing her? Uh-oh. Achi bolted down the stairs before he could mull over too much. Wait, why is this dude here? Oh my god. Jorkin? Oh man. Let's see. Ladies love gamer sweat. Sheesh. Message still stands. Secret information. Tier 3 sub only? That's fair. That's fair. Weird, my girlfriend who's a twin sister keeps appearing all over this building, different clothes, and now she's pretending she doesn't know me. Watch it be one of those big twists, and now there for sure be more twins of her. Like, at the end, Achi's just gonna look around and everyone's going to be her. It's gonna be freaky. Freaky Friday, the Parent Trap, yeah. Sometimes you just got a Jorkin? True. Down on landing, ran into a man who was pale in the face. Yugi! You gotta help me. The man went and cowered behind Achi. The two... Oh, were they not looking? Are these guys trying to kill everybody? Two thuggish-looking men came up the stairs after him. Hand him over, kid. Yeah, don't make us do anything we'll both regret. Two guys bullying some frail old man, Achi huffed. And you want me to just turn a blind eye while that goes down? Yeah, that's not gonna happen. The younger fellow, the one who looked like a small-time gangster, sneered. Oh, you're gonna want to turn a blind eye to this, little man. This is gonna get bloody. By the way, Achi asked, either you ever see a girl on here? Super cute about... Whoa. The gangster suddenly threw a jab with his right fist, and Achi dodged on reflex. The punch wound up catching the man hiding behind him in the face instead. Oh, whoops. Achi realized his mistake a moment too late. The man splayed out onto the floor. Damn, that's crazy. It's time to there's a secret triplet who abruptly gets assassinated by the secret quadruplet. Dude, I could see it happening. The thing with these games is that anything is possible. He needs to pay his debt. He should have won the Gamba for real. That's a hard punch. Dude is out. Dude is out. Whoa, my bad, Gramps. You okay? Achi hunkered down and slapped the man in the face. Dude, he's already knocked out. Hey, come on, stay with me. It's no use. I'm done for. Please, look after Hana. Minorikawa. The man's muttering was all but incomprehensible. Hey, Achi said, this guy seriously needs to get to the hospital or he'll be in big trouble. You guys, go call an ambulance. He needs... When Achi looked back, the man in the sunglasses was standing over him holding a fire extinguisher, but there's no fire. Why wait for an ambulance when the fire department's already here? Where? The butt of the fire extinguisher came right down on Achi's face. No way. Bro. But I didn't call for the fire department. Bad end? Dude, how? All we did was swap back. I didn't call for the fire department. While chasing after Hitomi, Achi had a run-in with some Yakuza and got beaten up. But actually, the girl Achi was following wasn't Hitomi. In order for Achi to avoid this disastrous fate, the girl needs to run off in a different direction. Bruh. So K-Pops, we're almost to your room. Yeah, we'll protect him. I didn't think this was gonna happen. I was all like, you know, maybe we just gotta swap back. Maybe we just gotta swap back. That's rough though. Okay. Which way are we gonna go? Someone call an ambulance, but not for me. Something critical at any rate, it seems. Okay. We read this already. Man, wait, can I time skip even further? The man. The man. There you are. I thought you were going to meet me on the second floor. Or to meet on the second floor. Going to meet? What's this guy talking about? I've never seen him before. Well, anyway, come on. We have to go hide. Hide? Why do we need to do that? Hide why? Because those guys might have found us. They're outside. He grabs my hand and I yank it away. Hey, come on. What gives? Is this some new pickup trick or something? Okay. When I look back, though, I see that he's still following me. What do I do? For now, maybe I should head to another floor. Maybe I should head someplace there are few people. We're not supposed to go to a different floor, right? Yeah, okay. Compared to the area around the stairs, the rest of the level is deserted. I head up to the 4th floor. This is probably the wrong solution. But we'll see. Let's turn our back on the bad guys. See, I want to avoid getting hit with any type of extinguisher. They extinguished us. He looks a little furtive, like he's trying to avoid the public eye. Ah, well, the police sure do know how to do their jobs. Are you sure about that? Because everything's been going wrong right now. What I can hear of his conversation makes me pretty uneasy. I turn on my heel and get the heck out of there. So you come back downstairs and do we run into each other? The buffet? I'm trying to read this. A style of dining where the guests serve themselves freely from an array of prepared foods, taking as much of each as they want. Many hotels and restaurants tend to hold buffets at lunchtime or for brunch. Sometimes, however, this just winds up being kind of a kind of cruel trap. Okay, with crowded lines, making it take forever to get near your food. I could read and breathe. Imabiki Chinese restaurant. The name means something along the lines of fire of morning. I guess fire is important for cooking. Okay, but that's kind of an unsettling thing to call an eatery. Oh well, I guess the name doesn't really matter. I'm in a mood to straight up devour some Chinese food. When I enter, though, I'm stopped by one of the employees. Is it the same person who's crying? Oh, I'm sorry, miss. I'm afraid we're not accepting any more customers. I mean, we're not really open. Not just now. She sounds a little bewildered by her own words. Why not? Well, you see, one of our other customers ate all our food. Someone ate an entire restaurant of food? Yeah, out of food? Is that even possible? What I'm trying to say, miss, is that we're, closed for the day. Go figure. Looks like Mr. Yanishita's bad luck has rubbed off on me. I guess I'll have to look for another restaurant. Don't tell me this is going to be a bad end. Wait, hold up. Who's that kid? Lying idly across the seats in the waiting area in front of the restaurant is a young girl. Is that Hana? Is this the girl that dismal-looking fellow has been searching for? She looks so sad it makes my heart ache. I can't just leave her here alone. Excuse me, I feel like I've laid down like this with a bag when I was like a kid too. The buffet, excuse me, is your name Hana? She looks worried at the question. Your father's been looking for you, I say. Hana ignores me and just stares up at the ceiling. Hey, how about we try to find it now together? I coax the girl, the girl into getting up, then I call out the restaurant staff. Why does this look like a horror game now? Excuse me, where should I go ask them to put an announcement for on the PA system? Don't know. Maybe the first floor? The security office? Right, down we go. I take Hana with me and we get on one of the elevators together. Do you know my father? Hana's tone is pretty brusque. Well, I don't really know him exactly. Then are you a debt collector? I laugh and shake my head. Would a debt collector be wearing an outfit like this? Hana lets out a deep sigh. So you're just kind of butting in then? Well, yeah, I guess so. I can't help but grin sheepishly. I feel like something is about sad little Hana is stirring up some lost memories. Or... let's see. If I just came out and told her that, though, she'd probably think I was a total weirdo. So I decided to say something else. I guess I just get bored being all by myself. Guess I'm just the sort of person who can't ignore someone in trouble. I want to answer what would be her answer, I guess. Because I guess I'd want to say, you know, helping people out is just usually the go-to, but how does she know that we know that she's in trouble? Like, how would we tell her all that? She says that we're just butting in. I don't know. That's the look I give when I'm 4 hours into Mario Party run and then lose the last 2 turns to a monkey. Dude, DK OP. Wait, I like being alone. Hana looks away from me. Still, I'm sure your father must be missing you right now. He doesn't care what happens to me. What? Her words trigger a sudden intense tightness in my chest. But what is this feeling? More than a feeling. When I get to the security office, I hear voices coming from the inside. The voices! I wonder what they're talking about. I peek in through the crack in the door and see a man with a cane speaking with a security guard. Damn, 4 hours into a Mario Party run? But our games need to go for a minute of 8? Well, the 160-hour turns. 69 hours is going to be crazy. How many exits are there that lead outside? There's the main entrance on the first floor, along with 2 side entrances. Also, there's one down on the first basement level and another on the second basement. The security guard spoke with polite precision. I see, says the man with the cane. I need you to shutter all the exits except for the main entrance right away? Understood, sir. Sir, by the way. Attention, all shoppers. The announcement comes in over the loudspeaker. Due to maintenance, all the first floor entrances other than the main entrance have been closed. We apologize for the inconvenience. Customers wishing to leave, please use the main entrance on the first floor. I'm not sure what just happened, but it sounds like the main entrance is... Oh, okay. Come on, I say. Let's have them make an announcement for us. I wonder why. But when I turned around, Hana is gone. She must have run off while I was distracted. Well, looky here, if it ain't that little cutie again. The 2 thugs that were after Yashita came strolling toward me. Wow, you're a speedy one. Huh. Says the bald man. The bald man! Weren't you downstairs just now? And did you change your clothes too? He looks over at me, seeming impressed. Hey, hold on, let me see your face. The younger man grabs me by the wrist. You know Yanashita, yeah? Go on and give him a quick little call for us. He gives me a sharp yank. Let go of me. Can it, girlie? Wow. Just give the man a call and we're all good. I have nothing to do with that guy. Do it now. Those guys aren't even listening to me. Now I'm pretty pissed off. Is the Thomas... Whoa! I said I have nothing to do with that guy. I whip my manhandled arm in a wide arc and send the younger man flying into a stack of boxes. Guess he must not have been expecting that. He hits hard, the impact knocks him out cold. Whoa, who the heck are you? The bald man asks, his eyes wide. Shut up, I tell him. You're next. I flash a winning grin. He gathers up his fallen friend and drags him away as fast as he can go. Do you think she's gonna end up at that one restaurant? Okay, that was pretty strange. It was just like when I was fighting Miku. My body seems to know how to pull off all these moves instinctively. Am I a martial artist, maybe? Maybe. I'm a cat. A sharp yank. Anyway, I've got to find Hana. This seems like a good end. However, that could have been our one, escape. Easier said than done. I wander around the building, but I don't see any sign of the girl. Maybe she went back home. Eventually, slumped down on a bench in a corner. I wish I could go home too, I muttered to myself. No! Something cold presses against my neck? What? Is that what I think it is? No! Make a scene and I'll slit your throat. No! Oh no. It is a knife. 2 foreign men grabbed me by the arms from the other side. In that moment, fragmentally, memories flooded through my mind. I'm on a street. It looks like some place in the Middle East. I'm being dragged along by several men. I'm too scared to speak. There are people in the street, market vendors, but none of them seem willing to get involved. The man dragged me into some back alley. Help me. Please, somebody help me. I'm being abducted. And then a Jedi comes out. Is this what I think it is? And then a dark silhouette drops down in front of me. A figure brandishes a knife, threatening at the men. Yo, let's go. The blade moves with dazzling speed. My captors are all down in mere moments. Who is this? Who came to save me? I try my utmost to drag my memories to the surface. Oh, it's a girl! That's right, I'm certain of that much. I don't remember the face, but... Oh! It's who? It's, Conan? Walk faster? The angry hiss in my ear snaps me out of my flashback. What was that memory just now? I'm more concerned about the girl who saved me than I am about the men who've captured me. It's Conan? I thought it was a dude! The two thugs marched me along, still holding me by the arms. Can't believe she was in a place like that. Yeah, talk about giving the runaround. I can't figure out what they're talking about. A place like what? Giving them the runaround? Do you know me? The two men looked at each other. Wait, are you the other one? One of them peers closely at my face. What are you talking about? What do you mean, a place like... I stop as a sudden idea comes to me. Hold on, are you talking about that storehouse? The men look utterly confused. What are you talking about? One of them asks. I explain that I've lost my memory. This seems to make them pretty anxious. We gotta report this. Yo, Popsicle, is this Mario Party? Yes, this is a Mario Party Jamboree DLC. He informs whoever's on the other end that I've lost my memory. I have no idea what's going on. Based on what I can follow in the conversation, though, it seems these two were the people who had put me in the storehouse. But why had they done that? One of these guys asked if I was the other one. What could that possibly mean? Could it be? Did they abduct me because they mistook me for someone else? If so, who? The more I try to think, the more muddied this all gets. Calm down, just calm down. Let's think of what we know. What I do know for sure is that I woke up inside that storehouse. Hi, is this Mario Party? I don't know if it's because you said it, Tech, but I was going to say, no, this is Patrick. And evidently, I took a blow to the head, and that's the cause of my amnesia. Hold on, that's strange. If these people had kidnapped me before, why wasn't the storehouse well locked? Seems pretty sloppy if they wanted to keep someone confined. What could all this possibly mean? It's no use. I haven't the foggiest. None of this makes any sense at all. Okay, let go of her? I craned my neck to see who spoke. The man with the cane was at the security office. Who the hell are you? One of my captors barked. I said let her go. Did you not hear? The man with the cane, oh! Pulls a gun from his suit pocket. Get lost. This isn't worth dying over. The two men take a few steps back and then bolt out of the alleyway. Who are you? My voice trembles slightly. Guess he's not here. Huh? The man takes a quick look around. He? Do you mean Mr. Yanishita? All that matters is that he's not here. Gun in hand, the man slowly approaches. Hitomi Osawa. I know you've done nothing wrong. What? I feel a jolt of surprise at the name. Hitomi Osawa. Is that my name? No. His face, a mask of stone. The man points a gun right at my head. No! Please, no hard feelings. Please tell me you dodged this. Please tell me you dodged this. Some more martial arts. Don't kill Tama. To be continued. Oh, wow. That is not at all what I was expecting the correct route to be. That was not at all. I'm not a crusty crab. Patrick, that's the name of the restaurant. Dude, that was crazy. I was not expecting that to be the end. Oh my god. So, does this actually clear? Damn it. Hold on. Is this actually where we're supposed to go? Because we're still stuck at a bad end, aren't we? Can I just go here and select a different... Hold on. I want to see this. I want to see if this actually works. Reach for the sky. Crap. Because we've all read this. But you know what? I don't think this is the solution. But what would be the solution? Let's go with Kano, I guess, for the meantime. Bum, 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 bum. Also, I'll turn off the AC because I feel like it's already fresh. Hold on. Kanan? Kano muttered. What's Kanan? The stench of blood hung heavy in the basement bar. Stanley was silent, staring at the criminal's corpse. Was she the one who killed Kano? No way! Do you know anything about this? Kano asked. Still, Stanley gave no response. The silent treatment again, huh? Kano huffed. The American glanced at him gravely. In all likelihood, the one who did this was acting alone. Alone against this many other people? Who on earth? There's no need for you to know. Cut the crap, Kano snapped. He grabbed Stanley by the collar. If there's someone involved in this case who's capable of something like this, I need to know about it. How am I supposed to do my job if you keep me in the dark? But that's why they know of each other. That all makes sense now. Stanley remained stone-faced. Look, I'm not afraid of the risk, Kano said. And I'll be a lot more effective if you're at least fill me in on the basics here. The more you know, the sooner you'll wind up dead. Kano tightened his grip. But it's okay if I wind up dead while I'm still in the dark, huh? Fine, Stanley said. I'll answer your first question. He brushed Kano's arm aside. Kanan's the name of a covert operative from the Middle East. In simple terms, a type of spy that infiltrates hostile territory to carry out various clandestine activities? Clandestine? I believe she's the one who killed these people. The Middle East, a covert operative. Kano hadn't expected spycraft to be involved with this. Yeah, she's an assassin, a cryptanalysis? Okay. Specialist. Do you recall the mass jailbreak from Abu Ghraib prison a while back? A prison in Iraq west of Baghdad under the Hussein government. It was an internment facility for political prisoners, but following the Iraq War, it was used by the U.S. Army to house prisoners of war. In April of 2004, photographs of detainees being tortured by U.S. soldiers were released, causing a massive scandal. President Bush later made the decision to have the faculty demolished. Kanan was the one who provided the intel the escapes used to get out. Kano was at a loss for words. A smooth criminal, yeah. The case was suddenly starting to seem a lot more sinister. Whoever this Kanan was, she'd apparently killed nearly a dozen people with only a knife. She was clearly no one to trifle with. Just what kind of individual were we dealing with here? Wait, he could scarcely imagine. He is really pretty. Once again, Kano surveyed the crime scene. Each of the murdered criminals, now I'm just thinking everything's murmured, huh? Criminals had his throat slit. From the look of the deep, clean cuts, the killer hadn't hesitated in the slightest. Okay, so then what connection does this Kanan have with the mastermind behind the kidnapping? If Kanan had killed all of the foreign syndicate members in this bar, did that mean she and the person behind the kidnapping were enemies? Or perhaps she and the kidnapper were working in concert? And she carried out these slings as part of some plan to get rid of some loose ends. I believe I said I'd answer one question. Well, now you can count. Turning away, Stanley picked up a file from atop a nearby table. Apparently, he wasn't in the sharing mood. Realizing that further questions would be pointless, Kano peered sidelong at the file as Stanley opened it. Inside was a detailed map of Shibuya. There were various routes marked with arrows and lines and times. That's the plan for the ransom relay. Kano was so excited he blurred his thoughts out loud. It appeared that the ultimate goal of the ransom was a conundrum. Wait, condominium conundrum. The address at the time, 1420, were written in red ink. Kano put in immediate call to the investigation task force to relay this information. Okay. The final destination is Fox only, no items. Is that it? Is that final destination? Is Ground Hill. Hashtag 405 in Hiru 534 Shibuya. Alright, Kuze told him, we'll look into who owns the condo in question. You and Stanley head over there now. I'm sending back up to go in with you. 3 stock, there we go. You have authorization to apprehend the suspect. Finally hearing the order that he'd so long been waiting for, Kano felt a spark of determination flare inside of him. Alright, let's go, he said, some of his excitement slipping into his voice. Stanley still saw him close the file and followed him out of the bar. Didn't even grab a drink. Boom, boom. Stanley drove along Kashira Dori towards Hiru, where the finish line for the ransom relay was located. His demeanor was cold and brooding, in sharp contrast with Kano's gung-ho readiness. He seemed lost in some deep and cheerless thought. So how he's always looked? I don't think he's looked happy at all. Kuze's voice came in over the wireless as the car came out onto Meiji Dori. We've identified the owner of the condominium. It's... Kano held his breath in anticipation. Okay? The name Kuze spoke caught him by surprise entirely. Do you think it's gonna be Osawa? Okay. Okay. Also, I should hydrate. Bum, 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 bum. I do not want others intruding into my domain. That's where we're gonna have to go, though. Accordingly, I do not intrude in on other... okay, that's fair. Okay. That's how I've lived my life. That's how I'll forge my sense of calm. But something has begun to drive me mad. Something? The boundaries between myself and others have started to collapse. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I will become something other than myself, and that is one thing I fear I can never bear. What, being social? Oh, no, you don't! Well, then again, you two are 2 different characters, completely. Yeah, Kajiwara tackled Tanaka as he strode toward the door. The 2 men collapsed in a heap in the front of the... in the front entryway. Hey, Tanaka barked, what are you doing? Hold still! Kajiwara ran his bug tracker over Tanaka's body. It began beeping loudly. Kajiwara pulled off Tanaka's necktie clip. This... oh, it's a listening device. Tanaka's face went pale. Okay. Where did you get this? Kajiwara demanded. Well... Tanaka trailed off into silence. I gave it to him. Why? It was I who had appeared on the 2nd floor landing? You were listening in? Osawa asked brokenly. Ma'am, Kajiwara said, would you mind explaining this? For once, he seemed deadly serious. I was barely able to hear a thing. That's what I get for going with something so cheap. I held out a dangling earpiece. When and where'd you get that? Earlier today when I left to do some shopping? Did you buy it from someone shady? And why did you plant a listening device on Mr. Tanaka? Kajiwara asked. That's what I want to know, Tanaka chimed in. Why would you do this, Mrs. Osawa? He was trembling. You were outside emailing someone earlier, weren't you, Mr. Tanaka? I saw you from the window. Emailing? Emailing? Kajiwara looked into Tanaka's face. I nodded. He came back into the house shortly afterward, and I asked him where he'd gone. And what do you think he said, He was practically gloating, playing to her little audience? She began stalking down the stairs. She said stalking, right? He said he'd gone to check on something at the lab, despite the fact that he was out in the yard there fiddling with his phone the whole time. So I figured if I bugged him, he might show his true colors and... Enough. Osawa cut off his wife. Tanaka had been emailing, he told me, of course, but he couldn't reveal that now. I think I get what happened here, Kajiwara interposed. He folded his arms. Your wife thought that Mr. Tanaka was in contact with the kidnappers, and so she planted a listening device on him. Or she probably thought he was cheating. Probably. Yashita's house of diet drinks, anagochis, and high-quality bugs? Wait, is that where he bought it from, or she bought it from? The detective peered at Tanaka. Who are you emailing, sir? Yes, that's right, I chirped. Show us your phone, Mr. Tanaka. Let's see what you were really up to. Or is there some reason you don't want to show us? Osawa started to panic. If the police checked that cell phone, they'd find the emails from me. Tell me. Nah, you were joking? Okay, I was like, nah, I'd believe that. Anything for Yashita to get a quick buck? Maria's life would be in danger, but I was still relentlessly advancing on Tanaka. Stop this! Darling? She turned to him in surprise. Tanaka was sending emails on my behalf, Osawa said. I asked him to do it. And just who was he emailing? It was... It was me? It was someone from work? It was Pretty Honey? I don't know what Pretty Honey is. It was someone from work. But sir, Kajiwara is quick to butt in. Don't you have a computer in your study? Couldn't you have sent the emails yourself, you son of a... The detective had to choose now, of all times, to actually be perceptive. No! I do, but my computer was having problems sending emails. I'm not sure what the issue was. Look, the point is that there's no reason to worry about Tanaka's emails. There just isn't. I'm telling you. That it was a lame excuse, but he had to just keep pressing it. Anyway, I think we can say that we're done here, Osawa said. He opened the front door. Now, if you don't mind, I've asked Tanaka to run some errands for me. Tanaka gave him a quick bow and headed out the door. Hey, wait! I started to go after him. Just calm down, Osawa barred the way. Okay. Is there no way to get a bad ending there? Like, are these all, like, good solutions? There's no way he's connected to the kidnappers. Can you see that? His voice cracked as he shuddered at a sudden rush of emotion. There, sir, Kajiwara said consolingly. She's just deeply worried about your daughter. Are you sure? I turned around and marched back upstairs. I don't think it was any of that. I think she was just going to give her father all the information. This is way too intense. We got this, Jake. We'll make it. Pretty Honey is another poster on the Aya Kamiki forums. Oh, I should have gone with that. Yeah, why did Banana Man turn on us? Why? But still, if she's that worried, giving a tie clip as a gift seems a bit. Clothing accessory meant to hold one's necklace in place or necktie in place. In the old days, they were a quintessential part of the salaryman's outfit, along with cufflinks and the company badge. Recently, tie clips have come back into vogue with some older men. I have a tie clip. Asshole. Now more frequently referred to as tie bars. Kajiwara's muttering trailed off. What do you mean? Osawa asked. Nothing, not important. The detective waved a hand dismissively, but there had been a definite note of suspicion in his voice. What if there were two things on him? Well, back to work. Kajiwara headed back into the living room. Osawa returned to his study and sat in front of his computer. He had no desire to be in the presence of detectives who now crowded his living room. The Ayakamiki fan forum for people 40 and over was still open to his monitor. He reloaded the page and saw that his earlier thread had gotten a reply. It was from Pretty Honey. Username of someone who posts regularly on the Ayakamiki fan forum. Seems to know a lot about agriculture and its police and the police. As evident by statements such as if the world were a farm with 100 people, as well as a tendency to post to another site called the 87th Precinct Telecommunity. Incidentally, Shinya Kano? Ya boy? Okay, girlfriend Rumi also posts to the 87th Precinct Telecommunity. From time to time, she has had several massive arguments with Pretty Honey there. With the latter criticizing the police for not doing their job, while Rumi insists that police work is very difficult and deserves more credit. Let's go, Kano. Please don't get the bad ending. Because the last time we did this, we got a bad ending like right away. Kuzu's voice came in over the wireless as the car came onto Mejidori. We've identified the owner. Yep, okay. Mamoru Tanaka. He's a colleague of Kenji Osawa. What? Kano squawked. This was an unexpected twist. Kajiwara confirms that Tanaka left the Osawa residence just after 14 hours. No word on his movement since then. It's possible he headed to his private condo, where the attached case is slated to end up. Any officer who runs across Tanaka is to apprehend him on sight. Oh, Kuze cut the connection. This mastermind you've been chasing, Kano asked. Is it Tanaka? Stanley didn't reply. Fine, never mind. I just wish I could know if Tatano is safe. Still worried about the traitor, huh? So Stanley could ignore all of his questions, but still remember to make snide remarks. Talking about Tatano's the only thing that gets a reaction out of you, isn't it? Kano snorted. What makes you so certain he can't be a traitor? Tatano just isn't like that. That's not an answer, Stanley scoffed. All right, I've watched the man work for years. I know him. He has no reason to betray the Force. You've watched him work, huh? What about his private life then? Huh? Well, yeah then. You know about that too? He hasn't had money trouble or anything like that? Kano felt his blood start to boil. I don't care what you think, he said. I trust Detective Tateno. Trust him? On what basis? I don't need any basis to have faith in someone, Kano snapped. Without any basis in fact. It's just plain sentimentally? Yeah, Stanley said. There's no reason or logic to it. A thin smile crept to his face. Be they friends or family, you can never really know other people. So are you just like, don't trust anybody? The only person you can trust is yourself. I have some people who would deny that. Kano had no response for such an emotionless statement. He looked away. He and Stanley were just plain incompatible. It seemed like no amount of talking would let them get through to one another. Never take anything at face value, Kano. You start trusting too much, you're basically as good as dead. We can't trust you. Kano just stared out the window. The Shibuya precinct came into view. Tanaka's condo wasn't much further now. Okay, my bad. They were outside of Tanaka's condo now. Over there, Stanley said, keeping his voice down. Across the street was one of the foreign syndicate members. Walking briskly, the attached case clutched in his side. Wouldn't they just probably want to wear something different? I'm making the arrest. Kano, wait, Stanley exclaimed. Kano heard him loud and clear, but he had no intention of stopping. He approached the criminal at full speed, then leapt to tackle him around the waist. The two men fell into the pavement. a tangled heap. The collision sent the attached case flying. Kano's eyes tracked the case for a moment too long. He was caught off guard when the man threw a punch at him. Not the face! The blow caught him right in the jaw, snapping his head back. For a moment, Kano saw stars as he shook off the impact. The man sprang to his feet and sprinted away in the direction of Stanley's car. Stanley, Kano shouted. Grab him! Get the case? Ooh. Get the case. Stanley headed for the attached case while Kano went after the suspect. Suddenly, the fleeing man skidded to a stop. Several cars had pulled across the road ahead. The detectives were pouring out of them. His escape route cut off, the criminal resigned himself to capture. While Kano helped make the arrest, several of the other detectives broke into Tanaka's condo. Stanley, meanwhile, was carefully inspecting the exterior of the attached case. He'd already opened it. It was stuffed with bundles of banknotes. The 50 million yen ransom was back in police hands. This is a decoy, the American muttered under his breath. I wonder where. His words trailed off, but Kano had heard them. What did you expect? The detective demanded. Samples of that new drug in there? As usual, Stanley gave no reply. The look on his face, however, told Kano he'd been right on the mark. Some of the backup team emerged from Tanaka's condo. Kano turned to them, feeling a sudden surge of anxiety for Maria. What's the situation in there? He asked. They told him that they'd found no one in Tanaka's rooms, so the hostage's status remained unknown, and the main culprit had evaded capture. The case hadn't been solved. In fact, it was still unfolding in the worst way conceivable. And still, Stanley remained focused on the attached case, pondering it with a thoughtful expression. Look, Kano told him, I'm going to request that I be returned to my normal duties. Maria still needs to be rescued, and I still need to find out what happened to Hitomi and Detective Tatano. For once, Stanley actually responded. Hitomi? Yes, that's it. It makes perfect sense that they'd have her carry it. Huh? What do you mean? Wait, why Hitomi? I'm not thinking about Hitomi, I'm thinking about the necklace or whatever. Whoa, slow down, Kano said, wishing he'd calm himself down in his words. Explain what you're talking about. Somehow the kidnappers made contact with Kenji Osawa. And got him to have Hitomi carry the drug separate from the ransom. Wait, you're saying that they had Hitomi bring them the drugs? Stanley nodded. The case handoff or a sort of camouflage, a way for them to keep the police distracted from their real goal. Kano nodded. It had indeed felt like the case relay was a decoy, an attempt to buy time. If this syndicate were after something else entirely, that would explain why so many of their actions had appeared to make no sense. So, Kano asked, what sort of drug is this? Why would they go to such lengths to get their hands on it? It's an antiviral, Stanley replied after some hesitation. A way to cure people infected with a very particular virus. What virus are we talking about? It's called UA. Never heard of it. Still, he could imagine the possibilities. Suppose this UA was something like the Ebola virus. Discovered in Sudan in 1976, infection causes Ebola hemorrhagic fever, I'm assuming, resulting in a high fever and massive bleeding throughout the body. At present, there's no vaccine to prevent infection, nor any drugs to cure the disease after it manifests. Or perhaps HIV or influenza, human immunodeficiency virus. I know how to pronounce that. I don't always just say HIV when I hear of it. Destroys the cells that are essential for regulating cell-mediated immunity, considerably reducing immune response. This effect can result in infections that would ordinarily be fought off, easily developing into serious illnesses. There are various treatments, but as yet, nothing will eradicate the virus completely. An infectious disease caused by the influenza virus, symptoms are similar to that of a common cold, but are much more severe, occasionally resulting in death. There are three main types of the virus: virus A, virus B, and C, with A and B causing the typical run of the illness in humans. Neuraminidase, I guess, is recommended as an effective inhibitor, but this merely alleviates the symptoms and is not a complete cure. There were medicines that could treat all of those diseases, but nothing that could cure them completely. Any drug that could do that would be worth vast sums of money. Kano, do you have any means of getting in touch with Mr. Osawa? Yes, I know one of the detectives stationed at his home. Check in with him ASAP. Find out whether or not he gave the antiviral to Hitomi. Kano suppressed a scowl. It looked like he wasn't done assisting Stanley yet. He got out his cell phone and dialed up Kajiwara. Was Osawa always evil? Is that why he hates himself? Never knew this was going to be a bio class, right? My bad, guys. Kajiwara picked up promptly. Kano, what's going on? Could I speak with Mr. Osawa? I suppose that'd be alright. What for, though? There's something I need him to confirm for me. It's an emergency. Alright, just make sure not to tell him anything about the investigation. Sure thing. After a while, a man's hoarse voice came on the line. Osawa speaking, can I help you? This is Detective Kano from the Shibuya precinct. Time is critical, so I just need to cut to the chase here. Kano took a deep breath. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter Hitomi? Osama let out a gasp. Yeah, visual like this tend to have monologues in quantum physics or lunar eclipse or telepathy. Yeah, like Zero Escape. Okay, so I'm sure now we got to go back to Osawa. I want to check the timelines real quick though, because I know I could fast forward it, right? Oh wait. I'm opposed to the idea of Aya Kamiki expanding to America. They are mad. She should be able to enjoy the success she's earned in Japan without having to struggle overseas. Aya has done so much for us. I'd like her to keep supporting Japan forever and ever. The message was festooned with the sort of emoticons that a young girl might use. Pretty Honey claimed to be a 19-year-old female college student. Although the community was meant for Aya Kamiki, fans 40 and over, the settings allowed anyone to post there. The only young woman among the members, however, was Pretty Honey. The thread continued. By the way, have you tried the Aya fortune teller yet? There's a link below. Fortune telling, huh? Oh, were you guys playing Zero Escape? Nah, Animal Crossing. Had to apologize to the streamer for being late because I had to do some explaining. Well, very important. Color grapheme synthesia to another stream. Wait, over Animal Crossing? Over anything? The practice of determining a person's future luck or life events using cards, horoscopes, and or other methods of divination. Most people believe such prognostication when it foretells something good and don't believe it when the outlook is bad. That's because as much fate as in fortune telling as someone should have. Okay. You know, when I edit videos, Osawa stared. Should he ask whether Maria was safe? If it gave him a good answer, he'd believe it. If it were a bad answer, he wouldn't. It might be worth a shot, just for the peace of mind it'd bring. He clicked on the link, and the Aya fortune teller page came up. It asked you to enter your birth date and sex, then Aya Kamiki would offer her advice. Osawa followed the instructions, entering his date of birth, selecting male, then clicking next. Happy birthday, next! A few seconds later, his fortune was displayed. Squirrely was good. Yummy fireworks? You're a very work-minded person? He hoped for some insight on Maria, but instead it was just a write-up about his personality. You'd never be able to get by without the devoted support of those around you, but you probably don't realize that, do you? It's a big mistake to think you can get through all of life's challenges on your own. There's nothing cool about being ignorant. If you don't get over your indifference to the world might start to harbor quite a grudge. Find a way to connect more deeply with the people around you and start living a better life before it's too late. Just do that, and you're sure to have a wonderful future ahead. Famous people who got your result. Shinosuke Oarai. Don't we know this person? Yeah, the head of Wandering Angels Theater Troupe has an interview appointment with Minoru Minorikawa at 2:30 this afternoon. Comic book guy? Osawa couldn't help but feel that the advice was painfully appropriate. He went back to the forum and replied to Pretty Honey. Nice to hear from you again, Pretty Honey. I definitely know how you feel about Aya Kamiki being ours. No shot. Still, I am confident she's got what it takes to preserve and succeed in America. And if she does fail, well, all of us in Japan will be here to welcome her back all the same. Guess this voyage to America I've concocted just has me a little worked up. Osawa clicked post and leaned back in his chair. Mr. Osawa! Mr. Osawa! It was Kajiwara shouting from outside of the door. First the toilet, then lunch. What is it now? There's been a development in the case. Please join us in the living room. We have important matters to discuss. Kajiwara had his detective face on. Ooh. Not okay. Do the oh god, not our wife. She's mad. I feel like there's gonna be an ending where she actually kills us. I am not putting this aside. I feel like she might actually kill us. But the nerdy voice, I just like that whenever there's someone who's like super crazy over like fangirling or whatever. Like when we were playing Somnium Files, freaking Oda, dude. I hate Oda. I stopped talking. I was skipping everything Oda related. When Osawa entered the living room, I was already there, looking stern and solemn. Now that you're both here, Kajiwara said, allow me to share what we know. We've identified a location that appears to be the Syndicate's hideout. You have? Imagine dude still like in fanboy mode. You have? What about Maria? Is she there? And then just like, what about Maria? Is she there? Osawa exclaimed. We still haven't been able to ascertain whether your daughter is safe. Well, then, what are these important matters you need to discuss? Osawa felt a wave of anxiety rush through him. The hideout in question is a condominium in Hiru. And it's owned by... By whom? Mr. Osawa, please calm down. Tell me. Go on, out with it. Kajiwara took a deep breath. The residence is owned by Mamoru Tanaka. Osawa was speechless. He couldn't process what he was hearing. Tanaka? Lies, I shrieked. Just what are you implying? That Mr. Tanaka is the kidnapper? Where's your proof? With all due respect, ma'am, weren't you suspicious of Mr. Tanaka yourself? I suppose, but you did go so far as to stick a listening device on him. Flustered, I withdrew into a vacant silence. Moshi moshi? The sudden ringing of the phone startled everyone in the room. Was that Tanaka? No, it couldn't be. There was no way. The phone was wiretapped. The detective wearing the headset nodded to Kajiwara, who in turn motioned for Osawa to pick up. Hello? He said cautiously. Ah, hello. Is this the home of Maria Osawa? The voice was not Tanaka's. Osawa didn't recognize it, but the veil of despair that hung before him thinned slightly. Is this the home of Hitomi Osawa? This time, the man on the phone used Hitomi's name instead. Yes, that's right. The seller immediately hung up. The seller, okay. As Osawa stood there, dumbstruck, Kajiwara gently took the receiver and hung up the phone. One of the detectives addressed Kajiwara. We've traced the source of the call to a cell phone. We've also pinpointed the base station used. Inform Director Kuze, so he can prepare a team just in case. Just in case, Osawa asked. What do you mean by that? Kajiwara frowned slightly. Just because this is a kidnapping case doesn't mean every single phone call that comes in is from the kidnapper. We'll look into it, of course, but I see. Besides, right now, confirming Mr. Tanaka's whereabouts takes priority. Don't you agree? Osawa nodded. Someone should call him, a detective added. I'll do it. I got her cell phone out and dialed up Tanaka. Where was Mr. Tanaka headed? Kajiwara asked. He eyed Osawa keenly. To work, I sent him to pick up some documents. A necessary lie. If Tanaka was behind the kidnapping, Osawa knew he ought to tell the police about the blue minivan and emails from Hitomi, but still, he couldn't believe that his assistant really was the culprit. We have investigators en route to Tanaka's condominium, Kajiwara said. Let's wait to report. Okay. On the far side of the room, I was squawking in frustration. Squawk! Despite several attempts, she hadn't been able to get through to Tanaka. Kajiwara's phone rang and he pulled it from his pocket. Kano, what's going on? Okay, so this is where we are. Uh-huh. Okay, there was a pause in the speaker, took a deep breath before continuing. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter? Right. Osawa was so startled that his voice caught in his throat. What are you talking about? The antiviral research was top secret. So how did some detective from the Shibuya precinct know about it? Osawa, okay. I'm the one asking the questions here, Mr. Osawa. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter Hitomi? I'm not sure I understand the question. Were you her connect? Are you the plug? I know what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. Osawa's mind went blank when he heard what Kano said next. He could give no reply. Mr. Osawa, the detective continued after a moment. Is everything all right? Without really thinking, Osawa hung up. No shot. They were after the virus? Did he mean the UA virus kept at the lab? Wait, hold on. The detectives had to be wrong about that. Or the detective. The kidnappers must have the UA virus already. Otherwise, I wouldn't had to do what I did to Hitomi. You injected her with the virus. Do not look away. These are your crimes. At last, Osawa understood what those emails from A were all about. They were a preview of the tragedy that was yet to unfold. The kidnappers probably meant to start the main event soon. It might already be too late to stop them. Mr. Osawa, Kajiwara asked, are you alright? The detective gazed, I keep thinking glazed, gazed with concern into Osawa's ashen face. Bracing himself, Osawa spoke up, his voice hoarse and dry. A killer virus is about to be unleashed in Tokyo, and I know who's responsible. It's me. The sudden confession caused the detectives on site to stir like a hornet nest. Please arrest me. Feeling the weight of his crimes crushing down on him, Osawa dropped his gaze to the floor. He held out both his wrists. I'll tell you everything down at the station, he said. Anything you need to know. How many people did you kill? 6 million. Osawa imagined bodies dropping left and right. There were limits to what he might of what might be cured by a small stockpile of antiviral in his lab currently contained. If they were unable to quarantine the infected in time, then Shibuya, no, all of Japan might be engulfed in a pandemic that the drug could never stop. A massive outbreak of a particular infection on a regional or global scale. In 14th century Europe, a massive cholera outbreak is said to have killed 2/3 of the population, and the Spanish flu outbreak in the early 20th century killed at least 25 million people worldwide. Given modern advances, in transportation, some researchers of the opinion that the global risk of the pandemic is higher than ever before. Yeah. Horniest nest, yeah. He could only hope his complying with the authorities might help stop the spread of the infection before it was too late. This is a bad end, right? Wasn't expecting that. Guilty conscious. The thought of the UA virus devastating Japan filled Osawa with despair. Blaming himself, he asked to be arrested, but this only happened because of what Kano said to him. A simple error in word choice led Osawa to a completely wrong conclusion. Kano ought to properly inform Osawa what the kidnappers are after. Okay. Can I think I'm gonna have to do that again, right? Just so we can get the jump? Right? Oh, man. And this is at 1420. Okay. Wait up. Okay. Just so we know where we're gonna come back to, because it has been over 2 hours, and I do want to get up and stretch and hydrate and G-subs. But yeah, we'll BRB, and yeah, we got like a bit over 2 more hours, or I guess under, considering the break and whatever. But who knows? We'll do a lot more. We'll BRB, and then we'll do a little bit more of this, and then if you do have a squad, I'm for sure down for some Mario Party. If we don't have a squad, we can do some more of this. But yeah, everyone get up, stretch, all that cool stuff. Water your pets, feed your plants. Not to be confused with watering your pants. But yeah, real quick, burb everyone. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Areas was good. We just got back from a nice little stretch break. Oh man. About to infiltrate the horniest nest. The huge. But alright. Let's go back with Kano. Kano, I knew it all would come down to you. I knew you were the MC. Yeah, the hostages remained unknown. Case hadn't been solved. Okay. Is there not another way to like actually just go through with this? Because we read all this, right? We're just gonna have to wait until we actually get the call. Makes perfect sense. They have her carry it. Okay, let's just autoplay. How do I increase the autoplay? There we go. We'll just increase the autoplay until we get there so I can, I guess, hydrate a little more. See, sometimes I'm all like, we should swap sooner, but then I feel like all of today's early swaps have just delayed us even more. Okay, we're almost there. Also, I should probably charge my controller, huh? What's going on? Okay. Okay, I know what the Syndicate's really after. It's the virus, it's you, it's Hitomi. Okay. When we were in the phone call, he said it's the virus. But if we find more time, Osawa remains silent. Mr. Osawa, is everything okay? No way, he still hung up. The line went dead. God. No, wait, that's not what I meant to do. I'm triangling. Hold up. Here we go. But the fact that he keeps tripping out so much to like that degree, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be rough. It's he told me, Osawa remains silent. Mr. Osawa, is everything alright? Do you hang up no matter what? The line went dead. Guess that answer was well enough. Kano said he put away his phone. Now it's really clear why the criminals were after Hitomi. He saw an uneasy look on Stanley's face. Something was on your mind, Kano asked. Stanley responded with a question of his own. If Hitomi was carrying the antiviral, how were the criminals planning on getting it from her? Kano thought for a moment. By killing her. Well, taking her by force at the scramble was posed too high of a risk, he said. There were merely 100 detectives there, and they must have guessed there would be. He does hang up no matter what? Okay. That's why they devised the attached case relay. They wanted to abduct Hitomi somewhere away from the Dragnet's notice? Okay, this was the plan that all the signs seemed to suggest. But still, he added, I wonder how they managed to lead her away from the police protection. A look of revelation across Stanley's face. All they needed to do was convince her to go on her own accord. But how, Kano asked. And then it came to him. He thought back to Hitomi's initial contact with Tariq al-Karawan. We haven't seen that name in a minute. Just before he'd taken the attached case from her, the two had a brief conversation. It was possible al-Karawan had given Hitomi some form of instructions then. Guess we're back to tracking down al-Karawan again, huh? Kano could tell from the look in Stanley's eyes that he was on the verge of saying something. Probably some remark about how Tateno had allowed al-Karawan to run free. Right now, Kano wasn't going to argue the point. So I can only imagine that he let him go free because he warned him, like, if he doesn't let him go, then he will kill something or someone. After this case was resolved, he discovered what Tateno's real motives were. And once he did, Stanley would eat his words. In the meantime, we can't just wander around looking without any leads, he said. Until we get more intel, let's see what we can do with the security cameras back at the precinct. Numerous monitors shone down on the pair as they entered the Shibuya precinct's surveillance room. Each showed an array of faces of individuals somewhere in Shibuya. Kano asked one of the operators to pull up al-Karawan's data on the screen. By selecting each of the faces of the monitors in turn, they could run comparisons to determine if anyone among them was al-Karawan. One by one, the operator made his way through the faces. Assuming their targets was still in Shibuya, there was a high likelihood they'd find him. But the minutes ticked past, and there was still no sign of him. Kano's tone grew more and more impatient as he directed the operator's search. Just calm down, Stanley said. Is there a reason they work in dark rooms? He set a hand on Kano's shoulder. You keep wasting your energy when you don't need to. That's just how I do things, Kano replied. I'm energetic because I care. He pointed out another face to the operator. Well, you're setting yourself up for a short life. With a sigh, Stanley sank into the nearby chair. My brother was like you. The American spoke so quietly that his words were barely audible. That's how you get eye strain 10 minutes later. He's just got to chill out a little bit. A man clad in black appeared in one of the monitors. The operator lined up his cursor. The comparison check confirmed that it was al-Karawan. Yes, Kano hissed, pumping his fist. It appeared that their quarry was simply walking around town, calm and composed. Kano radioed al-Karawan's location to Kuze. All units intercept the suspect on the double Kuze order. Double dice? Kano will provide guidance using the surveillance monitors. They saw al-Karawan stop in front of a cigarette vending machine. He was waiting for someone. Was he waiting for someone? Sasayama reporting in? Let's go! I've got eyes on the mic. Mud, perpetrator, hook to put someone in cuffs. Dipper, pickpocket, wants, outstanding warrants, hang paper to write multiple citations, and other traditional police jargon. Kano's partner had evidently been nearby. I'm making the arrest, he said. There's a note of courage in Sasayama's voice. Please don't tell me he's gonna die. He came into view in the monitor walking casually. At some point, no shot. He's Tama now? At some point, he ditched his anime nerd costume for a cat mascot suit. Oh no, Kano murmured. That getup's gonna make Sasayama stand out like a sore thumb. Shoot the mud spotted me. I'm going in pursuit. Sasayama slipped out of the camera's view. Whoa, what gives? Let go of me. You're Mr. Yanashita, right? Look, I'm sorry, but I really do need you to return that costume. The voices came... Wait, so would it have been different if I chose to take and get rid of the costume myself as Maria? Yeah, we're back to being a cat, so I'm happy about this. The voices came in over the wireless. It sounded like Sasayama was caught up in an argument with someone. Sasayama kind of shouted as he eyed the monitor. Kano, I need some help here. Requesting emergency backup. The line went dead before Sasayama could finish. Kano didn't have the faintest idea of what was going on, but obviously his partner needed him. He rushed out of the precinct. We'll save you, kitty. We'll save you, kitty, you. Okay. The whiskers are still freaking messed up. When he arrived on the scene, he saw Sasayama, still in the catsuit, caught up in a scuffle with a man he'd never seen before. There was no sign of Al-Karawan. Sasayama, what's going on? That's an excellent question, Sasayama replied. This guy just came at me out of nowhere. He sounded pretty riled up. Sir, I need you to return this costume. My boss was very insistent on that point. The man was panting with exertion, shouting into Sasayama's face. Was he the owner of the suit? What's the deal with that thing, Sasayama? Kano asked. I bought it at a variety store at Center Guy. Figured it'd be perfect disguise. I didn't steal anything. Sir, I'm telling you, you need to give that back. And I'm telling you, I've got no idea what you're on about. Sasayama stamped his foot. I realize that you're not Mr. Yanashita. That isn't the issue. I just need you to return the costume. Alright, sure, I'll give it to you. I just need it a little longer, so let go of me. I can't do that, sir. I need you to get out of the suit right now. Yeah, I get that, buddy, but no can do. It's like I told you before. The zipper on this thing's snagged. Kano watched as the argument descended further and further into absurdity. Meanwhile, Al-Karawan was getting away. This was ridiculous. He turned to go into the pursuit of the suspect. Kano, wait, Sasayama called out. Come on, help me out, man. Huh? Help me get this thing off. Now really isn't the time for this, Kano replied. I'm going after the suspect. Oh, I get it. You're going to ditch me here so you can take all the credit for yourself. Whoa, what? I was this close to nabbing the guy. That arrest is mine to make, and you know it. It wasn't as though Kano couldn't emphasize. If Sasayama hadn't been blindsided by this random stranger, he probably would have caught Al-Karawan just fine. Alright then, Kano said. He reached for the zipper on the back of the catsuit. This reminds me of JoJo. But as Sasayama had said, the metal fittings were snagged and refused to budge. Hurry up! I'm trying! There wasn't any time to do this slow and carefully. Kano yanked down the zipper hard. Stop! The stranger shrieked out in alarm. Don't be so rough like that. But if I don't, I'll never... You mustn't! If you aren't careful, you'll cause a malfunction. FNAF or what? What the hell is this guy talking about? Kano got a firmer grip on the zipper and pulled again. Don't tell me this... Okay. He paused in surprise as Sasayama mewed. What? Again, Sasayama let out a little cry. Except it didn't sound like Sasayama's voice at all. Guys, Sasayama said, there's something making a rumbling inside of this thing. He sounded pretty alarmed. Uh-oh, said the other man. It has started. His face went pale. What are you talking about? Sasayama demanded. What started? The man hesitated, then seemed to come to a decision. Well, you see, this is no ordinary cat costume, you son of a... Audio's good. Meaning what exactly? Our shop rented this unit out by mistake. Oh, I had no idea it was anything so horrifying. Not until the boss filled me in a little while ago. What's horrifying? You're not answering the question. That man's gaze grew hollow and distant. Cat, he said. We really turned him into a cat, huh? Look at that like paw in his mouth. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, Sasayama spoke up nervously. Well, yeah, it's a cat. I know that already. No, you're not listening. This is a cat. Like I said, I already know it's a cat. Anyone can see that from just looking at it. No, not a cat. Cats! Costume as transmission system? Developed by Far East Costume Rental High Tech Department, there is an official corporate notice stating that this is just a prototype and potentially dangerous, so do not lend it out under any circumstances. But it was accidentally rented by mistake. The mewing started back up again. With each new meow, the sound got faster. Soon it sounded less like a cat and more like some mechanism that was whirling about. Did we just FNAF this dude? There was a sudden, fierce, binding flash. Space itself began to wrap up in a roughly 3-meter radius around Sasayama and his costume. A moment later, Kano and the others had vanished. What? Kano, Sasayama, and the rental guy were sent into another dimension due to a malfunction in the cats. Detective Sasayama should probably never put that catsuit on. He mentioned buying it at a variety shop in Center Guy. That's your lead here. That's how I expected to die. But you know, wait, have we not played as Maria? We have, right? Crap. Hold on. I gotta take it out somewhere. This is the time, right? Because this is where we spawn? Want me to handle it? Yeah, okay. So we'll take care of it. I don't know. I wasn't expecting that. I thought he was going to be turning into a cat and we were going to be like, oh, this is a bad end. I guess we shouldn't just feel guilty. A little guilty about having to go out of his way. Maybe I should deal with it myself. He looks a little bit disappointed. What did I tell him about that? Where are we going to drop it off at, though? Is someone else also going to turn into a cat? I buy the necklace for 30,000 yen and leave the knickknack shop. Okay, cool. She changed her outfit on the selection stream. Yeah, so I saw that, but like, where are we going to drop it off now? But as I walk along, I start regretting my decision. I can't find a good place to throw the cat outfit away. Finally, I spot a convenience store that looks like it'll do just fine. One of the employees is out front cleaning out the trash can. Several large garbage bags line the side of the road. Perfect. Maybe I can have him toss out the costume along with everything else. Excuse me. Sumimasen! So I got this old catsuit here. I figured it can't hurt to ask. Yeah, I know. The shop boy takes the costume for me. Taku Okado, 22-year-old getting by on part-time employment. Recently, after a number of employees quit in rapid succession, the owner hurriedly took on several new hires, but for some reason, instead of everyone chipping in on the cleaning, Okado always winds up stuck doing it. Damn. Yo, Prinny, thanks for the lurks. Yo, can't we keep the cat? I wonder if it's going to come in clutch at the very, very end. You got sucked into the demi-plane of cats? Yeah, that's not what I was expecting. You're here to throw this thing out. I got it. He sounds wholly unsurprised. He accepts it so blithely that I can actually feel bad. It's been like this all morning, he says. Don't even care anymore. Just throw away what you need and be on your way, I guess. It's been like this all morning? Out here cleaning and people keep dumping trash on me. First, it was this couple that threw away a garbage bag at me. Is that Achi? Yeah, Achi and Anitomi Osawa. The two have just run into a girl called Kana. Then some homeless-looking guy came by and took off all his clothes and left. Detective Yuji Sasayama from the Shibuya precinct. At the moment, Sasayama was searching for a costume for his next disguise. Like just now, some chubby girl tossed out some pretty empty cardboard boxes and a bunch of empty bottles. That's Chiri, right? Yeah, that must have been Chiri. She was probably drinking the burning hammer while she walked along. Yo, Jeff, take care, dude. Thanks so much for hanging out, man. And hopefully we catch you again soon. In our darkest hour, the fate of Japan at stake, our only savior walks by wearing a cat mask. I really think that's what it's going to be. This guy's going to wear it, and he's going to save us. But yeah, take care, Jeff, man. Yep, this again. I'm sorry. Hopefully the fireworks aren't too crazy over there, guys. It's alright, 3 times, 4 times, what's the difference? He flashed a bright smile, but it's clearly insincere. Then he looks at me more closely. Huh, aren't you the girlfriend of that one dude who threw the bag of garbage at me? What? Nope, not me. Oh, I guess I'm misremembering then. Well, anyway, thanks for your help with this. I give this guy a bow. We're back to Sega. A few minutes later, near the station, I spot a sort of mall. Checking out the directory of the entrance, I see it's got several clothing shops. Wait, are we back to where we were? Okay. So now he should be safe. Yeah, now we're back to where we were. Okay, okay. Now we should be safe here. Okay. Just because we can't fast forward it any faster? Oh my god. How was I supposed to know that that was going to turn out? Wait. No, okay, this is the same angle we got last time. Yeah, how was I supposed to know Sasayama was going to get that cosplay? Which, now what cosplay is he going to get? Walking casually. Oh. At some point, okay, for a street dancer's getup. It didn't appear that Alcarawan had noticed him yet. Okay. Bit by bit, Sasayama closed the distance, not much further now. Kano's hand balled into a fist as he watched, and then something unexpected happened. Another man-no shot. Please don't tell me they're gonna attack us. Ashiwa, how's the rest of your stream, dude? Let me also hydrate, because I thought we were gonna be chilling for a little while longer, and I picked up my cup. But wait, why is he here? There was no sound, but they could see that the newcomer was shouting something. As Alcarawan turned to look at the man, Sasayama launched himself like a bullet from a gun. In an instant, detective and perp were locked in a violent scuffle right on the street. So am I supposed to make sure that this guy doesn't go there? Kano swallowed a lump in his throat as he watched the struggle unfold. Earlier the day, Alcarawan had done a number on Sasayama, but this time the detective had the upper hand. He got a grip on Alcarawan's neck and kneed him repeatedly. The run back! Alcarawan tried desperately to bring Sasayama to the ground, but Sasayama braced himself and avoided the takedown. Then he shifted his stance and took Alcarawan to the pavement with a spectacular hip blow. Yes, Kano clapped his hands together in excitement. Catching the perp in a scarf hold, Sasayama got out his handcuffs. Dude's goated. Doing alright? Thought I'd say hello before bed. Yo, thanks for popping in, Ash. And hopefully the sleeps go smooth. I heard there were a lot of fireworks going on. But yeah, I'm doing well, thanks. Just chipping away at the backlog, you know, the huge. Getting further and further into this video game, 428. A technique in judo involves wrapping an arm around the opponent's neck while performing an upper body pin. Stanley, we should head to the scene, Kano said. He looked away from the monitor for a mere moment, and when he looked back, Sasayama had released his hold and crumpled to the ground. Crumbled to the ground. Panicked Kano stared at the image of his friend. No way! There was something jutting up from Sasayama's abdomen. Zoom in, Kano cried frantically. The camera closed in on Sasayama. I knew it. And now Kano could see exactly what he'd feared. Sasayama had been stabbed in the gut, blood pooled onto the pavement around him. Kano screamed, Sasayama! The camera showed several other detectives arriving to the scene, capturing Alcarawan before he could escape, but Sasayama lay motionless. The pool of blood around him spread further and further across the pavement. Unable to look any longer, Kano rushed from the surveillance room. But how could we stop this? This is canon. I wonder what ending Sasayama would have preferred. The cat ending that we got or this one? Yes, a set of bastards. Yeah, hopefully it's not too rough. Over here getting stabbed, Jarkin, yo, Coolio. You know what we do. You know how we do. Also, okay, we are... Just so we can check out the timelines. To be continued. Yeah, it's just Minorikawa. Bad end for Achi. I forgot what we're supposed to do for Achi. Burb sounds good, Coolio. We have not checked out Minorikawa at all. Right, his laptop was busted. No! Minorikawa's cry of despair echoed throughout the cafe. His laptop monitor stared back at him, black and empty. Don't you die on me, buddy! He jammed his fingers sharply at the screen. But the computer gave no response. This is where we left off, right? There's... Okay. What the hell? Minorikawa pounded his fist on the table. This would be the worst case scenario, even if you weren't desperately pressed for time. Guess I'll just have to write it by hand then. He rummaged around the inside of the bag and he pulled out a notebook. I can still do this, he shouted, doing his best to psych himself up for the task ahead. I will do this. Excuse me, sir. The waitress appeared timidly beside him. What? Minorikawa snapped, his pen still flying across the paper. Sir, if you could please quiet down. My damn computer just broke. I'm allowed a scream or two. Minorikawa was in no state of mind to be quiet. If it weren't for the deadline he was racing to meet, he'd probably have gone on screaming until he passed out. Your computer is broken, you say? The waitress peered at the monitor. Yeah, look. It's probably not even, like, busted. It's just not charged, right? Could it be that the battery's just dead? Minorikawa sat bolt upright. That's it! The waitress flinched as Minorikawa's finger jabbed toward her face. I hadn't considered that a possibility. Let me plug in somewhere. There's an outlet right there, sir. She pointed at an outlet by Minorikawa's feet, making no attempt to hide her exasperation. Minorikawa plugged the power cable and the monitor sprang to life as normal. So, now that that's sorted, would you please be quiet, sir? Don't talk to me. You're interfering with my writing. Minorikawa's fingers had already begun dancing across his keyboard. With a sigh, the waitress disappeared back into the kitchen. Oh yeah, now we're talking. His fingers picked up speed as he went about touch typing. The act of typing on a keyboard without looking at the keys, the aspiration of computer knowledge is everywhere. The typical method involves placing the index fingers on the F and J keys with the middle ring and pinky fingers resting on the A, S, D, or N, D, or K, L, and keys. Okay. With practice, a touch typist can instinctively hit the correct keys every time without looking. Isn't that just what happens when you're on the PC too much? I feel like that's something that could just happen like that. The pros and cons of surveillance cameras. Proprietor of outdated electronic shop overseas, high-tech camera system. Belden at bogus weight loss drink sales demo. Bankrupt organizer remains undiscussed. Okay. Now, Minorikawa's spirits were riding high. His writing rolled along a brisk pace. Sir? It was the waitress again, her voice yanking Minorikawa right out of his soaring mood. Sir, now what? Has the President of the United States agreed to give me a one-on-one interview? The waitress's eyes were wide with confusion. Huh? Because unless it's something that important, do not speak to me right now. But she was undeterred. Sir, please, if you could just be a little quieter. Minorikawa's fingers ceased their rattling across the keys. Just what sound do you have a problem with? All I've been doing is writing a copy. Well, for the last while, actually, you've been talking while you write, sir. Talking? Minorikawa tilted his head in confusion. Yes, sir, you've been talking about an electronics store and some bogus weight loss drink. I assume that's what you were writing about. Oh, you're saying I've been narrating my copy aloud while writing it? That's right, sir. Other customers sitting nearby were openly snickering. Yeah, that's rude. Well, so what? He snapped. He was red in the face now. You should all be delighted that you get to hear what I'm writing before the magazine goes to print. Well, actually, sir, one of our customers has been complaining. Complaining? Of all the nerve, who was it? Where are they? Minorikawa scanned the other patrons, many of whom were unsuccessfully trying to hide their laughter. It was me. The grumpy older fellow who had been making his scene earlier, bogus diet fads, peeping security cameras, reminds you of the sleazy tabloid 4-star general gossip I hate so much. Oh, you sure seem to know a lot about it for something you hate so much. The man's face twisted up with scorn. Your behavior is bothering everyone in here, he said. Do you not understand that? No, I do not. Guess a reporter who writes nothing but nonsense prefers nonsense in everything he does? Whoa! Minorikawa could feel his blood boiling. What was that? Go on, say it again. Oh, gladly. Nonsense, filth, cod swallop, flim flam? You bastard, how dare you? Minorikawa stormed over to the man's tables. Flim flam indeed? Bogus or insincere content? Relatable? Few things anger Minorikawa more than reporters using dishonest means to create a story. Having his own work called Flim Flam would naturally make him blow up his top. Flim Flam, right? Just who are you calling Flim Flam? The other man stood up and glowered in Minorikawa's face. You utterly lack any manners or sense of decency for starters. I have plenty of manners and decency. I also happen to have a deadline. Bah. As if a flim-flam artist like you has work ethic? Bro! Stop calling me flim-flam. The waitress inserted herself between the two men. Gentlemen, please stop fighting. I demand that you remove this man at once, the older fellow barked. He's the one you should be kicking out, Minorikawa shot back. By now, he was ready to go for this guy's throat. Please, the waitress pleaded, both of you, return to your seats. She grabbed onto Minorikawa and began to forcibly drag him back to his table. Oh, it's too late for that? Giving in to his anger, Minorikawa threw a punch at the troublemaker? I think this is going to be the solution. Whatever, he huffed. I don't have time for this anyway. He stalked back to his seat. The other man sorted out and sat down with a scowl. I feel like we're going to go into another timeline and they're going to be like, if only we had punched, or Minorikawa had punched him, then we could have saved the world. Sometimes a punch is what you need to save the world. A needless interruption just when he'd finally gotten into writing mode, but had all but killed Minorikawa's motivation. He decided he needed to take a breather. He turned to the waitress. One spaghetti Napoleon, please. Spaghetti flavored with tomato ketchup. Isn't it that the same thing that we saw earlier? Sometimes you gotta punch a guy to save the world, you know? He might not have had a lot of spare time, but working on an empty stomach wouldn't do him any favors. While waiting for his order to come back, he decided to read back over the copy he'd written so far. Bull! When he looked back at his screen, back at the monitor, the screen was black yet again. Looking down at his feet, he saw that the power cable was now unplugged. Hey, what kind of cafe are you people running here? He shouted. The waitress hurried over, looking combative. Sir, you yanked that out yourself when you stood up earlier. What? A likely story. The truth, sir. Okay, so my bot thought I was talking to it, which I was not. Eckerd was good, dude. Minorikawa pointed out one of the customers sitting next to him. Is she telling the truth? Did I really yank my power cord out myself? The man nodded sheepishly. Yeah, well, then that's the outlet's fault for being someplace where it unplugs so easily, Minorikawa was cocked. I thought that was an interesting place to place it. But I don't know. Because it's on the floor, right? Like, isn't there a good chance that you could spill things down there? Maybe it's under the table? I don't know. The waitress marched away, head held high. Just make sure that spaghetti's delicious, Minorikawa shouted after her. Do that and I'll consider receiving. Oh, and load it with cheese. Lots of cheese. He plugged the power cable back in, then let out a heavy sigh. In all this writing fervor, he hadn't thought to save his work. Always make sure to save your work to avoid losing data. Honestly, that's why your computer only seems to freeze when you've forgotten to save your stuff. Question mark. He was probably going to have to rewrite most of what he did. Well? Excuse me. Sumimasen? Minorikawa looked up to see a young woman standing there. I'm so sorry, she said, about my father. She gave me a tiny bow. Your father? Oh, the rude old man? He's just a little worked up right now. Please don't pay him any mind. So what, you're waiting for your boyfriend? Huh? The woman was taken aback. I happened to hear you two arguing earlier. Would have been about 2 hours ago? Oh, I see. An awkward, embarrassed smile came to the woman's face. I thought he was going to ask my father for permission to marry me, so we've been waiting for him, but he hasn't shown up. No, he must be really busy. She cast her eyes down sadly. Minorikawa took a better look at her. She was gorgeous. A woman with her looks wasn't something he saw every day, that's for sure. Say, would you mind talking with me for a bit, he asked. Me? Yeah. I kind of need to turn my mood around here. Well, okay, at least until my father gets back. The woman cast an anxious look towards the restroom. What's your name, Rumi? She sat across from him. How long was he going to be in the restroom for? Wait a second, aren't you Minorikawa peered? Yeah, Minorikawa peered at Rumi's face. One of those twins that was chosen as Miss Midoriyama? Yeah, what? Rumi shook her head. No, it's not me. No? Darn. Didn't think I'd be that lucky. He took a sip of his now cold coffee. I do know the girls you're talking about, though, Rumi said. No! No! Minorikawa spat his coffee in surprise. Rumi squeaked in alarm to the spray splattered her face, but Minorikawa leaned in unconcerned. You mean it? You really know them? Yes, Rumi replied. You're talking about the Osawa twins, right? Have we ever actually seen her face? She got out a handkerchief and wiped the coffee from her face as she spoke. Osawa, huh? Minorikawa glanced down at the project proposal on the table. Sexy Squared, twins share top prize at local university beauty contest. Midoriyama Academy, Maria and Hitomi Osawa. We have not seen her face. Okay, so they're just like playing at it. Yes, that's it. The Osawa twins. I actually won Miss Midoriyama myself a few years ago. He's going to be like, I don't care about that though, right? This year he served as one of the judges. Minorikawa adopted a self-satisfied pose. Guess I really was born under the right sign to be a freelancer. The leads just come to me. Oh, sure, Rumi muttered. Okay, let's talk basics then. Tell me what you know about these girls. Well, I don't really know them personally. Or what if she's actually that actress or that vocalist? Like IRL. That Aya Kamiki? Rumi continued to dab out at the coffee of her face. But now that you ask, I do remember hearing that they'd entered the contest separately. Wait, separately? Now Minorikawa was a bit confused. Yes, that's right. I'd assume they had entered as a pair, but apparently not. I wonder why. I mean, they're twins. Don't they look alike? Wear the same clothes, do everything together, and say the same things and stuff? Rumi chuckled and shook her head. No, not at all. Besides, the two aren't identical. They're fraternal twins. I'm remembering their faces. Yes, two twins who were born at the same time from two eggs that were fertilized separately. Fraternal twins do not share the same genetic information. They can differ in such characteristics as sex, blood type, though there are cases of fraternal twins resembling one another almost closely as identical twins. Maria and Hitomi Osawa happen to look very closely alike, but they do not have the same body type. Although at a glance they do look very similar, still, how should I put this? They both give off a very different impression. Oh, now that sounds interesting. Mind explaining what you mean? Minorikawa opened his memo pad. I talked to them briefly after the award ceremony. The older sister struck me as really energetic, but the younger one was more quiet and reserved. Minorikawa's investigative senses were tingling. I wouldn't figure a shy girl like that would want to enter a campus beauty contest. I suppose not, too. Yeah, I don't suppose you've got anything juicier, Minorikawa asked. Rumi frowned. Would you like to just go ask them yourself, she said. They don't live very far from here. Whoa, hold the phone! Minorikawa could hardly believe what had just fallen into his lap. The advance info in the project proposal had mentioned the girls were students at Midoriyama, but hadn't given an actual address. If he could talk to them directly, now would be pay dirt? Okay, you know where they live? Well, not exactly. I just heard they lived in Shoto. Ah, Shoto. That wasn't that far away. A car or motorcycle could get me in there in about 10 minutes. Wait, are we going to get our motorcycle back or a bike back from the very start? And he'd been able to meet with the girls themselves. Minorikawa flashed a quick look toward the restroom. It looked like Rumi's father had just gotten back. Sorry, she said, I should be going. No problem and thank you. Rumi gave them a quick nod and then hurried back to her seat. Minorikawa grabbed the directory from the public phone and flipped through the pages. To his surprise, there were only 5 listings for the names Osawa with the address in Shoto. There was neither a Maria nor a Hitomi, but he hadn't expected there to be. They need to find her parents. Wasting no time, he called up the first Osawa on the list. Does he really go through all the Osawas? Oh, this is how we make that call. Bingo! Minorikawa couldn't help but pump his fist in excitement. He got the right place on his first try. Way to go, me. He committed the house number listed on the phone book to memory. Just then, the waitress reappeared with a disgruntled expression and Minorikawa's order of spaghetti Napoleon. Napolitan. Here you are, sir. That looks really good. I think that's like the right amount of cheese, but you know, I wouldn't be against putting more cheese on it. All 5 of them? Yes. Wait, Osawa's? The pasta was piled high with an impressive mound of grated cheese. It almost looks like a miniature mountain of snow. Not enough cheese? Right, keep adding, keep adding. You did say lots of cheese, sir, the waitress told him. She set down a canister of cheese and a ball of Tabasco. Tabasco sauce? A sauce made by the US-based McElhenney company consisting of hot peppers, grain vinegar, and rock salt. Known for its distinctive spiciness, it can make spaghetti and pizza quite tasty with the addition of just a few drops. Tabasco also goes pretty well with ramen and curry. Recommended for times when flavor is lacking a little punch. However, even 1 drop may be too much for those who can't handle spicy things. It has been claimed that Tabasco was first imported to Japan by a certain well-known former pro wrestler, but the story is untrue. Honestly, I think Tabasco just goes really well. Okay, so I think on certain pizzas it goes really well. I haven't tried it on spaghetti, but on eggs, I think that's the hot sauce you want to add. Or at least sunny side up. More yolky? Not scrambled. Scrambled? I don't know. But for sure Tabasco could go with eggs really well. IMO. Needs more cheese? That's me our day. Oh, this looks good, Minorikawa exclaimed. He twirled some spaghetti up with his fork and shoved it into his mouth. The slightly sour sweetness of the ketchup blended perfectly with the mellow flavor of the cheese. Oh, that is tasty. There is nothing like satisfying grub to lift the spirits. He turned back to his laptop, still wolfing down spaghetti. Okay. Alright, we're back in action. Let's do this. Yet again, unthinkingly blurted his own words aloud as he slipped back into writing mode. I've got this. With ketchup smeared around his mouth, he set his fingers tapping away at the keys. I thought it was just going to be Achi, but no. This is just the thing with spaghetti. The waitress let out another groan of dismay. Huh? You say something? His smile and just that crazy amount of spaghetti is insane. Just like, huh? You say something? Dude! Minorikawa glanced in her direction, but the waitress faked a smile. No, sir. I don't think so. Yeah, well then, go away! You're distracting me? What the... The moment he looked away, she clenched her fist. Oh my god! Oh my god! I don't need luck, I've got this? Motherfucker. Eyes jumping back and forth between pasta and computer. Minorikawa got to work on his copy once more. Before long, he was oblivious to every sound in the cafe around him. No shot. When he finally snapped out of writing mode, he glanced at his watch. It was 2:20. Almost time for him to head to his next interview. Better get a move on. So I guess not punching the dude was the solution? Kimizuka's taxi came by just as... Oh, it's him? Minorikawa was hurrying out of the cafe. Whoa, that was a pleasant surprise, Minorikawa called out. Nice timing, man. Minorikawa. Kimizuka's startled look. Wait, why are you startled? Quickly vanished behind an expression of professional resignation. Do you need a ride, sir? You know it, Minorikawa replied. First head to Shoto. After that, I'll need to get to Sakura. Wait, Sakura. I was like, I know Sakura Gaoka. I think I've heard of this place in some other game too. Did I? Taxi bro to the rescue, and he's looking professional. As he casts his gaze out into the silence of the city, Minorikawa mulled over his plan for the next part of the day. First, he'd interviewed the Miss Midoriyama girls. Then, he'd meet up with the head of that theater troupe. In order to leave himself enough time to write his copy, that meant, I'd like to get this all wrapped up in 20 minutes. 20 minutes is all I can spare! Can you make that happen? Kimizuka flashed a grin. That will incur a special fare, sir. Oh, special, Minorikawa said, as he got settled in his seat. I love that word. What the fuck? Kimizuka stepped on the gas? Shibuya was a town of contrast. It was a town of young people, unpretentious, energetic. The scramble, intersection, and center guy perfectly conveyed that vibrancy. However, if one turned right at the 109 building and headed down Bunka Muradori, the town's whole atmosphere changed. Shoto was one of Shibuya's indeed one of Tokyo's most upscale residential districts. However, one look, there were stately manor houses. Yeah, giving off an imposing air, sending the message that this was no place for common folk. Right here is fine. Minorikawa directed Kimizuka to pull over. Wait here for me. I'll be right back. Hopping out of the taxi, he checked the nameless plates of the nearby homes. That was one of the cool features in Shenmue 1. Or I guess just in Shenmue 2 as well. I haven't played Shenmue 3. But I don't think we spot many houses like this in Shenmue 3. He spotted a nameplate that read Osawa. Kenji Osawa, huh? I'm back. Welcome back, Julio Jorkin. The name nagged at him somehow. It had been in the back of his mind ever since he'd seen it in the phone book back in the cafe. Had he heard it someplace before? He walked up to the gate and pressed the button for the intercom. Even the little chime it made when pressed sounded elegant. So he just spams it? Minorikawa waited, but there was no response. He looked at his watch. It was 2:30 now? His interview with Shinosuke Orai of the Wandering Angels was supposed to have started already. Episode 3, with the help from Shinichi Bando, Mando was able to get out of his apartment. Then, when all the players had finally assembled, the trip proceeded with one last rehearsal before showtime. Showtime! But again, tragedy struck. Mondo came down with food poisoning, no shot. After eating his lunch, he was rushed to the hospital in an ambulance, and the Angels were once again lacking an actor for the key role of Shiro. Orai was on the verge of panic. Finally, however, he came up with a solution. Novice actor Takuya Amo, 31, would take on the part continued in episode 4. The guy who plays Stanley was one of the... Wait, was in one of the Shenmues? Really? Do you know which one, Cal? Yo, Achi, what? Take care, yo. Thanks for popping in and chilling. Have a good night. And hopefully we catch you again soon, man. Take care. Still, he wanted to meet the twins first if possible. He had to make a choice. He decided to wait a little bit longer. He decided to give up and head to his next interview. Well, the twins aren't there, are they? They're not here. I'll have to come back later. Minorikawa decided he better get to his next interview. Oh, in Shenmue 2. Okay. He's additional voice, so I have no idea who he played. Gotcha. Shenmue 2. I'll have to think back to it, but I think... Okay. Because I did play the English version. He started to head back towards the taxi. And I haven't heard his voice in this game. A woman's voice came through the intercom. Who is it? It's Minorikawa. Where would I know you from, Mr. Minorikawa? Oh, you know, here and there. I mean, there's really only one Minorikawa, really. I don't have the time for such nonsense. Be on your way. I'm not going anywhere until I get an interview. Interview? Who are you with? The woman's tone had changed now. Maybe Minorikawa could simply talk his way through this. This is a piece for 4-star general gossip. Ah, perfect. I've been waiting to talk to them. Was this one of the Miss Midoriyama winners? Or perhaps was it the girl's mother, eager to boast about her daughter's achievement? I assume you're familiar with defamation of character, the woman said. Huh? What are you talking about? Article 230 of the Penal Code of Japan defines it as any attack against a person's reputation or social standing. It's a very serious crime. I know what it is, Minorikawa said. What's your point? He had a bad feeling about this. Why discuss libel laws right before an interview? Oh, I'm not letting you get away with telling me you've forgotten. I wonder if you'll remember me once I bring up the charges. Her tone was calm and level, but laced with malice. You're talking nonsense, lady. Are you the mother? I've got business with your daughters. Put one of them on the line. Nonsense! The woman's wrath radiated from the intercom. It's your 4-star general gossip that specializes in nonsense. Her voice was so loud that it was cracking. Detective, arrest this man. He's a criminal. Detective, huh? You don't really think I'd fall for that, do you, lady? Just who do you think I am? I'm Minoru Monirikawa. Yeah, Minorikawa. He crossed his arms and struck a defiant pose. No shot. Then the front door opened up and several men came trotting out. Sir, one of the men said, we'd like to ask you a few questions. At the word sir, the man flashed his badge and Minorikawa turned to run on reflex? The JoJo lives on for 100 years secret technique. He hadn't thought she'd actually send detectives after him. Just what the hell had Heaven Publishing done to her? Never mind, he needed to get out of here. He couldn't afford to get arrested right now. Or ever, maybe? No! No! Out with it. You abducted that girl, didn't you? Huh? Oh, we gotta find a way to make sure that what's his name's daughter is safe. That Hana is safe. Hanabi. Running is just how you get cuffed. Detective, you keep asking me the same question over and over. And I'll keep asking until you tell me the truth. Look, I'll ask all you want, but I can't tell you what I don't know. Then let's get back to the beginning, shall we? Oh, cut the crap. I don't have time for your games. As a matter of fact, you have plenty of time. I can assure you of that. The stubborn detective flashed him a grin. I can keep doing this for days if that's what it takes to get you to confess. No shot. Bad end. Bad end. And so the interrogation went on for hours. In the end, his innocence had been established. Minorikawa was finally released. He wrote a scathing indictment on his experience. The report shook up the system in a major way. But that's another story for another day. God. Oh. TBH, I love Minorikawa, but gets dogpiled an entire team of detective is one of my favorite bad endings. Wrongly accused, Minorikawa was arrested for a crime that had nothing to do with. That woman he talked to must really, really hate 4-star general gossip. Clearly, he had no hope of getting anywhere with her, but maybe there's someone more understanding who might answer the intercom instead. So it's going to be Osawa, right? Because we are stuck in a bad end here. It would have to be Osawa. Because we are to be continued here. How do we also fix this up? Minorikawa and Achi are in bad ends? Alright, Osawa, I need you to please fix things. Good end? Like zoinks? Bro should have trained those legs. Dude was too busy writing. Wait, are you talking about the antiviral research was top secret? How a detective from Shibuya? I'm the one asking the questions? Okay. could give no reply. Mr. Osawa, the detective continued in a moment. Is everything all right? Without really thinking, Osawa hung up. Osawa staggered out of the living room. He needed to be alone. To his surprise, Kajiwara didn't try to stop him. Oh no! Shutting his study door behind him, he dropped onto his sofa, then grabbed 3 times. No! No! Detective Kano's words echoed in his mind. Do not ride bikes indoors, right? That's what Oak says? I know what the syndicate is really after. Mr. Osawa, it's Hitomi. There was only one reason they would be after Hitomi. He broke out in a cold sweat and he began to understand what this kidnapping was really about. It had all started 6 days earlier. We need to make a specific decision so she doesn't get Achi. Oh. Wasn't it taking another route? Oh, wait, this is supposed to happen. Wait, it was April 22. Osawa had just returned from the United States the day before. He was in the midst of some routine work at the General Research Lab when a cell phone rang. The LCD display showed an unlisted caller. With some hesitation, Osawa picked up. Hello, is this Kenji Osawa? The caller was using a voice modulator, a type of device or software used to make one's voice sound different. Changing a voice to the point of making a voice print or tone analysis impossible presents a major challenge. To be able to do so in real time requires major financial and technological resources. Don't a lot of people do this now, though? Osawa raised an eyebrow. Yes? If you tell Osawa the syndicate is after him, he'll overdose and his stomach goes. Yeah, that's why I went back. Because they hinted at, what's his name, at Kano telling him, yeah, go with, say that they're after Hitomi. Go and analyze Hitomi's blood. Her blood? If you don't, she's going to die. With that, the caller hung up. There was an intensity behind this that made Osawa sure it wasn't just a prank call. You know what? She probably got infected and he tried to cure her. He had Hitomi come up to the lab ASAP. He told Hitomi he wanted a sample of her blood for an experiment. She agreed, suspecting nothing. He placed some of the blood he'd drawn out into a glass slide, then added some fluorescent, a type of fluorescent dye. Yellow-green liquid, okay, type of fluorescent dye, chiefly used in preparing specimens for viewing under a fluorescent microscope, but it has other uses as well, such as a diagnostic reagent administered in eye exams. Its highest volume... Oh, I know what they're talking about. Highest volume is used on St. Patrick's Day? When massive amounts of fluorescent are used to dye the Chicago River green? I thought they were going to say because of alcohol. Type of dye that causes the dyed substance to emit a higher wavelength fluorescent light when illuminated with a certain other type of light. Such dyes can reveal fine details when used on specimens viewing through a fluorescent microscope. Placing the slide under a fluorescent microscope, he took a look. It can't be. Osawa could hardly believe his eyes. Wiggling under the microscope was a Grim Reaper sickle self. Itself. There was no mistaking it. Hitomi was infected with the UA virus. Trembling, Osawa hurried to his computer. He opened the UA virus folder on his monitor. Within were images showing of the stages of the virus's propagation. He double-clicked to magnify the first image. Worms? The Reaper sickles were interlocked with one another. He clicked on the next image. After further propagation, the UA virus looked less like a sickle and more like a sort of insectoid larva. Next was the final image. Is this when it like fully grows out, interlocked into a single mass? The UA virus vaguely resembles sinister, manipulated sunflower. It took a mere 12 hours for the pathogen to develop into this point and begin its hideous destruction from the human body. Hitomi's infection sample was still in the state shown in the first image. There was still a chance to save her. Osawa slumped back in his chair, huddling in on himself. He had no choice. There was only one way to save Hitomi. He would have to administer the nearly completed antiviral. Using the antiviral without official approval was a grievous violation of company policy. Acting against company rules and regulations, Okoshi Pharmaceutical prohibits leaking work-related information to outsiders. In the case of a major violation, not only can the violators be fired, but the company may also seek indemnity. The My Hero Academia school got a virus? Yeah, UA. Yeah, but the virus doesn't give you a quirk. It just kills you horribly. Imagine if that was a quirk. See, I'd show you guys my quirk, but it's pretty special. I can only do it once. Still, Osawa didn't have time to get the higher-ups to approve a clinical trial. He might be punished severely for it, but this was his only option. His daughter's life was at stake. But there was also another even bigger hurdle in his way. The antiviral drug was stored in the deepest recess of the biochemical research building. A high-intensity X-ray scanner was set up at the entrance to the storage area. Oh, this made it impossible for him to take research materials out. A type of radiation also referred to as Roentgen rays, with a shorter wavelength than UV light, but a longer wavelength than gamma rays. Gamma always reminds you of that one robot from Sonic. Because X-rays can penetrate AO, many objects with a little observation or scattering, they can be used to create images of internal structure. Hospitals, for example, use X-ray technology to examine the insides of patients' bodies, while security personnel use it to scan luggage at airports to find and to search for bombs. Well, if he couldn't get the antiviral out there, he'd just have to bring Hitomi in. We penetrating? Yes, we are. A course of action quickly took shape in his mind. First, he'd need to slip out of the general research building. We would head to the biochemical research facility and show his ID card to the guard at the front gate. Identification card, many facilities carry out this. Yeah, we know this, right? Yeah, we know what an ID card is. The school never gave you a quirk anyway, though. And Yola Clouds was good, Clouds. We're basically at the section where we're getting closer or talking more about Radical 6. You know? The virus portion of the game. After passing through a lobby under the watchful gaze of several security cameras, he'd research an elevator at the end of the hall that went directly to the storage section. This elevator required an ID card scan to operate. Radical 6, you say? 0? Oh, yeah. Well, it's not connected as far as I know. But yeah, this is a new drug or a new virus. And we're trying to stop it from breaking out. We're trying to save the world one comma at a time. It would take about 20 seconds to get down to the first basement level and arrive at the entrance to the storage area. Finding an excuse to get Hitomi that far ought to be doable. If the security guard got suspicious, Osawa could say it was for a top secret hematology experiment, and the guard would probably believe him. The problem was what came after. Does she get like knocked out or something? Like, is trying out that thing like heavy? How are you all? We're chilling, Clouds. What's good with you? Hopefully today has been smooth, man. Getting into the storage area itself, it required fingerprint authentication from both Osawa and Tanaka. This meant that he couldn't possibly get to the antiviral without Tanaka's cooperation. Desperate with uncertainty, Osawa called up Tanaka. He frantically explained the situation. Understood, Tanaka replied. We need to get her this drug as soon as possible. If the company finds out about this, you'll be held accountable for violation of corporate policy along with me. Are you sure you're okay with that? What are you talking about? Hitomi's life is more important than company policy. Tanaka spoke without hesitation. Osawa felt an immense surge of gratitude for his assistant. I'm really surprised she went with it. And I have to say, I'm deeply moved by your determination, Tanaka added. Moved? Whatever for. You really are worried about Hitomi. Osawa's gratitude faded. What are you talking about? Of course I am. My apologies. It's just that putting your career on the line for something so personal is what? It's not like me? No, well, yes, I'm sorry. Now Tanaka's voice was colored with embarrassment. Just what sort of person do you think I am? Osawa resisted the urge to ask the question out loud. Damn. Today was I. For sure, for sure. Are you going to be doing some more Black Ops 6 clouds? A short time later, Osawa and Tanaka stood before the door to secure the storage area. The security guard had let them in without the slightest suspicion. Osawa pressed his index finger on the fingerprint scanner first. Accepted. He realized he'd been holding his breath as his authorization finally went through. A moment later, Tanaka touched down on his finger to the scanner plate. You know what I believe? If there was a point where Osawa got so mad that he grabbed one of the bananas and his fingerprint got stuck on a banana, and so they're using that banana to go in and out of this area without him. Am I cooking or am I reaching? No, but Jess is starting ZTD tonight. Let's go! Is she gonna stream it? Half a moment later, Tanaka touched his own finger to the scanner plate. Accepted. The lock released an audible clang and the heavy door opened. Osawa hurried to retrieve the antiviral. As he picked up a small vial, he had to send an organization. She said, yeah, let's go! Nice, nice. Looking forward to it. We still have about, let's say, 3 more hours of stream time. About 3 more hours. Because I want to finish off this in like, but when we get to the 4-hour mark, and I do want to do a round of Mario Party if we have enough people. If not, I'm down to go and do this a little more. Now the cat's suit paws somehow bypass the fingerprint scanner, and that's how they sneak into the lab and save the world. I'd believe that too. The thing is, these are all possibilities. They were finally going to use the drug in the human test. Okay. His fatherly wish to cure Hitomi was overlaid by intense rush of curiosity, the researcher's drive to discover his results. Hurry, I need to hurry. I need to administer the antivirus as soon as possible. Osawa could hardly fend off his excitement. Over the course of the next few hours following the injection, the UA virus would be eradicated from Hitomi's body. There had been some fever and cramping as temporary side effects, but the DDS had done a spectacular job at stomping out the virus. Drug delivery system, also known as smart drug delivery. The ability to target a specific region of the body with a specific drug has momentous implications for the future of medicine. DDS technology is currently being tested extensively around the world. Around the world, around the world. Oh. In saving his daughter's life, Osawa had proven the value of his research. If he had been asked which made him happier, he would have been hard-pressed to give an answer. Afterwards, he asked Hitomi where she could have become infected. She had no idea. He explained that the need for her secrecy and strictly forbade her from telling anyone else what had happened. What if what's-her-name gave her the virus? Or not gave her when she was out there, right? Or, because was that for Hitomi? Or... No. Couldn't have. Now, a week had passed until Osawa gave the drug to Hitomi. He'd been conducting checks, I was going to say cheeks, and had discovered that the DDS had not broken down, but remained in Hitomi's bloodstream. Extracting the DDS was a simple matter, requiring just a small blood sample from around the nape of the neck. The DDS tends to linger in the nape of the neck because of the lymph nodes located there. Those lymph nodes identify viruses that invade the body as foreign substances to be attacked, but they are not always able to overcome particularly powerful pathogens. In such cases, the virus propagates rapidly inside them. Once the patient has been treated, the antivirals seek out the virus and accumulate there as well. Oh man, the DDS itself was simply the delivery system for the antivirus. Residual amounts of the antiviral itself stayed behind within the cells. The material used to create the DDS must, as a matter of course, cause minimal or no harm to the human body. Ideally, rather than accumulate inside the body, the DDS substances should be either digested or absorbed or excreted. Yes, because the antiviral must remain in the body for as long as the virus is active. However, a very careful balance must be struck between persistence and anticipation. Using the DDS, it was possible to extract those minuscule amounts form cells in a blood sample. It might take a considerable time, but a sufficiently detailed analysis could allow for the antiviral drug itself to be reconstructed. Osawa felt a chill as he contemplated the situation. The kidnappers had known how tough security was at the lab, so they'd come up with the idea of using a human vessel to get what they needed from within. By infecting Hitomi with the UA virus, they'd ensured that she'd receive the antiviral and that she'd have it in her blood. See, I knew it. If Tanaka was working with the kidnappers, that explained why he'd been so cooperative about the fingerprint scanner. Damn it, Osawa shouted. He clutched his head in his hands. Tanaka had been his trusted partner for confidant for years. I missed it. Oh, this is Minorikawa. Osawa refused to believe he's been betrayed like this. Betrayal! Mr. Osawa, Kajiwara called out. It appears you have a visitor. Could you handle that? Who could it possibly be now of all times? Yes, you deal with it. All right. With a say, okay, solid. Yeah. Did you say betray? Yeah, there's some betraying going on, sadly. All right. With a sigh? Okay. He stumbled wearily back to the living room, where the investigators were staring at the intercom monitor with concern. The intercom's hidden camera showed a man with an unsettling grin posed intimidatingly outside the front gate. Osawa didn't recognize him. Yes, who is he? Or who is it? He asked guardedly through the intercom. It's Minorikawa. Where might I know you from, Mr. Minorikawa? Oh, you know, here and there. I mean, there's only one Minorikawa. What? Really? Okay, are you playing games with me? I don't have the time for that. Please, just open up. There's no way I'm letting you in, Osawa said. But the nonsensical badgering continued. Look, just hold your horses. I'm here for an interview. You got that? An interview? That's right. It's a piece of 4-star general gossip. The name of the magazine brought up an unpleasant memory. Oh, that was them. That was the gossip rag that had run the article about his political marriage. Wait. This is for one of those kind of articles? What do you mean, those kind of articles? I'm just looking for an interview. The man's tone was both high-handed and belligerent. Like hell you are. I'm not talking to you anymore from the gossip. To anyone from the gossip. You're not the one I'm here to talk to. I want to interview your twin daughters. My daughters? I understand they won a shared prize for a beauty contest at Midoriyama Academy. If you wouldn't mind my interviewing them, Furious, Osawa cut off the intercom. There was no time to be indulging someone else's nonsense. Hey, what gives? The man was shouting so loud his voice carried past the gate through the front of the door. I'm begging you out here, on my hands and knees. He wasn't actually on his hands and knees. Osawa could see that clearly. Okay. Through the intercom monitor, if your daughters aren't home, can you at least tell them I wanted to get in touch with them? Mr. Osawa, Kajiwara said, frowning. This isn't a good time to have someone drawing attention to your home. All right, I'll get rid of him. Either way? Osawa hurried out of the house confronting Norikawa. Through the front gate, the journalist had that tenacious look that immediately marked him as a member of the media. Give me your business card, Osawa said. I'll have them get in touch with you later. He took Norikawa's card, then went right back inside. Wow. Wow. No! Back in his study, Osawa tossed Minorikawa's business card in the trash. Unable to think of what else to do, he tried the internet fortune teller again. He got the same. You're a very work-minded person. Results in the second time. You don't get your indifference to the world. Right. Okay. My indifference to the world around me, huh? The truth was that even with his closest companions, even with Tanaka, for instance, his relationships had always been strictly a matter of business. Okay. He'd never really taken it upon himself to get to know Tanaka as a person, and that was pretty much the case for everyone he knew. He harbored no interest in other people. He had no concern for his fellow men. That made himself abundantly clear when he received a microscope as a birthday present. A microscope as a birthday present in the first grade? Do they teach that stuff in the first grade? Even now, he still remembered the shock he'd felt when he looked through the lens for the first time. he discovered a new, almost infinite world hidden in the midst of one he'd always thought was too small. Abundantly, my bad. By comparison, the real world seemed bland and ugly. Wherever he looked, wherever he went, he had to contend with tedium. It hadn't taken long for him to become more charmed by the world under his microscope than the one around him. It was like a calm, quiet little seaside, a beach where he could just sit and stare at the waves. He wanted to stay immersed in that world forever and ever. Before he knew it, he was an adult and then a husband. I mean, that's how you get married? Thanks, Cods. And then a father. The people around him thought him an odd fellow, but he hadn't let that change the way he lived his life. And this now was the result. He hadn't been betrayed by Tanaka. He didn't know Tanaka well enough for that. Oh. Find a way to connect more deeply with the people around you and start living a better life before it's too late. Just do that, and you're sure to have a wonderful future ahead. Oh. BB? Osawa picked up his cell phone and dialed Tanaka's number. I had tried calling him repeatedly and hadn't gotten through. It was doubtful that he'd pick up. Still, Osawa had to try. The phone rang several times. He listened grimly to the empty mechanical sound, preparing himself for disappointment. What is it? Tanaka's voice sounded coldly in Osawa's ear. The tension was electric. Keep out. Wrong chat? Wait, are you streaming right now, Clouds? Did you not tell me you're live? Are you streaming right now? I pressed the wrong thing. Okay. Keep out. To be continued. Wait, did I get a sign that says where we're supposed to go? You are streaming. They are 8. No, they. Damn. So, okay, now I wonder if Minorikawa was able to bug him a little more. Let's do that. Maybe that's what's gonna happen. Cause I don't think anything else really matters, right? Just 5 more minutes. Does that decision really matter? Suddenly a man's voice came through the intercom. Yes, who is it? Minorikawa, okay. Because it's going to be the same thing as before, right? Minorikawa decided, okay, direct approach. I'm here for an interview. You got that. Yeah, I think it's the same thing. He had taken the bait? The man sounded angry now. Okay. Yeah, because this is the exact same thing, just over on his side, but I don't think there's going to be much change in dialogue other than just seeing what Minorikawa has to say, but I don't know. That was Kenji Osawa, okay, permanent virologist who worked on Okoshi Pharmaceutical. 4-star general gossip had a scandalous article in the past. Minorikawa remembered reading it. He held out his business card and Osawa snatched it from him. The virologist started, to head back into his house. Please see that they get back to me, Mr. Osawa, Minorukawa shouted out after him. And then he noticed something odd. It was in the middle of the afternoon, but every window in the house had its curtains drawn. I mean, is that weird? That, combined with Osawa's demeanor, set off alarm bells in Minorukawa's head. He knew he was onto something, but he couldn't linger at the Osawa residence any longer than he already had. He needed to get to that theater ASAP. He hurried back to the taxi and told Kimizuka to go. I don't know. Oh, wait, you guys swapped to ZTD right now. Hey, yo. I don't know if you can hear me, Clouds. Or maybe I just have to refresh? Because I don't know if it still says, that it's Black Ops. But yo, dude, just seeing this is insane. It's insane. Okay. But yeah, good luck. Good luck. Have fun. You got this, Jess. Sorry, what? I think on your title it still says Black Ops. Classic reporter behavior. That's just me when I wake up late. The CODs. A few minutes later, the rear tire skidded sharply as the cab came to a stop beside the different curb. The trip from Shoto to the theater in Sakuragaoka had taken almost no time at all. Here we are, sir, Kimizuka announced. Wow, that was fast. Still, Minorukawa was at least 5 minutes behind schedule. He hoped he'd still be able to get the interview with Arai. Okay. And for show Clouds. Okay, so we're at some keepouts here. Would this really unlock anything, though? That didn't unlock anything. Oh. Oh, wait, I have to press that thing, right? Okay, hold on. Minorukawa got out his wallet of the jacket to pay the driver. Okay. Oh no, Kimizuka said, waving a hand. Don't worry about the fare. Huh? Why not? There's still plenty of left over from what you paid me earlier, sir. Yo, the GOAT! That's what I meant by a special fare. That's right. He'd paid Kimizuka a whole 10,000 yen earlier for taking him to Endo Electronics earlier. Yeah, right? But I mean, I'm not the sort of person to keep change, as it were, Kimizuka said. Minorukawa felt a surge of pride at those words. You're my kind of guy, Kimizuka. A man on the job can always count on Hachiro Kimizuka's taxi. The driver grinned. Now go on. Go! Thank you. I have a feeling we'll meet again. I hope so. I hope we make it to the end of the game with him. I hope so. Count me out tonight, actually. You're tired and not feeling... Yo, Rainbow, hopefully you feel better soon. And yeah, we'll definitely play again. Hopefully sometime you're feeling better soon. And for sure. Get some good rest in. Some good hydration, some eats. As Minorukawa entered the theater lobby, he saw a bunch of flower bouquets, patrons' gifts of appreciation. Among the names of the senders were celebrities he recognized. Largest bouquets was sent by Koichi Nakamura of the secret society Chunsoft. You've got to be kidding me. The next largest came from Maru Taro Ishihara from the government organization Joy Arts. Following those from actress Baraku Rose, popular scenario from writer Ebisu Ippomatsu. Okay. Tohoku Busters Bus Tours. Kamiki Amo. Wait, Amo? Professional baseball player Masa Kiyo. We know Masa, right? Unless I'm confusing this Masa for the other Masa that was in that restaurant. The ventriloquist Shinshin, ukulele player Hawaii Matsuda, online TV critic Genzo Kitsu, and so on. Evidently, the Wandering Angels were a pretty popular acting troupe. Episode 4, novice actor Takayamo, despite his nervousness, gave a credible performance as Shido as the production got underway. But as the show continued, his inexperience became apparent. He went on stage for a big wire action scene, having forgotten to attach himself to the rigging. Tozuka was quick to act, rushing on stage in the improvised role of assassin with an Edo accent #1. Okay. And fixing a rope to Amo's back during the confusion continued in episode 5. People were setting out pamphlets and flyers out on a nearby table. There was a pamphlet, palpable tension in the air. The crew seemed skittish as they went on about their work. He's late, someone shouted all of a sudden. It was a man over on the corner in the lobby, railing, sheesh, angrily to nobody in particular. Why the hell hasn't that journalist shown up yet for the interview? Looked like he had been waiting on Minurikawa then. What's his deal, pulling this while we're busy? Guess that's Shinosuke Oarai. I've been pretty busy myself, Minurikawa said, keeping his composure. Trust me, I know how it goes. Huh? Who the hell are you? I'm the guy you've been waiting for. Mr. Oarai? The man glared at him. It's Oarai, he said. Anyways, I'm Minurikawa. Sorry to keep you waiting. Although really, a short wait is a small price to pay for the chance to be interviewed by me. Well, I hope you appreciate how valuable my time is now that you're taking it, snapped Oarai. Wow, someone sure has a high opinion of himself, Minurikawa replied. He marched up to Oarai. Damn right I do, I'm Shinosuke Oarai. The theater man got right up in Minurikawa's face. Like anyone even cares! A jolt of tension sparked between the two men. I could see it like being something from Pokemon. Around this time, there's a similar jolt of tension between two other people, Kenji Osawa and Mamoru Tanaka. We'll stay on this path, though. I beg your pardon, the woman interrupted, but Mr. Oari does have a schedule to keep. And who are you, miss? Sukuzawa. I'm the producer. Well, listen to... Okay, I'm in the middle of an interview here. Please don't interrupt. What? That's how you conduct an interview? That's right. This is how I roll. Look, whatever Orai growled. Let's just do this already. Fine by me. Okay. The two men sat down at opposite sides of the table in the lobby, but Tsukozawa spoke up again. Mr. Orai, don't forget this meeting you have after this. Yeah, handle that, would you? Minurikawa let out a derisive snort. It's like you're holding court. Okay, he said, do people actually hang around with you with that kind of attitude? You have no right to judge my acting joke. Minurikawa straightened up his chair, a mocking smile, on his lips. Okay, you sure it's your acting joke, huh? He said. Why not just play all the roles yourself? Heck, you could even be your own audience. How dare you? Orai rose to his feet and made to leave, but Sukuzawa heard him back down to his chair. Does he really need to do this interview? Minurikawa continued as if he hadn't heard. Just what is it to do anyway, he asked. Orai raised an incredulous eyebrow. You don't know? No, why would I? Why should I? You came to an interview without knowing anything about who you're interviewing? Yep. That's it, get out. Orai roared and pointed angrily towards the exit. How dare an unmannered clod like you come in here and waste my time? Hey, who's been unmannered now? Yeah, unmannered. I came all the way out here to hear your story, didn't I? Why don't you get out? Minurikawa pointed at the exit as well. Why the hell should I have to leave? Orai demanded. This is my house. Theater jargon for the theater itself, especially to the main auditorium. He really does need to do this interview. Wait, no, Minurikawa does, right? Orai doesn't? Or does Orai need to do this interview? Look, just get out. This time, both yelled and pointed towards the exit in unison. Tsukuzawa quickly interposed herself between them, forcing a smile. Gentlemen, please calm down, she said, then turned to Minutikawa. You should be aware that Mr. Orai used to be a broadcast writer. Someone who writes for television or radio programs, a great show depends not only on the actor's performances, but on the skills of the broadcast writer. He's responsible for a lot of big hits. You don't need to mention that, Orai grumbled. Nonetheless, Tsukuzawa rattled off the names of several shows. Minutikawa did indeed recognize many of them. He murmured, so how come you're running a failing theater now? Whoa! Failing? Orai went in the red in the face. I'm not wrong, am I? You're absolutely the rudest person I've ever met. What would that rank an amateur like yourself now about theater? Orai's face was dark with rage. But Minutikawa hadn't backed down. Listen, this has nothing to do with how well your theater is or isn't doing, he snapped. The television world wouldn't accept you. So in order to retain your pride as an entertainer, you started doing theater? Why are you so mean? Don't act like you know anything. I've staked my entire life on theater. On the theater, it seemed as if Orai might throw a punch at any moment. Sure, a city theater might seem small time compared to TV, but you get a lot more response from it. Response? Oh, now that sounds interesting. Darn right, Orai exclaimed. You can see it right from on stage. The audience, you can see their faces. There was a passion in Orai's voice now. You can really feel it. When the audience is enjoying themselves, you can really feel the energy. You can't get that from doing television. Thinking back to it now, my time spent working on TV. Let's see, what's a good analogy? It's like being handed a towel that's already damp? Who made the towel damp, though? No, that's not right. Okay, so a better analogy would be, and without further preamble, Orai began talking about his tribulations back in his broadcast writer days. Minutikawa smiled inwardly. The interview ended promptly after 15 minutes, the time that had been promised. Both men emerged from it as if from a daze. Minutikawa found himself staring Orai in the face, shaking him by the hand. So, what kind of story did I just get? He asked, speaking half to himself. You heard about one man and his life. I have to admit, it was a good interview. Thanks. You have my gratitude. With a satisfied smile, Minutikawa closed his notebook. Right. Glad to hear that then. Orai inclined his head, looking a bit bewildered. A flustered Tsukuzawa interrupted. Mr. Minutikawa, wasn't this interview for a piece about the performance? Huh? Minutikawa blinked. It's just that you were only asking about Mr. Orai's, not about the performance itself, Tsukuzawa said. It was me, I was trying to wipe up all the fluid from being moister than an oyster. See, there's some damp towels you want. What's good though? Were you playing some Fall Guys today? Actually, I came here for a piece I'm going to be writing called Where Are They Now? Washed Up Broadcast Writer Showcase? But I washed up? Orai was in the red in the face all over again. You bastard, how dare you? Forget everything I just told you. I do not give you my permission to use it in your magazine. You're too late. What? I've already heard your whole story. You should be grateful that I'll be writing a piece on it. You bastard! With a wild look in his eyes, Orai snatched up a hammer, and stage crew had left nearby? Wait, go on, hit me? Do it. Oh, I'll hit you, alright. Orai waved the hammer menacingly. See, Orai is freaking crazy. Orai is just like, do it. You ain't down. Yeah, a little earlier. Now I'm making dinner officially. Right, I think I saw... Whose chat were you in? I think I saw in Ruby's chat you said you were going to be making some dinner early? But I know it's a lot later now. You cut your thumb earlier? Oh, no, dude. Hopefully you feel better soon, man. I'm assuming it was also through cooking? But the attack came to a sudden halt as the ringtone startled him out of his fury. Hold on a moment, Minutikawa said brightly. I have to take this. He whipped out his cell phone. Hello, Minutikawa speaking. This is Osawa. Ooh, wow, he called back a lot sooner than Minodikawa had expected. Have your daughters come home then? No, actually, there's a favor I'd like to ask you. A favor? Is the favor gonna be, will you be my homie? Minodikawa thought back to his visit to the Osawa residence. The drawn curtains, the stricken look on Osawa's face. Minodikawa's instincts had sensed something significant going on. Or maybe he wants us to chase down this dude. Kajiwara, right? Apparently, getting the full story wasn't gonna come without some cost. A favor, huh? Is there something urgent? I'll pay whatever I have to. I just need you to look into something as quickly as possible. His voice had the telltale desperation of a man who'd been backed into a corner. All right, you know what? Maybe he's gonna pay us like a whole lot, and then we're gonna be like, yeah, but don't worry. You got it with the special fare. I'm assuming Minodikawa's gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna, you know, be just like our taxi bro. I can help you for a little while. Osawa hurriedly explained what he was after. The request was a strange one. He wanted Minodikawa to look into a scandalous article that 4-star general gossip had run about him in the past. What makes him so important? I do have to say, I mean, you're asking me to look into something without explaining anything. He eyed Oari, lurking nearby with obvious irritation. And a hammer! Minodikawa would need to calm down the erstwhile broadcast writer, or else his interview would really would be for naught. He decided to bluff both men at the same time. Let me just say one thing, he said into the phone. He made sure he spoke loud and clear that Orai would overhear. Okay. I thought maybe we were locked into like a bad end because I pissed him off. This is literally me if I'd be a reporter. You think so? I think there'd be like a lot of no shots. I want to tell the world this story. No, I need to tell it. If I don't feel that way about something, no amount of money in the world will get me to write an article on it. That's my pride as a writer at work. Bukimochi. Minodikawa could see Orai's aura of rage fading as he listened. The theater man looked surprised. Meanwhile, Sawa had decided to open up a bit. All right, he said, I can't share all the details, but... Okay, he's in a talkative mood now. Good job, Minodikawa. See, this is going fine. The power balance of the entire world might be at stake here. Osawa continued, and I mean that quite literally. I can tell you more after you're done investigating. Wait, was he serious? How could the world's balance of power hinge on looking into some alleged marital affair? Wait, marital affair. It was so absurd that Minodikawa had to fight the urge to burst out laughing. A person would need to be out of his mind to believe a story like that, but Minodikawa was that guy. And sometimes the truth was so ridiculous, it really was stranger than fiction. Osawa wasn't lying. Minodikawa's instincts told him that much. All right, he said, I'll check the editing department's notes from back then. Minodikawa felt his excitement building. Things were really getting interesting. For the moment, he nearly forgot Toyama and his troubles. Uh-oh. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Huh? When he entered the call, Orai approached him and extended his hand. Listen, your methods might be a little extreme, but I can tell you take pride in your work. Of course I do. I'm sorry for getting so worked up. You'd write a fine article about me. I bet you'd find a right article about me. Okay, cool. So please, Mr. Minodikawa, let the world know about me and my half-lived life. Minodikawa took the offered hand and shook it. Leave it to me. Once I'm done with it, you won't just be some wash-up nobody anymore. Bro, Mr. Orai. It's Orai. Minodikawa grinned. I swear, his bag reminds me of like some Pokemon Gen 3 stuff, or Pokemon Gen 4. Minodikawa rushed out of the theater. He completed the interviews that he could get done before 4 o'clock. He now had an hour left to write it all up, to convince the folks from the loan company that gossip could stay afloat. Kimochi, the marital affair is when your wife punches another man. Is it? She punched someone? I thought there was something more. He let out a roar, psyching himself up for the final push. Push! A martial affair. My bad. I could read sometimes. There's just been a lot of reading. I would say that's more Gen 5. Okay. We have a little time left. We have 2 bad endings though that we can fix up. How do we fix up Achi's bad end? And yeah, because we're at to be continued here. Because we have a little time. I would want to finish this up though. That's a joke. No, yeah. Once I reread it, I was like, okay, that makes sense. A guest? Was it Maria? The man. It is Maria, right? But then again, Barry in Gen 4 has that kind of back. Okay. I think Mirikawa jumped to Osawa in the movie. Okay. So I guess we could do that because, yeah, you're right. He's not like locked out. Okay. Kenji Osawa. Good old Kenji. And then right. Okay. So then we'd at least have this settled. I don't know how much longer this section's gonna be. Osawa picked up the phone and dialed Tanaka's number. The phone rang several times. He listened grimly to the empty... Okay, so we've read this. Tension was electric. Osawa felt a surge of outrage. He wanted to scream, but he took a deep breath and managed to maintain control. Tanaka, where are you? Is Maria all right? Tanaka did not reply. The police told me they said you were in contact to the you were connected to the kidnapping. A soft chuckle came from the other end of the line. Well, the police sure do know how to do their jobs. Tanaka's tone was unapologetic. He sounded nothing like the man Osawa thought he knew so well. Why would you do this? Money? Are you having money troubles? Money, Tanaka replied. I suppose that's part of it. Honestly, I doubt you'd understand. Do you have any idea what it's been like for me? Doing our research together, you're always the one who takes center stage. The fruits of our success are all yours, even though you couldn't have done any of it without me. The more he said, the more vitriol seeped into his words. Osawa's hand trembled as he clutched the phone. The taker can never understand how it feels to be taken from. You've hoarded so many things to yourself, so I'm taking some of them back. And with that, he hung up. Hey, Tanaka! Osawa dialed the number again, but Tanaka didn't pick up. Osawa racked his brain, thinking back on how Tanaka had been acting earlier that day. Had there been anything unusual? Any clue at all, no matter how small? If he could find some hint, maybe he'd be able to find Maria and Hitomi. That was it. I had been suspicious of Tanaka all along, so much that she'd planted a bug on him hidden in the clip. Her suspicions must have been pretty strong. Wait, Osawa recalled what Kajiwara said. But still, if she's that worried, giving a tie clip as a gift is a bit... The words that had struck Osawa as odd as when he first heard them. I never gave him a tie clip. His heart gave a heavy throb on his chest. It couldn't be. No, it was impossible. That article from 4-star General Gossip crept back into his mind. The article had talked about a man I had dated before she married Osawa. The man's identity was never revealed. Could it have been Tanaka? You've hoarded so many things to yourself, so I'm taking some of them back. Ooh, Tanaka's cold words took a new depth of meaning. Osawa felt the foundations of his life begin to crumble. Were Tanaka and Ike accomplices in all this? No, wait. Just calm down. He couldn't let himself jump to conclusions. He needed to be more level-headed. Everything depended on it. If the two really were accomplices, why would I have planted a bug on Tanaka? What purpose would that serve? What could it mean? There was no use. Osawa couldn't think of how that made sense. First things first, he needed to establish what the relationship between Ai and Tanaka really was. Once he figured that out, he'd be able to get a better handle on the situation. Obviously, he couldn't just go and ask Ai directly. If she really were involved in all this, she certainly wouldn't tell him the truth. Oh, that's when you get the call. Osawa thought back to the business card he tossed into the trash. He didn't relish the thought of getting help from that scavenging hyena. Wow! But now was no time to be picky. If he wasn't able to leave the house, he needed someone else to do some investigating for him. Wow. He was Osawa's only hope. This is crazy. To be continued. Okay, so to be continued, just that end there. And did you say, Cal, that maybe there needs to be something that's changed in Maria's route? Or what to say to Hana? No, right? This wouldn't change something? You're weird? Hana looks away from me? Okay. It's in one of her interactions with Achi. Maria's? Because that's the only time we see each other, right? And then I think... Huh. For now, yeah, let's go to another floor. But do we still meet or run into that girl? Hana? No shot. Well, if it isn't Tama, what a coincidence. It's Yarishita again. I try to walk on by like I don't notice him, but it's already too late. Huh? Hey, where'd your boyfriend go? Boyfriend? I have no clue what he's talking about. Anyway, perfect timing. Can you give me back that magazine? Nothing you're saying is making any sense. I peer at him in confusion once again, and Ishita looks like he might start to cry. Don't tease me like this. I did give it to you. Hey, baby, right? No, you didn't give me anything. I get it. You learned that 100 yen onto yourself, so now you're playing dumb, isn't it? No, honestly, I have no idea what this is all about. By now, she's all worked up. He's all worked up and getting red in the face. Look, you might have amnesia, but that excuse ain't gonna fly with me. The amnesia has nothing to do with it. He doesn't seem to want to believe me, no matter what I say. Come on, hurry up and just give it back. Otherwise, I'm gonna start bawling here real loud. He's gonna cry? Seriously? This guy's a real piece of work. Well, what's it gonna be? You're gonna make a grown man cry? It would certainly be pretty embarrassing if he started sobbing now, but I can't exactly give him back a magazine I've never had. Oh crap, the elevator door's open. Oh, but this time there's no fire extinguisher. Or Achi extinguisher. Well, if it isn't our little entrepreneur. Yes, we've been looking for you. It's the two thugs from before, and there's no avoiding them this time. Asao Ozu and his underling Yutaro Segawa, members of the Tenryogumi Yakuza Syndicate. Ozu is quite frightening, and when angry, his nickname is Ozu the Ogre. But despite his strong emotions, he's very logic-driven. Segawa is the archetypical punk who likes getting into scuffles, but he's also a really good cook. I mean, okay. Yipes! The man dragged Yanishita into the elevator. Save me, Tama! He grabs a hold of my hand. Hey, let go of me. Great, now I'm in the elevator too, and the doors are shutting. Now then... Was this not the one? Whoa, wait, just hold on. I can get you the money. I'm just about to get loads of it. Enough for your poppycock? Baldur's Dash, Claptrap, straight up nonsense, taken from the Dutch papakak, meaning soft dung? Okay. I really mean it this time, please, you have to believe me. I can pay you 100,000 yen right now. 100,000? You're really carrying around that much? Asked the bald man. The bald man? No, not me, the girl. The men turn eye to me in unison. She's holding on to something that's worth 100,000 yen. Wow, you suck. The sudden turn in the conversation has me all flustered. Tama, please, Anishita says. Just hand it over. I already told you I don't know what you're talking about. The elevator stopped at the first floor and the doors open. Oh! Standing on the other side of the doors is the guy I ran into earlier, Hana's father. The bald-headed man snarls. Toyama! I'll just get the next one. No way! Hana's father bolts like a startled hare. The bald man and his crony stare after him. Now's my chance, Anishita. He darts out of the elevator and makes a run for it. Hey, after him, shouts the bald man. After who? Him or him? Just start with Toyama. The two thugs race after Hana's father. Is this good? Ooh, and I see Eric? Oh, man. They've left me all by myself. I'm worried enough about going after them, but before too long, I've lost sight of them all. For a long time, I just stand there, dumbfounded like a hurricane victim lingering in the aftermath. Specific? What a day it has been. When I finally get my wits, I realize I'm pretty hungry. That's right, I didn't get to eat lunch. I head for the 4th floor where the restaurants are. Okay, since I really don't want to run into Yanishita and those guys again, I decided to take the escalator. As I'm riding it up, I hear a commotion coming from the floor below. It's a man's voice shouting angrily, "Out of my way, come on!" I pay the outburst no heed and let the escalator take me up. Wait, but is this not the same thing? Oh. Thanks, Star. We're in the clear now. Achi took the escalator down the 3rd floor, and there was, he told me, standing right in the open after he had been searching for her high and low. There you are. I thought you were going to meet me on the 2nd floor, Achi said. Okay, so well, anyway, come on, we have to hide. Hide? Why? She gave a dubious look. Okay, so we read this. Took a hold of Hitomi's hand. Hey, let's go. What gives? Okay, so she also ditches us here again. Still, couldn't just leave her alone. The kidnappers might be closing in. He stayed in the pursuit of her, trying not to draw too much attention. Decision time? He lost track of her somehow near the elevators. Oh, what's her deal? Unsure what else he should do, he headed back to the reservoir point in the 2nd floor. When he arrived, he spotted Hitomi heading down the escalator ahead of him. Hitomi, Achi shouted, but his voice vanished into the noise of the crowd and she disappeared into the 1st floor. Damn it. No way, Achi rushed down the escalator? He took steps 2, 3, 5 at a time? He made it to the 1st floor and looked around. Well, this is also why in Japan they have like rules, right? Where you ride on the escalator. I think in like one area, I think like in Tokyo, you stand on like the right side, and then is it Osaka where you have to stand on the left side? So like if people are like actually in a rush, they just go down that other line, the free line. Why is she doing this? He waved his arms to get her attention, but she didn't notice and headed right back up. Down, up. What the heck is she thinking? Achi sped around and got on upward of the escalator. Out of my way, come on! He shoved people aside as he ran up the moving stairs. They're really strict about which side of the escalator you're supposed to ride on. Yeah! But he saw no sign of Hitomi when he reached the 2nd floor. He lost track of her completely. Oh, come on! This is ridiculous! Achi's shoulders slumped. He felt exhausted, but he kept his search, scurrying one floor after another until eventually he made it down to the 2nd basement level. Had she grown too impatient waiting for Kanan that she'd gone off searching for the blue minivan again? I think I can handle myself from here. He thought back to what he told me I'd said earlier. Damn it, she's not gonna be okay by herself. He pounded his fist into the wall in frustration. Please stop, that was Hitomi's voice. That is actually Hitomi. Achi moved faster than he could think. Achi, she called back. A pair of thugs had grabbed her by both her arms. Achi stomped his way towards them. Get your hands off her, he shouted. Huh? What is it to you, pal? The older of the two middle-aged fellow turned to Achi with a sneer. He looked familiar somehow. Hitomi shook herself free of the man and ran over to Achi. It's no use trying to act tough, buddy. We're just trying to get back what we were owed. Don't make us have to get rough with you. What you're owed? Hitomi, do you owe people money? No, I don't. They just came after me and started going on about 2 million yen. She just looked as baffled by the situation as Achi was. If you're going to blame someone, blame your boss, the older man said. He gestured to his lackey. A furrow gleam flashed from the young punk's eyes. It was the look of a man who couldn't resist dishing out a beatdown. He brought up his fist and shifted his feet, shadowboxing a few quick jabs with his left hand. It looked to Achi that the guy was an experienced boxer. Hold on, Hitomi said. What do you mean, my boss? Say what, Yanishita? Who the hell do you think? Okay, the young punk shuffled closer. Fist still menacing? Then his expression changed. Hey. Hold on. Are you Achi Endo? Yeah, that's right. Well, ain't that lucky, getting to throw down with you like this. The punk sounded pleased indeed. I've heard all sorts of rumors about you, you know? Let's see how true they are. Achi didn't like his chances in a straight-up fight with a trained boxer. What should he do? He'd better run for it? He'd apologize? He had to go for broke. His best chance was to hope for an opening to deliver a low kick, a kick using the foot or shin to strike the opponent in the thigh, just above the knee. In karate, this is known as Gedan Mawashi Geri. Since the legs are longer than the arms, this is an effective technique against boxers. He needed to time it perfectly when his opponent took a step forward. With a loud bread, the thug shot out his left arm. Now! Achi shifted his stance and unleashed a low kick. No shot! Suddenly, the elevator door opens right nearby. Achi and the punk both stop mid-attack. The miserable-looking older man stood in the elevator. At the sight of him, the punk's face went red with rage. You, Toyama! Oh, going up? The man in the elevator hurriedly closed the doors. The two thugs rushed over to him, but the elevator had already begun heading back upward. Come on, after him, the older man shouted. The young punk raced up the stairs. You stay right where you are, the older fellow added, glaring at Hitomi, then followed after his lackey. Okay, does he really think we're dumb enough to just wait here? Achi scoffed. Were we fine with whatever answer we did there? Maybe not, right? Achi, I've been looking all over for you. Hitomi gave him an angry swat in the chest. For me? What are you talking about? You weren't waiting where you said you'd be. Yeah, because you went up another floor. What do you mean? I went right after you said on the second floor. Huh? This wasn't quite adding up. The second floor? What are you talking about? You went up to the third floor. No, I didn't. Wait, what? None of this makes any sense. Achi felt like his brain was getting scrambled. Well, anyway, at least I found you safe and sound. Yeah. The two smiled at one another. Aww. What's with those clothes? He told me his new outfit was completely different from the clothes she had on earlier. I tried on a few things, but wound up deciding on this. You tried on other stuff? Oh, okay, that explains it, Achi said. At least now things sort of made sense. That's nice, you know? What is? Your clothes, I mean, they look good on you. Thank you. Wow, I'm actually blushing now. It kind of made me blush to say it. Achi and Hitomi shyly avoided each other's eyes. Oh, so hey, Achi said, eager to change the subject. Do you still have that magazine? Oh, right, yeah, I was supposed to just throw it away, but I couldn't. How come? I haven't been able to find the right kind of receptacle. Newspapers and magazines are supposed to be kept separate from normal trash, right? Fair, fair. Hitomi scanned their surroundings for a suitable bin. Wait, are you serious? Yeah. You're thinking about proper recycling now? Of all times? Is that weird? Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. I think you might just be perfect. Aww, Achi found himself blushing even harder now. Tama! A sudden yell snapped him out of his embarrassment. No shot. The sketchy-looking fellow who'd given her the magazine was scampering her down the stairs towards them. Greet, Achi said, the weirdo's back. The man ignored him, though, and leaned close to Hitomi. Aha! You do still have it. He snatched the magazine from Hitomi's hands. Yes, this one hasn't been scratched off yet. The man hunkered down on the floor and began scratching away at the scratch card stapled to the centerfold. Wait, Choto, don't let him have that! Another man came swooping out of nowhere and yanked the magazine away. It was the older fellow who'd appeared in the elevator minutes before. You can't do that, that's mine! The sketchy-looking man clutched at the older newcomer. Let it go, no way! I said let go, I said no way! And the two were fighting right in front of the exit, keeping Achi and Hitomi from leaving. How'd you like this? The older man shouted, scratching away haphazardly at the ticket. Now it's just a worthless scrap of paper. My 100,000 yen! You mean my 100,000 yen? Then the middle-aged fellow looked back down. Oh. What are the odds? Somehow in this random scratching, he'd happened to land himself a winner. Give it! No way! The two men took off, engaged in a running battle for the ticket. I love Achi's face right now. What was the deal with those two? I'm not sure. Achi and Hitomi could only stand there dumbfounded. On the other hand, hey, look at the time. It's almost there, or it's almost time. Oh man, the two headed hurriedly for the Gigo back entrance. Gigo. But just as they were nearing the doors, the shutters dropped down in front of them. Whoa, what gives? Oh, that's when they close all the other doors, right? And they just leave the main entrance open? Yeah, due to maintenance. Because the guy with the cane... I've got a really bad preposition about this. You mean premonition. Thank you. Hitomi had gotten quicker to butt in with her corrections. Holding on to their premonitions, then the two hurried their way to the stairwell. As Hitomi tried to head out the first floor entryway, Achi yanked her back. Careful, what's the matter? It's that guy, huh? Hitomi's expression stiffened. Slipping behind a nearby pillar, Achi pointed to the man with the cane who was keenly eyeing shoppers as they came and went. Well, this bites. No way we're getting out with him there. Achi, Hitomi whispered in his ear, behind us. No shot! Achi glanced back and saw the two goons walking in their direction. Uh-oh. If those two caused a scene like before, the assassin would notice them for sure. Aha! The younger punk had spotted them. Dude's face is like, got him! Damn it, Achi thought, gritting his teeth. Huh? But the thuggish pair let out a teensy squeak, then darted off and... Oh, is it because they noticed the guy too? What the heck? Achi and Hitomi watched them go, unsure what to make of the sudden retreat. Well, anyway, Achi said after a moment, now we can try to find another way out. Taking Hitomi by the hand, he headed back into the shopping area. Okay. The back entrance on the first floor, that was a no-go. The other emergency exits were also locked down, which meant that the main entrance on the first floor really was the only choke point in or out. It was almost time for them to meet Kanen. They needed to find some way to burst out of here. The pair headed back down to the main entrance. Well, what if they could just crawl out of like the second floor, right? Like out of some window, possibly? Then they saw the man with the cane again, heading in their direction. He hadn't seen them yet, but there was no way they'd avoid him if he didn't do something quick. Guess for now we gotta go up, Achi said to Hitomi. How do they know where we are? They started racing up the nearest escalator, which was descending from above. My bad, coming through. Sorry, please excuse us. They fought and shoved their way past a stream of people riding on the other direction. Riding? They could see the second floor now. Achi figured they'd be in the clear once they got there. No! But then a large woman appeared at the top of the escalator heading down. She was the one who'd been in the Chinese restaurant on the 4th floor. The one who'd supposedly packed an entire buffet into her belly. She was wide enough that Achi and he told me would never be able to slip past her. Hey, out of the way, Achi shouted, but the young woman ignored him. Achi tried to push past, but he just bounced off her. No shot. They were drifting inevitably back down towards the 1st floor. It was like they were riding a conveyor belt that was delivering them right to the assassin. This was not good. If they didn't do something soon, they'd... Wait a sec. Something must have caught the assassin's eye. Achi saw him suddenly rush outside. Boom, 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 boom. There was no telling what had just happened, but now there was a chance to escape. Achi and Hitomi raced out the door. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Outside, the man with the cane was nowhere to be seen. Looks like we're safe. Achi let out a sigh. For now, someone said, keep your eyes open. The sudden words made the two turn with a start. Kanan was standing right behind them. She'd gotten this close and neither of them had noticed a thing. She moved with all the skill of an assassin. Achi felt a chill shoot through him. She's not gonna kill us, right? Alright, another to be continued. I think this is the last to be continued though, right? Maybe? Yes it is. Okay. Well, I guess I do have to ask too now, since we are reaching 6 p.m. Do you have any party goers? Also, this isn't the end of the game, right? I mean, we're all getting dangerously close, but I'm pretty sure we still have like 2 more hours to go, right? Parter? Any partiers? Wait, she was the one wearing this? I was confused. Okay. Okay. The game ends at 20. Oh, okay. So yeah, we still have a bit more to go. Nice, nice. I wonder what they're going to keep on adding, though. Okay, but we got Santa. I think someone also added me on the IPK Discord. But I don't know if it's also Rainbow talking about not feeling well. Actually, yeah, that is what Rainbow said. But yeah, if we have any partygoers, if not, I can do 2 more hours of this. But I do want to BRB. You Mario, you party? Let me BRB though, because yeah, we definitely have gone over the 2-hour mark. So I will BRB. If we have a lobby, I'm down to swap. But if not, we can do some more. Why do I keep thinking Zero Escape? Some more 428. You can only watch. Okay, no, all good, all good. I know things are busy, but yeah, we'll burb. Alright. We are back. Oh my god. It's actually feeling like really nice and chilly. I don't know if it's because I was like, oh, my headphone or piece. Hold on. It's been confirmed, Switch 2 is backwards compatible. Yeah, I actually just opened up Twitter and I saw that. I was like, yo, that's actually freaking great. I am very, very happy about that. Like, I wish more consoles would do that more often. Which I guess they do, right? But further back, but that's also asking for too much, huh? But yeah, I don't think we have party goers or too many or the room. I know Santa's down, but I mean, I guess we can probably do a little more of I keep thinking Zero Escape 428, and then we get some party goers in, then we can swap over. But yeah, that's actually really sick. Let's go. Did I ask in Discord? I did not. I think I saw someone said they were down. All I got was that Rainbow said that he wasn't down. And well, for today, I think I just saw Bobby said he had some hours, but that was earlier. No shot. Kano practically dived from the car when it arrived on the scene in Maruyamacho. Yo, this is loud too, though. The place was teeming with officers and onlookers alike. Should I lower the audio? Is this too loud? No shot. This is Sayama. Hold on, though. Yeah, that was really freaking loud. Yeah, I think everything should be fine now because the game does have some areas where it's like pretty loud. And then other ones where they're kind of just like, meh. Yeah, I see Robo. I don't think I'm too familiar with Robo, though. Incidentally, you remember when that van blew up in that intro movie? No. Kano rushed into his partner's side. The knife was still embedded deep into Sayama's belly. Its handle shredded each time he drew a labored breath. Guess I messed up. Sayama could only manage a raspy murmur. Watch this also be one of his cosplays. Please don't try to talk, Kano urged. Looks like I won't be celebrating the missus' birthday. Sayama drew a small package from his pocket. Small package? It had been neatly wrapped and fitted with a pretty little ribbon. Here, give this to Michan for me. Kano shook his head. No way! You can give it to her yourself. You've never met Michan, huh? She's real pretty. Probably surprised how pretty she... I know! You've told me all about her, Kano. Please, give this to my wife for me. Mustering up the last of his strength, Sayama pressed the gift into Kano's hand. Sayama? Sayama's hand dropped back down into the puddle of blood. A paramedic team finally arrived at the scene. No! As Sayama was loaded into the ambulance, Kano felt a surge of rage rolling inside him, roiling. Clenching his fist so hard that his nails dug into his palm, he marched over to the captive Karawan. Just because he was already locked up, he was... They shouldn't have let him go. He wound up for a punch to Al-Karawan's face, only to have his arm caught forcibly by the elbow. Spinning his head around, he found Stanley standing there. What if they're all in this together? Let go of me, Stanley! But the American had a grip of steel, and Kano's arm wouldn't budge. They allow you to assault suspects here in Japan, do they? Get the hell out of here! Well, the intro movie was a van blowing up. I don't think I remember that far. I remember the I guess introduction area, but because I didn't skip that, did I? Maybe. Kano bit his lip and then lowered his shaking fist. No, of course not, he growled. Al-Karawan let out a nasal chuckle as he watched the pair. With a cold glare, Stanley strolled over to him. No shot. He leaned in close to whisper something. All at once, the blood drained from Al-Karawan's face. Visibly shaking, Al-Karawan said something back to Stanley. Stanley gave a slight nod, then left the captive with the police escort. What the hell? Kano went over to him? Hey, what was that all about? Apparently, Al-Karawan he told me some instructions. He told her to get into a blue minivan that was parked along Dojinzaka. Okay, so Stanley's hunch had been correct. But why had Al-Karawan confessed so quickly? How'd you get him to talk? You don't need to know that. Turning on his heel, Stanley went to report the news about the blue van to the task force. Okay, Kuze immediately directed the detectives nearest Dojinzaka to look into it, but they found no blue minivan in the area. The order then came down for all personnel to search for the vehicle. Okay. Kano thought back to another item in the Dick diary. Dictrum #14. Use the dead as a stepping stone, but be sure to die a stepping stone yourself. In the abstract, Kano could appreciate the nobility of self-sacrifice, but when he thought of Sasayama's bloodstained figure, it wasn't so easy to keep his emotions in check. Yeah, trying to do that when something like this happens is insane. First time you've ever seen a fellow officer get hurt? Do you not see fellow officers get hurt in Japan? Stanley, get the hell out of here. Stanley came back over to him. We don't have time to relax. If you can't keep your anger in, then do something about it here and now. Stanley pointed to his own jaw. Hit me. Americans? What the Kano smiled warily at the unexpected proposal. No thanks, I'll be fine. Hitting this man wasn't going to make Kano feel any better. I'm the one who deserves to get hit. Without a word, Kano threw a punch. I'm sure we're going to swing, and it's going to be like, yeah, that was all for nothing. I'm sure this guy's also going to swing at us. Would never have. Hey, don't blame yourself, Stanley said. You guys have been doing better than I expected. More sarcasm, huh? Stanley's mouth curled sheepishly as he held his hands wide. Kuze's voice suddenly cut over the wireless. We located the blue minivan. It's in Jinan Wonkom in Koendori. He told me he might be there, and maybe the kidnapper's ringleader would turn up too. On pure reflex, Kano broke into a run. Stanley followed close behind. They sped through the back streets, making their way towards Koendori. Kano was a pretty fast runner, but Stanley kept up with him without apparent difficulty. Were you in the army or something? No, the Marines. United States Marine Corps, a rapid deployment force specializing in amphibious landing operations. An independent branch of the armed forces along with the Army, Navy, and Air Force. The Marines' motto is Semper Fidelis, Latin for always faithful. Is that a thing Americans do? Just punch each other, right? It wasn't much further to Koendori. Kano, if we find that van, don't get too close, Stanley warned. It could be a trap. Those people will do anything to carry out their goals. Well, yeah, they stabbed the homie, killed the homie, and a bunch of other people. Kano could sense the truth of Stanley's words. He reminded himself that his life could depend on remembering them. He raised his eyes. They were coming up on Koendori. Oh, there's a vibration. Oh, there's a vibration. Suddenly a boom as loud as cannon fire shook the area. Something's wrong. Kano thought, no, that's no ordinary city noise. Suddenly a boom is louder. Yeah, okay. A column of a black smoke rose up from between two nearby buildings. Passers-by stopped and stared, gasping in alarm. Oh, actual... Always faithful. I doubt they are. Then Kano saw flames. This hadn't been an accident. Someone had set off an explosion. The Shibuya police wasn't too far from here. Kano recalled the attempted bioterrorism attack. 2 years ago, Tokyo Metropolitan Police Safety Commission obtained intel. Let me lower it, because I'm sure it's going to be crazy loud for you guys. Okay, this might be a little better, right? 2 years ago, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Safety Commission obtained intel of an imminent bioterrorist attack within the city. Immediately afterward, an unoccupied minivan exploded outside the Metropolitan Police Department. A device for dispersing a bacterial contagion was discovered at the subway platform at Kasumigaseki Station. Having determined that the city bureaucracy was the target, the Japanese government contacted the terrorist organization responsible in secret, making a deal to put an end to the threat. That incident began with a van exploding outside of the Tokyo MPD station. Already a large crowd of onlookers was gathering. Shouts rose as they took in the scene. What's going on? What happened? The car is on fire. Kano called into HQ, then quickly slipped around the back of the building. Burning vehicle, it was a minivan. Dude, peering at the flaming chassis, he could see that there was someone inside. Oh no, could it be Hitomi? Once they had their hands on the antiviral, the criminals would have no further use for Hitomi Osawa. But she has it in her. Already the body had been charred to ash. At this point, it was hardly recognizable as human anymore. Damn. But maybe it's no one. Also, let me increase the audio again. That's probably a good level, right? Who's someone that can change this, though? Okay. So is this a decent audio for, like, at least this part? Wait a second. I feel like there's something I'm forgetting. What is it? Is it your laptop or something? Stopped and let out a cry of frustration. Daisuke Endo had asked him for a favor after the interview was done. He'd promised to tell the Wandering Angels what the dry ice machine they had purchased was defective. Okay, episode 5 at last, the climax play drew near. There was a whole string of troubles, but the cast soldiered in on. It looked like things were going to end alright. Then backstage, Bondo noticed that the dry ice machine was acting strangely. Even after it had been turned off, the machine continued to churn more dry ice. This is going to come in to like help us later, right? The producer, Tsukuzawa, demanded that the defective device be returned immediately, and so Tozuka, Bando, and Amo led it to their vehicle and left the theater. Continuing episode 6. Well, damn, that had completely slipped his mind. If he recalled correctly, the issue was that once the machine started making dry ice, it wouldn't stop. If he ran back to the theater now, he'd lose about 10 minutes. Minorikawa checked his wristwatch. The lone people would be coming by the editing office before too long. He needed to prove to them that the next month's issues of 4-Star General Gossip was well underway, or else they'd refuse to wait any longer for the repayment. And to do that, he needed to fill a minimum of 6 of the 12 remaining blank pages. He couldn't afford to waste even a single second. This was an awkward position to be in. He needed to keep his promise to Endo, but he also needed to spend his time wisely. I guess I don't have a choice. There was nothing he could do about having forgotten. He hurried onto the cafe. He agreed to take a responsibility and headed back for the theater. Well, because to be honest, we can probably find something else to write about, right? But we're going to need the ice machine. When he got there, he flagged down the first guy he saw to tell him about the dry ice machine. Hey, make sure you remember what I'm about to tell you, okay? The dry ice machine is broken. The man stared back at him blankly, but Minurikawa just forged ahead. Got it, the dry ice machine is broken. It needs to get back into the electronics store. Make sure you let the folks in charge here know. Okay, his obligation met. He hurried back to the cafe to get back to work on his copy. Oh, wait! They're fixing it? This could be very bad. Wait, because then what if we need it to be broken? Like, broken enough so we can just use an unlimited, like, you know, frozen ice, dry ice? And yes? Along the way, he caught sight of a young couple running. They seemed like an odd pair. The girl looked prim and proper, while the boy... I'm telling you guys, this is from the UK, proper. While the boy struck him as a bit thuggish. The fact that the boy's clothing was very much in style worn by Shibuya street gangs. Maybe he'd known something about the SOS. Hurrying to across their path, Minurikawa called out to the pair. Hey, mind if I ask you something? Have you heard of SOS? The pair stopped, eyeing him warily. The young man spoke. Yeah, what do you ask? Do you happen to be a member yourself? No, not anymore. Well, if the kid had once been a part of the group, he had to be able to provide some background, yeah. Anyhow. Yo, Otaku was good. A McDonald's could take a lesson from learning how to fix its machines. For sure. You know what? I've been wanting to go to McDonald's. So I get some Mario Kart toys. I mean food. But they didn't stick around to hear it. Let's go, the young man said, and a moment later, he and the girl were running away. Hey! But the pair paid him no heed. In a moment, they had vanished down an alley. The story about SOS would have to wait until later then. I wonder if this is a bad ending. Minurikawa hurried into the cafe. Wasting no time, he sat down and plugged his laptop to the nearest power outlet. He plunked himself down on the floor and hit the computer's power switch. The waitress gave him a disapproving look. Sir, I'm afraid you can't sit there. Well, it looks like your tables are full. I'll make do here. Well, being able to make do isn't really the issue. I'll have coffee, please. Oh, we came back to the same cafe? Just do whatever you want. The waitress turned away and stared vacantly up at the ceiling. We could have gone to any other cafe, but this guy just wanted to bug her. You know, a person can only get away with being obnoxious for so long. Sooner or later, someone's likely to call the police. No shot. Doing okay, just relaxing? Let's go, Otaku. And I've been well, thanks. Just playing some 428. And it's been fun. Some Mario Party Jamboree, too. Startled, Minurikawa looked up from his work, started to see the Burning Hammer salesman standing over him. You're Mr. Yanishita. Thank you so much for stopping by earlier. Are you going to write your article here? Yanishita eyed Minurikawa's computer. Oh, that's the latest model, isn't it? Look, I got no time to talk right now. Minurikawa opened a file with his half-written copy. Oh, what's this? Chaos at Bogus weight loss drink sales demo? Yanishita read the copy out loud. The organizer, Junichi Yanishita, didn't merely have a whiff of to see it about things. Wait, about him. Okay, his breath also stunk? Sounds good, Minurikawa asked. I wanted to make sure I have an accurate impression. Oh, I love what you've done with it. This is a great copy. Fantastic. Yanishita turned to look at him with a manic grin. Yeah, isn't it? In a flash, Yanishita's face went from grinning to livid. Like hell it is. You think I'm just gonna let you write something like that? No shot. I chose wrong. Snatching up the computer, Yanishita bolted out of the cafe. Hey, get back here. Minurikawa leapt to his feet and rushed off in pursuit. Don't tell me. As he sprinted madly along, Yanishita turned her down a narrow alley. Okay, Minurikawa stayed close behind, desperate not to lose sight of him. His quarry began to weave his way through the back alleys of Shibuya. The guy clearly knew his way around town. By Miyashita Park, they zipped up into a pedestrian bridge. Just where the heck was this idiot going? Halfway across the overpass, Yanishita suddenly stopped. Don't tell me you're going to throw it. Confused, Mirikawa stopped as well. Give that back, he called. No. The next moment, Yanayoshita flashed a mocking grin and dangled the laptop over the railing. Uh-oh. Mirikawa lunged toward him, but it was already too late. The laptop left Yanayoshita's hand and went spinning down through the air. Then, as the two men struggled, Yanayoshita himself toppled over the railing. What? Without hesitating, Mirikawa jumped down as well. What the f... Mirikawa landed hard. As he struggled to regain his breath, he looked around and saw Yanayoshita beside him. Incredibly, the laptop was safe in the charlatan's grasp. Charlatans? Apparently, he'd somehow managed to catch it mid-air. Before Mirikawa could be too relieved, however, Yanayoshita goes to his feet to look... Wait, and took off running again? Bro! Get back here, you little weasel! I don't think so. Yanayoshita guy is infuriating. How are they both just fine? That and he was really fast. Mirikawa considered himself a decent runner, but couldn't manage to gain on Yanayoshita. If running away was a competitive sport, this guy would be a world-class superstar. As he ran along, a peculiar thought occurred to him. Hold on a minute. If he hates my copy that much, shouldn't he have wanted my computer to break? Why'd he go out of his way to catch it like that? It made no sense at all. Hey, Mirikawa shouted between gasping breaths. What are you planning on doing with my laptop? Yanayoshita glanced back at him. I'm gonna sell it. Sorry about this. What? Mirikawa was taken aback. Consider it compensation for defamation of character? In the civil sense, the act of unlawfully damaging another person's character or reputation in the public eye. In the criminal sense, the act of dismantling, damaging facts about an individual to an unsuspected large number of people. Come on, get real. It can't be defamation if the article hasn't run yet. Then consider it in advance on the compensation. That was so nonsensical it made Mirikawa's head hurt. But now, at least he knew why Yanayoshita have died after the computer. The thief continued to weave his way through the side streets. His speed didn't diminish in the slightest. Damn it, this guy has too much experience running away. True. Mirikawa's stamina began to fade, and finally he lost sight of his quarry. But that didn't mean he was ready to give up the search. There were articles on the computer that were right on the verge of completion. Whatever it took, he had to get it back. Yanayoshita had said he was going to sell it. Where could he be headed then? Probably he was headed to the sales demo venue? I don't think so. Probably he was headed to a knick-knack shop. Probably he was heading to Endo Electronics. Maybe he also recalled seeing a poster outside of the place that read, "We buy computers at top prices." Yeah, I remember this. Jorkin? Damn, the guy had led him to a wild goose chase. That shop was surely where he'd be going to sell the laptop. Gulping a deep breath, he headed into that direction. Those reporter legs ain't shit. Sheesh. There you are, Yanayoshita. We actually got it. Mirikawa burst into the shop in the center guy, an accusing finger pointing squarely at the thief. Listen, there's no way I'm buying a computer that doesn't have a power cable. Get shit on. Details. All you sell here is junk anyway. Yanayoshita and the shopkeeper had gotten into an argument. Mirikawa recognized the shopkeeper. It was the guy he'd run into the roadside earlier. "The computer belongs to me," Mirikawa shouted as he marched up to them. "Give it back." Yanayoshita clutched the laptop to his chest. "No, I need the money. Knock it off. You're acting like a child." Mirikawa tried to slap him out of his tantrum, but Yanayoshita ducked to avoid the blow. He's used to this. And then, bizarrely, Yanayoshita froze. A fierce gleam came to his eyes. He broke into an incomprehensible stammer. "That's it!" Yanayoshita snatched up a flyer his gaze had fixed. "That's not the boxing one, right? Or the MMA one? Iron Stomach, huh? This is right. This is my little bluebird of happiness," he cried. "No shot." There's no way. Wait. If he gets Chiri to do it, they could win. You know what? You can have this. Yamashita shoved the laptop into Minodikawa's arms. And welcome to it, you idiot. I don't need no worthless computer. You're the idiot, Buster. Minodikawa smacked Yamashita right across the face. Ouch, hitting him felt good. He decided to do it again. Minodikawa shoved Yamashita towards the shopkeeper. Hand this guy over to the police, he said. No, not the police, Yamashita police. Dude, everyone's after this guy. Can it, you thief? You tried to rip me off and you had no idea how much is riding on my work. Okay, you deserve 10,000 deaths? Honestly, you think that dying once would be sufficient. 10,000? Isn't that taking things just a little too far? I'm sorry, Artie, I give up. Finally, the guy was ready to surrender. Minodikawa let his guard down for just a moment, and he ran, I'm sure. Like hell I am! Switching gears in an instant, Yamashita took off running at full speed. This again. Get back here, you bastard! Okay, Minodikawa was already in pursuit. Well, I mean, we have our laptop back, right? I think we're cool. Chiri devours her ice cream and eats all the other competitors' ice cream too. I'd believe that. That's a lot of deaths, right? He stuck with Yamashita as far as Koendori before losing track of him. The guy sure knew how to make a getaway. Breathing hard, Minodikawa stopped and took a look around the area. That song, make it 5,000 and it's a teal? As he said, he heard a cell phone ringtone from somewhere nearby. It was the new single from the pop singer Aya Kamiki. Could that be Yamashita's phone? Huh. Could be. Somehow he struck Minodikawa as the type of guy who had a ringtone like that. It seemed worth looking into. Anyhow, he had nothing else to go on. Minodikawa shifted his gaze around, trying to locate the source of the sound. Was that an explosion? Did we bad end this already? No shot. Suddenly, a massive fiery blast knocked him from his feet. By the time he realized that it was an explosion, his senses were already shattered. What just happened? He couldn't see, he couldn't hear, he couldn't move his body. Where am I? For a while, all he could do was feel in intense pain. But soon, even that faded away, and then there was only darkness. No shot. So we're not supposed to go back for the machine. An unexpected explosion. Damn. Chasing Yamashita led Minodikawa to the wrong place at exactly the wrong time. This wouldn't have happened if Yamashita didn't run when he did. If the MMA fighter Miku Morita comes into the knickknack shop, she'll interrupt their argument. How do you get that to happen? How do you get that? Okay. By the way, you can see Minodikawa in the cutscene of Kano and Stanley running inside of the explosion. No way! Okay, so you could have probably avoided that? Bro got memed on by that phone-activated bomb? Damn. Okay, so what would be the case? Because we already did Achi, right? No, we did Kano. Kanan led them into a narrow back alley. Members of SOS didn't come by here very much. Word on it has this place. Around 10 years ago, one man beat the crap out of 7 street toughs in a blink of an eye, all by himself. Over time, people have offered various theories that it was an assassin, that he was, that he was some foreign soldier, that he even might have been a ghost, and to this day, the urban legend lives on. Would do Kondo? Well, why was my sister kidnapped? Before I answer that, there's something I need to tell you, Khan said. Her tone was cold and sharp. I've come to Japan because I'm on a mission. I'm not at liberty to discuss all the details. Alright, he told me, gave a slight nod. To answer your question, Maria was kidnapped by mistake. What? He told me, gasp, but why? Because this kidnapper isn't after Maria, they're after you. Who's after me? The mastermind behind this whole thing, Kanan said. Her tone was a matter of fact. Whoa, hold on, Achi interrupted. What do you want? What do they want from me? Tell me. That I cannot say. Well then, who's this person? I cannot tell you that either. You see, their sex, nationality, age, appearance, just about everything about them is shrouded in mystery, so there's honestly not much I can tell you. Achi and Hitomi stood dumbfounded. What gives? Achi said. So you're saying all you know is that this person has some lame name like Mastermind? Hitomi turned to whisper in his ear. Mastermind isn't exactly their name. Originally used solely to refer to someone of remarkable intellect, the term first took on its criminal connotations in the 19th century. I'm here, Kanan spat, because I'm looking for revenge. Revenge, Hitomi asked? What for? This person also killed my friend. Kanan's inscrutable eyes flashed with a threatening gleam. Maybe they did it with the virus. Earlier you said that was your fault. My sister got kidnapped, Hitomi said. Kanan cast her eyes down. 4 days ago, I managed to learn this criminal's plan. Oh, you know what? She's probably the one who told her that the other person is Hitomi. Just to throw them off, because then they'd actually get away with Hitomi. So I got in touch with Maria and told her that you were going to be attacked by that party. So that's why she told me not to go. Hitomi's voice trembled as she spoke. I gave Maria a small GPS tracker to give it to you, but I guess you never got it. We know what GPS tracker is. Hitomi shook her head. I see, she must still have it then. Wait, so then my sister? The color drained from Hitomi's face as she understood. Yes, Kanan replied. Maria acted as a decoy and let herself get kidnapped in your stead. Okay. Hitomi swayed on her feet, shocked to the verge of fainting. Achi hurriedly reached out and caught her in his arms. But wait, he said to Kanan as he held Hitomi up. I don't get that either. Why didn't neither of them go? Then nobody would have been kidnapped, right? I mean, why'd her sister need to go and act as a decoy? Kanan let out a tiny sigh. If she hadn't gone to the party, the kidnappers would have just found some other opportunity to come after her. Ah, okay, Achi nodded. That sort of makes sense. I'm betting that Maria's plan was to use the GPS to lead me to these guys' hideout. She wanted to keep her sister safe and also figured she could help me with my mission. It's a sort of scheme she'd think of. So then, can't you use the GPS to locate Hitomi's sister? Achi asked. Kanan shook her head. The GPS hasn't been powered on since she was kidnapped. Okay. Join us in chat or having a party. I don't think I'm going to be able to tonight, Zombie. But hopefully you guys have fun. It's possible the kidnappers took it from her. Wait, what? So after all that, even you can't find Maria. Achi slumped his shoulders in disappointment. I didn't say that. What do you mean? I got some intel from those syndicate members we met earlier. Apparently sometime this morning, they put Maria into a blue minivan, and since then they've been moving her all around Shibuya. Achi and Hitomi exchanged glances at the mention of the blue minivan. Unfortunately, Kanan continued, those operatives didn't know what the current situation was exactly. So we're back to the blue van then. Achi hurriedly explained what they had been through so far. He mentioned how they'd first seen the blue van where the kidnappers had told Hitomi to find it. He also described how the first man with the cane and then a host of others had come after them. He got a little sidetracked here and there, but Kanan quickly listened to the end. I see, she muttered. So then, what do you think? Achi asked. Seems like we messed up their scheme a little, huh? Whatever the case, this man with the cane concerns me, Kanan said. I doubt he's working with the others. I don't know what that means. Maybe that's it. Some guy who isn't involved butts in and throws off the whole plan. Kanan nodded in agreement. Because you and that man with the cane showed up, she said. Huh. They couldn't leave the minivan where it was. They took a sensible precaution. But then, if you think about it, isn't this an opportunity for us to turn the tables on Mr. Mastermind? Kanan flashed him a faint, speculative smile. I wonder about that. Oh, come on, Achi grumbled. You're such a buzzkill. Any well-made plan has a good, solid outline, which means that even after it has come to fruition, it's easy to trace things back to the planner. Is that how it works? By contrast, if you achieve your goals using accidental means, the outline becomes blurred, and it makes it harder for anyone outside looking in to grasp what the actual plan is. Achi swallowed hard as he took the gravity of the situation. Okay. But I mean, like, if there's an accident, people are gonna for sure panic. Plan or not, the corners of Kanan's lips curled up. Typically, I suppose, she said. But the people who are after Hitomi not only have put together a perfect plan, they've purposely left certain tiny holes in it. And so we can't even figure out who they are. The outline of the plan is always too blurry. Achi had no response to that. It was like he was hearing about some completely different world beyond the one he knew. If what Kanan had said was true, she had been dealing with opponents that were on a level way above his own. In any event, since these people are after you, it'd be best if you didn't wander around town anymore, Kanan told him. But how would we get away? Like, and how do they keep finding us? By now he told me he had recovered. She stood up straight and shook her head. No, I'm gonna find that blue minivan. My sister is in danger because of me. I can't abandon her just to save myself. Yeah, that's right. Achi patted he told me on the back. Did he hit her? And if that's what you're gonna do, I don't care who we're up against. I'm with you until the end. Heck, it's too late for me to back out now. That ship has already failed. Hitomi giggled despite herself. It's already sailed, Achi? Yeah. Kinda let out another little sigh. Alright, just make sure you're extra careful, she said. You can't count on getting bailed out of trouble like you have before. I understand, Hitomi said. Her eyes showed no trace of doubt or fear. Kanan gave her a slight nod, then quickly disappeared down the alleyway. Right then, Achi said, want to get back to looking for that minivan? I mean, she's the one keeping us safe. Then he stopped, remembering their previous efforts. If they just heedlessly wandered around town, they'd probably end up in the same trouble they encountered before. They'd get chased by the man with the cane, or by the kidnappers, and their search would be interrupted yet again. What should they do then? There had to be a better way. Are we going to save? Achi happened to glance upward and caught sight of the surveillance camera installed in one of the streetlights. People. That's it. I can't believe I didn't think of it before. Hitomi peered at him, startled by his sudden shouting. We just need to use my old man's surveillance camera and this will be a breeze. Achi took Hitomi by the hand and started running. His destination, the security camera monitoring in Dojinzaka. Achi didn't slow his pace until they were nearing their destination. Then he turned to look back at Hitomi. He was about to ask if she was doing all right when someone close at hand called out to him. What? Wait. This is good. If we actually stop to talk to him, maybe something else will happen. Hey, mind if I ask you something? Achi stopped in his tracks. Okay, this guy looked to be picking a fight with SOS. Achi regarded him with suspicion. Yeah, why do you ask? Do you happen to be a member yourself? No, not anymore. Okay. Achi's heart sank. He couldn't afford to get caught up in some more hassle right now. Hitomi flashed him a worried look. Let's go. Oh, we don't even get to make the decision. Even if the guy was harmless, they needed to be on their guard. There was no telling just how many thugs and assassins were looking for Hitomi. Rather than head directly for the surveillance buildings, Achi decided that he'd better make sure the stranger wasn't up to something. Okay, Hitomi followed as she slipped quickly into the back alley. There was no indication that the man was following them. What was that guy's deal, Hitomi asked. No idea, but he sure seemed kind of fishy. Doesn't look like he's coming after us, though. They took a quick detour through another seedy back alley. Then, as they were starting to head towards their original destination, Achi felt a sudden searing pain in his back. No! Glancing over his shoulder, he discovered that one of the foreign syndicate members had crept up and struck him from behind. Oh no, I've been stabbed. Hitomi screamed. Another man had suddenly appeared, grabbing her by the arms. Dude! His body refused to obey his commands. The attacker wrenched the knife from his back. Achi felt the blood gushing out of his wound. The two men started to drag Hitomi away. Damn it. He tried to pursue them, but his legs faltered and couldn't find their footing. He was losing blood so fast, he was starting to fade from consciousness. Achi could only watch impotently as Hitomi was dragged further and further away. Okay, so don't come out here. Stabbed by a kidnapper. Achi got stabbed, cut in surprise attack by one of the kidnappers. He could only watch helplessly as someone was taken away. If that weird guy hadn't tried talk to him, Achi would have never taken the risk of wandering through the alleys. Oh, but how can he keep that guy from interviewing Achi? Shoot. Do we just steer him away from us somehow? Were we able to make a decision beforehand? No, not Connell. Not Maria. So I guess here? Because this is where we choose. Okay, that's already way too back there. Okay, yeah, so it's all the way back here where we don't run that way. So we open up good possibilities, I guess. Sorry, Endo. Sorry, Arai. I'm just gonna have to let this one slide. I've got Tayama's life on the line here. Okay. He opened the door to the cafe with the practice of a regular. Do we finally get somewhere to sit? Welcome. The waitress only got that far before her face fell. You again? Hey, hurry up and get me a seat, she grinned wickedly. I'm terribly sorry, sir, but we're all at full at the moment. So are you just going to sit on the floor no matter what? He looked around. All the seats were indeed filled. As you can see, sir, really now? The waitress's grin widened with triumphant. Yes, sir. Fine, I'll just, right here. Let me get some power. Yeah, he still does the same thing, okay? Jamming his power cable into a nearby outlet, Minudikawa plunked himself right down on the floor, okay? It's gonna be the same thing. You know what? This actually makes sense. Because if we're actually waiting there... Yeah. Yeah, this actually makes so much sense. But would we still be on this page? Because since we're waiting right there, Yaganashita could be waiting or just show up whenever he feels like it. So that's fine. This actually works. We're still going to die, though. Or would we? Yeah. There's no way we don't die because this is also still during the same time. But we at least saved the others. So here's what I'm thinking. He's good now. But we're also going to have to wait around. He turned to look back at Hitomi just a little bit further. Do you want to rat? Okay. Look. Wait, no, this is actually different. Okay, grade school. This is Hana. Hurriedly caught the girl up in his arms. He took a quick leap to one side. What the heck would we do here? Because if we still slow down? Or do we not slow down? Achi hurriedly caught the girl up in his arms. Okay, the maneuver kept her out of harm's way, but the momentum swung her high up into the air. She dropped a sheet of paper she's carrying. What if this is actually important? As luck would have it, the papers fell unnoticed in the trash scattered alongside the road. Okay. Look back at the ladies and smile. As luck would have it, the papers... Okay. Whoops, sorry. Achi stopped to gather the sheets of paper, noting that each was adorned with some sort of writing. Here, it looks like they got kind of messed up, though. The pages had landed in some of the spilled liquids. Most of them had gotten stained. It's alright, the girl said gloomingly. You should just throw them away. It's not like I can sell them anyway. So, do we just let her? Hitomi asked, okay, do you think you'll be able to redo them? Achi is the stationery store around there. Is there? Okay. Yeah, up on top of the Dojinzaka, Achi asked. Achi said. He took a 5,000 yen note from his wallet and offered it to the girl to buy a new paper. Now, I know I can't replace the stuff you wrote, but the girl eyed the money doubtfully. But it's fine, go ahead, take it. Thank you very much. The little girl spoke with surprising formality. Then she turned and headed to Dojinzaka. Achi gathered the bit of trash and tossed it into the garbage bin before he and Hitomi continued on their way. But time-wise, we're still gonna die. Maybe not? Behind the reception window on the second floor sat the custodian, sleeping on the job. Wait. I meant to press... There we go. Yukinori Kitajima. His main job is overseeing... Okay. Overseeing the monitoring room for the local surveillance cameras, but on the side, he also works as a novelist and game scenario writer. He often sleeps on the job during his free time, but sometimes while he's asleep, he gets his writing done. Okay. Just recently, a certain game was released set in Shibuya, but since he wrote the scenario and emailed it to the game company while he was asleep, he didn't know about it until just the other day. Achi gave the window a tap and the man woke with a start. Huh? Achi? Or Achi-chi? Don't scare me like that. That's one chi too many. And wow, you sure seem to have a lot of free time on your hands. Yeah, no one's been to check today. But that's not bad, right? I mean, I guess it's surveillance room, but still. The man let out a big yawn. My dad asked me to come down here and check in on the security monitors, actually, Achi said. Chi-chi means boobs. That it does, color. It's also Chi-chi in Japanese, right? Actual real life writer for 428 for real? Yeah, okay, because that's also how you say it in Spanish. What was good, color? Oppai too, true. Sorry to bother you, but okay. Huh? Who are you? You with Achichi? I'm Hitomi Osawa. Nice to meet you. Oh, what are you, Achichi's girlfriend? Again, too many cheese there, and that's none of your business. Just let me have the key. Hoping his blush wasn't too obvious. Achi, mind unlocking the door? Okay. You won't answer a simple question, and you want me to hand over the key? Yes, I'm his girlfriend. Hitomi said. We've just started dating, so I'm sure I'll be seeing more of you, sir. She flashed a winning smile. Oh, well, what a surprise. Never thought Achichi could land a fine lady like yourself. The surprised custodian held out the key. Good for you, Achichi. Still one chi too many there. But yeah, dating. Achi gazed into Hitomi's face, even more surprised than the custodian. The key dangled, swaying to and from like a pendulum between Achi and the man behind the counter. Achi, Hitomi said, nudging him in the side with her elbow. Come on. Oh, right. Snapping out of it, Achi took the key and headed up the next floor. Okay. Chi-chi also means father? In what language? I'm sorry, Hitomi said as they entered the monitoring room. For just saying we were dating like that, I mean. It was a pretty clumsy lie. No, it was just kind of sudden is all. In Japanese? Is it? I thought it was like... Or maybe it's another way of saying it? Is it? Look at that smug face. Yeah, bro is happy. Bro is like, nothing could take me down right now. Just kind of sudden, I was just a bit jittery, I guess. Achi felt his cheeks color again. I mean, I figured I had to say something or he wasn't going to be cooperative. Or he wasn't going to cooperate, he told me sad. Yeah, Chichi means father and boobs? Yo. Because I know, what is it, Otasan? I always confuse the two, but I know one of them's mom, one of them's dad, Otasan and Okasan, but maybe they have like different names for it? Yeah, Otasan, yeah. Otusan. Same kanji, ooh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make things weird. No. And she said, nah, it wasn't weird at all. Actually, it was kind of... He stopped himself there. Now wasn't the time for that sort of conversation. They needed to find that blue minivan. Have you played 428 Shibuya Scramble Color? Because I know it came out in 2008, so I'm pretty sure a lot of other people have probably played it. The surveillance camera monitoring room really was a big office with a single computer. Achi knew it too well. So this is the monitoring system, he explained. He switched on the computer. You see all the downtown Shibuya from this one computer. He told me he gazed impatiently at the monitor, even though it wasn't showing anything yet. The look of sheer determination on her face held Achi enthralled. You talk about how attractive your sister is, Achi murmured. But as far as I'm concerned, right now you're the lovely one, he told me. He told me he looked at him uncertain. I mean, look at the lengths you're going to and the risks you're taking to save your sister. Well, they're both kind of saving themselves, right? And Chichi Otosan, okay. I haven't even heard of this game. It's a Spike Chunsoft game, and yeah, the English version only came out in 2018. Okay. Wait, but the English version of 999 came out in the DS days, right? Or did those also come out later? I can't bear the thought that something might happen to her, and the last time we were together, I said such horrible things. Plenty of people do bad things even without realizing they're bad. Never mind trying to fix it. I'm just doing what I think is right. Yeah, but these days, most people don't do the right thing. Heck, if they did, Shibuya wouldn't be covered in trash like it is. Me, I appreciate it when someone really cares about the things that are important. Doing the right things is a matter of course. That's very attractive. Yeah, there was an English version of 999 on DS. Faux show. Yeah, I know Somnium Files 2 now goes on sale fairly often too. I will definitely be getting around to it. I don't know when, but I will be getting around to it. Turning on the computer, Achi hastily changed the subject. This thing's so simple, even I know how to use it. Okay. Clicking on the mouse, he brought up a row of 4 windows on the monitor. We lived, though. Each window showed a different view of the Shibuya cityscape. The image quality is not great, but that's because it's been updated on a 2-second delay, I guess. .428 kind of got buried until the head of Chinsao's localization team made it a personal mission to release the game in English. That's what's up. Well, like, I'm glad that they brought it around. And yeah, if it came out in 2018, I bought it this year. Because on April 428, they sold this game for $4.28 digitally. And I was like, that sounds like a deal. But Star was also telling us how much of a wonderful game it is. A crazy story. And so far, it's been crazy. Crazy good. Achi tapped the keyboard, bringing up shots of different locations. He clicked on one of them in order to enlarge the image. Maybe we really can't find the minivan with us. He told me it was practically glued to the screen. My dad's the one who designed the security system. Your dad must be pretty amazing. Well, he graduated top of his class at Tokyo Denko University, a prestigious national university founded over a century ago. Applicants who place highly on the entrance exam can receive full scholarship. Aji's father was one such attendee. The school has supported extensive research into artificial intelligence and recently announced an AI program known as Body. While the computer is asleep, different personalities emerge which have an impact on various normal thought processes. forming a network of more human-like thought patterns as a result. He always said he could have had a career in computer engineering, but he took over the electronics shop so that he could marry my mother instead. That's such a sweet story. Do they run the store together then? Achi shook his head. No, my mother died when I was 4. Oh, I'm sorry. Hitomi sounded even sadder than Achi. Well, anyway, never mind that. Here, look. No shot. The seedy-looking weirdo they'd run into at Jiggle was on the screen. Huh? That guy again? Said weirdo was running all out, a laptop computer under one arm. He was being chased by a man in a long coat. That guy sure gets chased around a lot, huh? Achi said. When the weirdo slipped out of view, Achi switched to another camera. Are we gonna find Miku? No shot, it's them again. The new view showed the weirdo running again, but hopping from camera to camera, they could track him wherever they want. So long as we have these cameras, Achi said, the guy has nowhere to run. I'm trying to see the background stuff. Nowhere to run, huh? The moment he said those words, they struck an odd chord in his mind. He remembered their repeated run-ins with the man with the cane, how the assassin had seemed always to know where they'd find them. Next major plot twist, Achi is an android. He was a genius android all along. Achi, please. He told me, urge, stop messing around and let's look for the minivan. Sorry, there's something I'm curious about. Right, my bad. Sure. He continued switching views, scanning the streets of Shibuya, but there was no sign of a blue minivan anywhere. Still, they remained glued to the monitor. Oh, that's me. He told me he took her cell phone. Dude, I should have just checked out the other screen then. It's an email from Mr. Tanaka. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was about time for my mood to take a dip, Achi thought. Poor dude, man. He's only humble because his neural networks aren't fully developed yet. He'll get there. Next patch. Next patch. This is so messed up. It's an email from Mr. Tanaka. Ah, okay. Yeah, it was about time for my mood to take a dip, Achi thought. Dude, that's so messed up. What? He told me blurted. She looked up from her phone. Achi, Mr. Tanaka found the minivan. Of course he did. Of course he did. He what? What does he say? Read it to me. Okay. I ran after it, but wound up losing sight of it. It was heading towards Jinan. That's what it says, or he says. What about your sister? I don't think we should go over there just yet. Was she inside? It doesn't say. Achi switched over from an array of surveillance cameras near Jinan. The few seconds the transition took felt agonizingly slow. Finally, 4 new images popped up. Achi quickly enlarged one of them. He told me to let out a tiny gasp. There's the van! And it's blue! There on the monitor was a blue minivan. There was no doubt about it. Oh, are we the ones running? Achi and Hitomi rushed from the building, speeding towards Jinan in an all-out run. Wait, run Achi, run Hitomi, run the other guy who's looking for Miku? Oh, we're gonna die. We're gonna die. Yolon, what is this? This is 428, a Spike Chunsoft game about mystery, murder, a bunch of stuff going on. If you're familiar with Zero Escape and AI Somnium Files, it's pretty much plays out like that, where like the decisions you make don't just affect you or your current time, but others as well. And cats. Neither spoke, they simply dashed along in silence. Achi felt as though they'd been running a marathon, and the finish line had finally come into view. They hooked a left at the station and darted past the Shibuya department store. Mystery, murder, and burritos, yeah. Achi pointed as he came to a stop. The blue minivan was still there, parked by the curb along the slight. hilly incline. Leaving Achi behind, Hitomi started rushing up the hill. We're dead. The blue minivan's gonna explode. There's no way it doesn't. Alarm bells started going off in Achi's mind. Someone from the kidnapping crew was in the van. It was dangerous to approach carelessly. Stay back? Hitomi, wait. I don't think there's gonna be anything that really stops her. But this looks confusing. There's a lot going on for sure. Hitomi, wait? Achi shouted, but she didn't appear to hear his cries. The hope of rescuing her sister had driven all else from her mind. Achi started to run after her. Hitomi had reached the vehicle already. She brought her face too close to one of the windows, but the tinted glass obscured the view inside. Hitomi circled around the minivan's other side. Achi saw her grasping at the door. She slipped out of his view for just a moment. No. Please don't tell me. Please. No! There was a thunderous explosion, and a gout of flame tore the roof of the minivan like it was made of aluminum foil. Hitomi. Horrified, Achi charged through rolling smoke, searching for Hitomi. He saw 2 fingers sprawl on the street. No shot! Several meters from the van. Oh wait, figures. Hitomi and Kanan. Hitomi, wake up! Achi crawled her in his arms, and her eyes drifted open faintly. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Hitomi didn't appear to understand him. Her only response was a blank, dazed look. There was a small patch of red on her face. Achi wiped it gently away with a finger. He saw no further signs of bleeding. She must have been splattered by someone else's blood then? As far as he could tell, she hadn't been gravely injured. Achi let out a sigh of relief. Hitomi, is she alright? Kanan stirred on the ground. Her clothes were scorched in places, and she was bleeding from her head. Kanan, did you save her? Is she alright? Yeah, what about her sister? Kanan didn't respond. No, it can't be. Achi went to look inside of the van. Amidst the smoke and the flames, he could make out the outline of a body. What had happened here? Achi had to look away. Get Hitomi out of here. Hurry. If those guys show back up. Kanan's face twisted up with pain. Alright. Achi settled Hitomi carefully in his arms. Wait, I need to tell you something. Kanan's pained gasp called him back. Alfred. Let me take a picture of this, because what if this is actually important? A person's dying words got to be important, right? Like, imagine, guys, my final word. Jorkin. Huh? Alfred? That's the name of the mastermind. I'm sure it'll come up again if you keep pursuing this. But if you value your life, don't get involved with Alfred any further. Now go. Okay, and thanks. Yeah, Alfred. Farid? With Hitomi in his arms, Achi hurried from the scene. He wasn't sure where he was heading. He just wanted to get away wherever that meant. He carried her past the crowd of onlookers that swiftly began to assemble. Assemble! The flames of the burning van rose ever higher, roaring up towards the heavens. That was the correct path? Alfred was behind the kidnapping. Dude, this was the correct path. Holy crap. Wait, so Canon died? I believe so. I believe this is probably like supposed to happen too. Like, there's no way to save her, but she's for sure... I guess, you know, she went out protecting her. Because, right, this is just for sure done. However, we gotta get back here. That guy chasing Miku. No? Okay. He was actually chasing Miku? Because this all seems correct. Okay. The correct path was not getting blown the fuck up by the van. Yes. Yeah, true. We don't know if she's dead. That could also be her twin. She probably also has a twin. It's twins all the way down? Yeah. Clones and twins. Wait, hold on. Is my name Hitomi Osawa? At my shout, the man with the cane hesitates, his fingers on the trigger. What do you mean by that? The barrel of the gun is still aimed squarely at my head. I mean exactly what I said. Is my name Hitomi Osawa? I don't know who I am. You're trying to play games with me. I'm not playing with anyone, I swear. I'm utterly desperate now. Getting killed is one thing, but who wants to die without even knowing who they are? Tell me, am I Hitomi Osawa or not? The man gives me a good hard look. Damn it, I wonder. He continues to study me along the barrel of the gun. Tell me what you know. It's an order, not a request. What I know about what? Look, I have amnesia. I quickly summarize what happened to me since I woke up at the storehouse. The man listens intently, never taking his eyes off me. I see, so that's what's going on then. Okay. Once I'm done with my story, the man with the cane sits down on an empty soda crate. Seems he believed me at any rate. That's a relief, if nothing else. So then, am I Hitomi Osawa? No. Then who is Hitomi Osawa? Is she someone who looks like me? Shut your mouth, the man spits. Just be quiet. What is he thinking? His expression is vacant. What am I gonna do? He mutters to himself. If I'm not Hitomi Osawa, does that mean you don't have any business with me? Seems so. In that case, can I go? The assassin doesn't answer. He lets his pistol hang limp in his hand and the muzzle dropping to the point to the ground. It doesn't look like he wants to kill me anymore, but it doesn't look like he'll let me go quietly either. I remain motionless, waiting for an opportunity to run away. Fuck. I need to do something about the gun. Okay. I pick up one of the crates lying around in the alley and hurl the man with the crane. Yeah, hurl at the man with the crane. Then I book it right out of there. I'm sure if we would have just chilled, he would have killed us, right? Limp pistol, it happens to men at a certain age. Feels limp, man. I run for a long time without looking back. When I finally do take a peek over my shoulder, there's no sign of the guy following me. Nah, he was chill? Wait, but look, now we found Miku. Slowing my run to a walk, I notice Miku, the girl I fought for those cases of burning hammers, sitting on a nearby staircase. We had to find Miku. Thanks for earlier, I call out. She gives me a puzzled look. You let me have those diet drinks from the knickknack shop. Revelation dawns on her face. Oh, right. I didn't recognize you since you're not a cat anymore. That'll do it. But he's alone with his cane. He's chill and he's not trying to murder Hitomi. Should I have just like left? Did I answer incorrectly? What are you doing here? I asked. Just like, you know, she gives me a half-hearted smile. Say, where'd you learn your Achi Jujutsu? Huh? The question catches me off guard. I don't know what to say. Your Aiki Jujutsu, where did you learn it? My Aiki Jujutsu. Now that she mentions it, that's a great question. I mean, I must have learned it somewhere or my body wouldn't have moved the way it did back then. I wonder who taught me. Try as I might, I can't remember. Miku interprets my silence as a refusal to my answer. She lets out an annoying snort. What if Kanan showed us? Well, that's a trade secret? Fine then, how long did you train? Not that long, I guess? Probably? I'm just trying to avoid telling her I have amnesia, but she obviously thinks I'm being secretive. You know, she says angrily, after losing to you, I've completely fallen apart. I've lost everything. What the do you know how that feels? To feel like you've lost the hold of the thing that makes you you? You're acting like you got a star stolen from you, bro. I nod with conviction. I do know. I've lost things too, like my memory. You do? Well, I just can't take this anymore. I'm having a complete breakdown of identity. Developmental psychologist Eric Homburger Erickson was a key prominent of the concept of self-identity, the ability of individuals to continually and reliably know who they are and what they should do. I didn't recognize you since you're not a cat anymore? Right. Sorry to everyone who has no context for that. She didn't even get chance time? Just full-on Bowser, like, punched. I mean, I'm saying this having lost to you and all, but a long time ago. Oh, do you mind if I tell you some stuff from a long time ago? Anyway, so a long time ago, and so Miku launches into her story. This isn't good. This is not good. We need to get her to go over there. I should have waited. No! You think maybe it is for the best if I quit? She asks at last. Now 15 minutes. No! I need to stay over there. Okay. Okay. No, you know what? Maybe this does mean that she'll go over there. But yikes, she asked me all these questions I don't even understand, even though I'm starting to sort of get fed up with her angst. I keep my patience and respond the best I can. If you love doing it, then I don't think you should quit, I tell her. Chances are, if you try to do something else, you're just going to come back to martial arts anyway. Okay. Besides, you probably owe it to the person who sent you down this path in the first place. You think so? Maybe you're right. Yeah. Okay. Miku's face has regained a measure of cheerfulness. Thanks. I'm going to keep on practicing more and more so I get stronger. I'm not going to lose to you next time. And we get into some shonen. Alright then, see you around. Does that mean if I didn't show up that she would have just stayed here? As I watch her leave, a feeling of jealousy wells up within me. Did I once have something that I was passionate about? I don't even know because I can't remember. I just can't remember. That gunman, the one with the cane, he might know something about me. And at this point, I'm even willing to risk a run-in with a killer to find out more about myself. I decided to head back to where he was before. He's gone though, I'm sure. When I arrive at the alley though, there's nobody there. Paradoxically, I'm both relieved and severely disappointed. Then I happen to notice something lying on the ground. What is it? Is it the gun? Wait, huh? I want her to keep losing until she's lost all her world. No! Miku! I pick it up. It's a notebook. Slipped into the back cover is a photo showing two boys and a girl. Brum, bum, bum, brum, bum, bum. Well, what do I do now? Do I go to police? How would I even explain the situation? I can see it now. There's this killer out there and he's after this person named Hitomi Osawa. And then the police would be like, who's that? And who exactly is after her? And then what would I say? Heck, they might not even give me the time of day in the first place. Not only do I not have any idea who Hitomi Osawa is, but wait, I know nothing about the guy who's after her. Except that he walks with a cane. I mean, I can't even tell them who I am. They'd probably shoo me away without a second thought. What am I supposed to do? I hang my head at a total loss. The necklace around my neck sways idly to and from. A keep out. I guess. Was that really the solution? Does that mean that she now goes here? No. I'm assuming we have to deal with multiple people? Huh? Yeah, but we can't go with that guy. A keep out? I guess Osawa would be the only one, right? But Osawa's way in the future. Bro. I never truly trusted anyone I'm not on a fundamental level. Human beings are a type of organism that I can't get a true handle on through mere surface interactions. And the very fact that I have never trusted anyone else, that means that inevitably... Yeah, no one else has ever trusted me. Okay, sure. In the end, maybe the root of all my problems can be traced back to my heart. Sure? As he waited for Minodikawa to contact him, Osawa thought about a certain crisis. Assuming Tanaka was behind the kidnapping, then he must have accomplices, and these criminals have mistakenly abducted Maria in the attempt to get the antiviral drug that was in Hitomi's blood. Maria and Hitomi were fraternal twins, but they look similar enough to be mistaken for identical twins. Still, Tanaka would never confuse the two. The mix-up must have been made by some criminal who didn't know Maria or Hitomi personally, insisting that Hitomi bring the ransom to the train station was obviously their solution. It had to set her up for a second abduction. But piecing together this much of the kidnapper's plan only raised a different question. Why had Tanaka shown those emails from Hitomi? Why wouldn't the criminal want to keep information like that hidden? The more Osawa thought about things, the less they made sense. Just who are my true allies, and who are my foes? You are my friend. Mr. Osawa, a delivery has arrived for you. It was Kajiwara at the study door. Come in. Kajiwara stepped into the room and handed Osawa a letter-sized envelope. Okay. Coming? Requires a 1,000 yen initiation fee and yearly dues of 3,000 yen. Membership grants several perks, including the opportunity to reserve concert tickets. Right. In advance of the general public. Osawa is fond of the members-only website content, which includes Aya Kamiki's blog and exclusive videos. Okay. The official Aya Kamiki fan club membership application enclosed. Right, he had requested the application the day he'd gotten back from overseas. Would you mind opening that? Kajiwara asked apologetically. What for? I just like to check the contents of any packages you received today, sir. It's possible the kidnapper may try to make contact with you by mail. Osawa opened the envelope. Inside he found the expected application along with several postcards featuring pictures of the singer. Kajiwara peered pointedly at the postcard images. You must really like her, the detective said. And what sort of music do you listen to then? Osawa asked, staring at one of the postcards. It was a striking photo that showed off Kamiki's expressive eyes. Let me think. Mostly classical, I suppose. Osawa raised a quizzical eyebrow. You know, Kajiwara continued, like Mozart and Chopin and the like. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, 1756-1791. Australian-born music prodigy and classical composer. Famous works include The Marriage of Figaro, The Magic Flute, and Symphony No. 41, known as the Jupiter Symphony. Frederick Francois, or is that Francois? Chopin, 1810-1849. Whoa. Composer and pianist of the early Romantic era. Famed as a national musician of Poland, left behind numerous solo piano works. Famous works include his Nocturne Op. 9, No. 2, and his Piano Sonata No. 2. Francois. He hummed a few bars. Can't say I've ever heard of them. Are you serious? Kajiwara looked shocked. I'm familiar with the names, of course. I just never had much of an interest in music. Oh, that's such a shame. Okay, would you care to listen to a piece now? I suppose that might as well. Um, yeah, yeah. Now that he brought it up, Osawa was curious to know what kind of music Kajiwara enjoyed. The detective pulled a digital music player out of his pocket. Here you go. Osawa slipped the attached earbuds into his ears. He heard a flow of quiet strings that was soon joined by bold, dramatic horns. As the piece continued, it grew more profound and complex, and Osawa could feel his spirits calming. He took a deep breath and exhaled it through his nostrils. It felt as the toxic gloom that had filled him was departing with the air. Before he knew it, nearly 10 minutes had passed. What do you think? It's quite nice. The theme of this piece is, Kajiwara paused for a moment and thought, well, it's about how erudition can be boorish. Accumulated knowledge, a term of often connotes an advanced and or aesthetic understandings. Displaying a moderate amount can impress others, but pompously, okay, flaunting it is bound to put them off. I get that. Thank you. If I hadn't met you, I'd never discovered this piece. He spoke the words unthinkably. Well, you probably would have, with an accustomed frankness. Was this the power of music then? I'm very happy to hear that, sir. Writing? Osawa gazed at one of the postcards. He let himself be drawn back into the music. Aya was scooping up handfuls of mystical blue sand. The grains dripped down from her fingertips. I feel like I could be in this photo here, Osawa muttered, like I've lived my life letting so many things slip through my fingers. Kajiwara thought for a moment before responding. I think anyone who's worked hard to accomplish something and focus for a long time on that thing is susceptible to think to those kinds of feelings. Accomplishing something means getting results. That's not where my problem is. Osawa removed the headphones and gave back the music player. You told me not to hide things from me, right? Kajiwara nodded silently. Then allow me to speak frankly. Leaning back heavishly in his chair, Osawa took another deep, slow breath. She party. I'm anxious. So anxious, it's almost crushing me. Given the circumstances, sir, that's completely understand. No, Osawa spoke before Kajiwara could finish. It's not that. It's not that at all. He shook his head vigorously. If the worst should happen to my daughter, how am I going to feel, I wonder? I'm not a man with a wide range of emotions. My heart is always cold somehow, and the truth is I've wanted it to be that way. Which is why, if I do lose my daughter, my heart might remain unmoved. I may not be able to feel a father's sorrow. That's what I'm anxious about. He felt his emotions twist inside him in a way that was utterly confusing. For perhaps the first time in his life, he realized how fickle a thing the human heart could be. That's all right, sir. That's all right. Kajiwara flashed him a carefree smile. What's all right? People who really have cold hearts don't worry about that sort of thing. The detective held out his music player again. Listen to this track, brah. Here, I'd like you to have this. Please, give it another listen if you'd like. I think it might help you calm your nerves. Osawa took the offered device. He had dared to open up to Kajiwara just a little, and to his own surprise, he felt grateful for it. And how about one of these as well? The detective produced a banana from his pocket. I'm fine, thanks. Are you sure? I'll take it. Alright, I guess I'll take it. Osawa spoke irritably, then his expression softened a little. Give me your banana, bro. You've been getting on my nerves all day. Really? And here I thought I'd be doing what I could to soothe your spirits, Mr. Osawa. It's actually been a real long time since I've yelled at anyone quite so much. After his words left his lips, Osawa found himself thinking back to one particular rainy day. Kajiwara always wavering his bananas around? True. Maria had been in the 5th grade at the time. Osawa was standing in his daughter's room. Oh, is this where it happens? In his hand, he held a letter she'd left behind. He happened to glance at it at the window. He saw Maria walking along, soaked from head to toe. In an instant, Osawa was consumed with rage. Maria had left a note. It read, Dad, you only pay attention to Hitomi. You're too busy with work to play with me, so I'm running away from home. Struck by an impulse he didn't quite understand, he ran from the room, heading to the front door. Wow. Maria had just gotten back inside. Osawa met her silently in the entryway. Wet strands of hair clung to the girl's forehead as she looked up at her father with a bitter glare. You don't care what happens to me, do you? Impulsively, she slapped her face. What? Oh, wait, he slapped her face. Maria's cheek turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. Osawa's anger transformed abruptly into guilt. Was that blood too? He gazed down at the palm of his hand and saw a tiny spot of blood. He was shocked by the recognition of what he'd just done, and then he was afraid. Gotta swing that thing? Afraid that his daughters could bring such raw emotion out of him and make him do something so thoughtless. Is something wrong, Mr. Osawa? Kajiwara was leaning in, looking concerned. Osawa came back to the moment with a start and realized he'd buried his face in his hands. No, he muttered, looking up. Just getting angry, yelling at people. I'm not good at that sort of thing. I don't like it. He picked up a music player and fidgeted with the earbuds as he spoke. Well, getting angry at yelling people, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that's just human. Is it? It's human to do those kind of things? I often said that it was cold and mechanical. Her sarcasm only underlined the fact he'd always lived with, that he didn't know how to conduct himself like a human being. If you get angry, you show it. Kajiwara said if you get sad, you show it. It's human nature to let other people know how we're feeling after all. But what if doing all that hurts the other person? That's when you apologize, sir. It occurred to Osawa that he'd never tried to tell anyone how he felt before. He'd never felt the need to. And yet, right now, he suddenly felt that if his daughters were to appear before him, he might blurt out everything he ever left unsaid. It was a terrifying thought. Darling? I opened the door and stepped into the room. The detectives are asking for you. It seems there's been a development. We'll be right there. Osawa and Kajiwara hurried out of the room. Okay. I mean, I guess we did everything correctly. Because wasn't the game trying to get us to, talk to this guy a little more? Or open up? Just wait a minute, though. Because if we stay, then we don't get that picture. There's got to be a reason for it. There's got to be a reason we're also stuck in the keep out. Let's see. There's no way he'll kill us, right? I remain motionless. Okay. I might not make it in time. The man murmurs to himself under his breath. Not make it in time for what? I'm curious now, but this is hardly the time or place to try to find out more. I've learned for certain that I'm not Hitomi Osawa, which basically tells me nothing. I'm right back at square one, figuring out who I am. The assassin has gone quiet. Sitting on a pile of crates, he seems lost in thought. Still, I don't dare try to get away. All I can do is stand and wait and mull over my own situation. Just who am I? I ask myself again and again. I am the real Slim Shady? No, I have no business with you. The man finally says, Go, don't worry, I won't follow you. I wonder if I can believe him. Maybe just trying to get off my guard so he can shoot me in the back. Don't go to the police or go back home, he continues. Lay low by yourself somewhere for a while. How long is a while? Until around sundown. This should be all over by then. It'll all be over? I have no idea what it is, but I decided not to pry in case he decides to change his mind. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna run away now. Sure. I take a slow step backward. You know what? Maybe someone else is supposed to find that photo. Before you go, I need to tell you one more thing. What's that? When you get your memories back, I'm sure you're going to hate me. And so I apologize in advance. Of course, I have no idea what he's talking about, but it makes me even more uneasy. I truly am sorry. I've got no response to that, so I just give the man one last look before I turn and run. I am Iron Man. Bam. See, he's so chill. Apparently, we should have just waited. I decided to look for some place to hide for a while, as the gunman suggested. But since I don't really know my left from my right in this town, that's easier said than done. Before I realize it, I've made my way back to the knickknack shop where I'd bought the necklace. But how do I get Miku here? So thoughtful. He's chill when he's not murdering, for real. Maybe I could hide out in here. As I contemplate that possibility, I hear an all too familiar voice. Tama, Tama, Tama? Dude. There's Mr. Yanagishita on the floor of the shop. He's been tied up with some rope. What happened, boss? Look, this is all just... I was framed. Now, whatever's happened, I'm pretty sure it was all his fault. Just call it a hunch. He says, I'm a thief. Well, I say he's the thief for selling stuff he finds around town. Hey, the sales clerk steps into view scowling. Just what are you implying? What in the world's going on here? I haven't the foggiest. Tama, help me! Please. Nishita kicks and squirms like a hyperactive child. Do you know this man? The sales clerk asks, no. Well, I mean, sorta. He's a real pain. He's been making a scene like this for as long as he's been here. I find it hard to imagine a worse way to interfere with someone's business. I hate to ask, the clerk continues, but could you take him to the police for me? The police? Yeah. Well, the police, the gunman did specifically warn me not to go to them. I feel no loyalty to the killer, but I am reluctant to antagonize him. As for the reasons I can't explain, I have a strong sense that going to the police right now is a bad move. But Mr. Yanishita isn't privy to my thoughts, and he looks up at me with a hopeful gleam in his eye. Yeah, that'll work. Tama could take you to the police, and we could put this all behind us. All wells and ends well, right? Well, sure. Feeling like I have no choice, I leave the shop with him. Okay. Could be worse. At least Minakawa didn't strip you naked and put you in an empty apartment full of cameras. True. Okay, Mr. Yanishita says excitedly as soon as we're out of earshot. Now, let's go find Chiri. Huh? Aren't we gonna go to the pool? No, we're not really gonna go. Oh, man, I am so glad you showed up, Tama. Jail time, Pog. Now, come on, let's find Chiri. From the big grin on his face, I have an inkling of what's coming next. You've thought of another get-rich-quick scheme, haven't you? Goodness, Tama, you can see right through me. It's not that difficult. It's practically written all over your face, boss. Mr. Yanishita isn't really listening. He's too full of enthusiasm. This time I got a line on 10 million yen. Come on, let's go make ourselves stinking rich. He punctuates his grand announcement by pointing frequently at some non-existent listener. Several weeks later, was this also a bad end? Iron Stomach, a celebration of truly astonishing appetites. With the mighty stomach triumphs and the endless... Okay. I stand with Chidi in the winner's podium. The cheers and applaud are deafening when the masters of ceremonies makes the announcement. Chidi is the champion. She laughs with delight as she holds up the trophy that signifies her 10 million yen win. And me, I got runner-up. I wasn't too into the idea at first, but after giving it a shot, I found that professional gluttony kind of grows on you. Even I was surprised at how much I could eat. I had to admit it felt kind of good. My memory still hasn't come back, but that doesn't matter anymore. I found myself a new purpose. To steal Chidi's spot on the throne. That right there is now my greatest goal in life. I don't think that's gonna happen. Tama never got her memories back. She ended up staying in the new life in a competitive eating circuit, which may not be a horrible fate, but wouldn't it be better if she recovered her old life as Maria? When she was cornered in the alley by the man with the crane, there's someone who could have turned up and helped her out. Yanishita. Oh, but he can't do that if he ends up getting tied up at the knick-knack shop. How? How? I guess so. Why would someone tie him up, though? What if I'm supposed to make a jump here? Maybe? Maybe that's a solution. Maybe we wait here. Or do we? No, 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 no. That can't be it. That can't be it. We have to run. Yeah, that's not a bad end at all. We've gotten some pretty good ends. But what do they want us to do with this? Okay, so if we do this, right? Sweet. Okay, so we actually have some type of opening now. Oh my god. Yeah, that does not sound like a bad end at all. Eventually, I mustered up the energy to start walking around town, heading nowhere in particular. That's where we hear the ring, though. The billboard outside the department store displays a poster of some female musician. She must be pretty popular because lots of passersby stop to take a good look. Am I just imagining things? I feel like I saw this same poster somewhere very recently. It's actually her. Standing underneath the sign is a woman talking on the cell phone. I'm trying to see if there's anything similar. It sounds like she's having an argument with whoever's on the line. I don't want to be nosy, so I just pass on by. As I come out onto Koendori, I gradually come to a halt. I'm a little tired from all this aimless wandering around. I let my gaze stray along the streets as I consider my next move. Then I catch sight of a blue minivan parked across the street. That we don't get. No. Suddenly my heart starts pounding. I know this minivan. If I head over to it, I'm sure I'll remember something. No! As it pulled by some huge magnet, I make my way towards the vehicle. There's a sudden thunderous boom. I'm knocked flat by a blast of energy, and the world goes all topsy-turvy. As I lie in shock, a wave of unfamiliar images fills my mind. Oh, a cloud of whirling dust in some place that isn't Japan. A simple room with unfamiliar architecture. A girl. And I know the girl's name. Her name is... On the verge of that revelation, my consciousness fades away. Damn! So someone else has to be there to stop that from happening? Or from us getting too close, arrive to Koendori just in time to get caught in the minivan explosion. If she's going to avoid his fate, she needs to stay away from that vehicle. Someone else's actions can ensure that Hana Toyama crosses paths with her again. Wasn't that... Wasn't that here? Yeah, Achi bumped into her, right? It wasn't this, though. Wait, is this too far back, though? Okay. Okay, Achi took a quick leap on one side. He managed to avoid crashing into her by taking a tumble himself, but the girl was still definitely a bit shocked. Sorry about that, Achi said. Are you alright? But the girl didn't answer or even meet Achi's eyes. She's been this way towards everybody, huh? She just looked around as if in a daze. Huh? Was she waiting on someone, maybe? Odd kid, Achi thought. I hope she's okay. Once more, Achi and Hitomi set off running. And now we're back here, right? Yeah. We're back with this dude. So now... Bum ba dum bum bum ba dum bum. Is this... Oh, she was a fan. That makes sense. I catch a sight of the little Hana in front of the billboard. She's showing something to a woman there. Some colorful sheet of paper. Huh? The woman looks a lot like the musician in the poster. Moreover, I have a feeling I've seen her someplace before. Where could I have seen her? Man, having amnesia really is a pain in the ass. I bet. I have no way of knowing whether I've forgotten something or had no memory of it in the first place. The woman looks through the papers Hana held to her, nodding approvingly at each one. I can hear her murmur with admiration. Hana! Oh, okay. I wave as I scamper over to her. As I do, the woman abruptly hurries off. Hey, we meet again, I say. Hana just gives me a bored look. Who was that just now, I asked. I don't know. Huh? Hana quickly gathers her belongings and starts walking briskly away. Oh, hey, wait up, I call out. The girl ignores me. She's moving at a jog now, heading from Spanish Hill towards Koendori. Isn't that where the van is? No shot. She steps out into Koendori. As she steps out into Koendori, she trips and falls down hard. The contents of her bag spill out on the road. Oh, whoops. Catching up to her, I gather some of the fallen pages. Those pages were going to fall down no matter what, huh? They're poems written on the colored paper? Copies of prose poem titled The False Monsoon. The poem delicately details the wavering emotions of an adolescent girl. Also, in a clever twist, in the text is read horizontally instead of vertically. It tells about a father's worries over his own daughter, who is of marriageable age. Hana's genius will soon be discovered by Aya Kamiki, and she will go on to become a popular songwriter. That's so cool! A look of embarrassment crosses Hana's face as she snatches the pages out of my hands. Don't touch those. Those are for sale. For sale? I'm selling poems I wrote. Oh wow, that's incredible. She looks surprised by the compliment. Incredible? My friends at school said they were dumb. That's not true. I only saw just a little now, but I thought it was a real good poem. Really good poem. You're just saying that I've been out here in Shibuya for weeks trying to sell these, but the only person who's bought them were that lady just now. Hana lets out a mournful sigh. Well, what are you out here selling poems for anyway? I thought maybe to help pay back our debts. Whoa, okay, that's not something I'd expect to hear from a little girl. My dad's in real deep. My dad's in some real deep shit right now. She continues, the topic makes me think of Mr. Yanashita. Guess today's my day for meeting people mired in debt. Skill issue, right? And I'm only an elementary schooler, so I can't get a part-time job. Scammed. Japan's Labor Standards Act prohibits hiring children under the age of 15 for certain jobs within the entertainment industry. However, employers can obtain permission from the Labor Standards Inspection Office for younger children to work. I'm impressed. She's so brave. She's maybe a little hard to approach, but she is just a kid after all. She's so brave. I just want to give her a hug. Oh, Hana! Okay, I hear a strange wailing cough from behind me. Oh, it's her father. Startled, I turn around to see Mr. Toyama standing there, tears streaming from his eyes. Hana, I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were trying so hard too. Toyama rushed up to the girl. It's quite the emotional father-daughter. Okay. Natural response? Or at least that's how it looks until Hana slaps her father across the face with her bundle of papers. What was that for? Don't you give me that. I'm sick of all this running around. She delivers several more well-placed smacks with her little craft project. And look at how happy we are. Good. Kick his ass. Kick his ass good. This is a good game. Okay, Toyama says at last, I know you're upset, but I have to ask you just one thing. Then, we can see about getting through the day, yeah? Okay, but just one. Slap him again, slap him. I can't help but find this honorary interaction kind of charming. You two get along really well, don't you, I say? Nope. Yup. The two give simultaneous contradictory replies. Then Hana suddenly starts to walk off with Toyama toddling after her. It's such a weird little sight that I can't help but laugh. Well, later then, Johnny. Wait, the van! Mother! Are we safe? No shot it landed on us. Further along Koendori, I came across a car on the roadside that's particularly aflame. A group of onlookers surrounded in a confused uproar. It seems almost unreal, like I'm looking at a set for a TV show or something. We remain unsquished, good. No Jill sandwiches. I stand there staring into the flames, huh? Oh, what's that? I can sense something. Yugi! The raging heat makes the air shimmer. The scent of dry sand fills my nose. A gust of searing wind tugs at my hair. Where? Where am I? Decaying roads. Decaying houses. A decaying city. And the people who live there, people who live, people who live, people who live. There's someone by my side. Someone is with me watching all of this. The Western map? It's a girl. The person with me is a girl slightly younger than me. She says something to me. Anna Ismi? A cat's cradle. That's my voice now, cat's cradle. Whose voice was that? What's going on? What's going? Who am I talking to? Yeah, cat's cradle. I'm showing someone how to do a cat's cradle with a string. Is that really what this is called? That means my name is in Arabic? Oh, really? Okay. There was only one word I tried getting down, which I think was like Zaz or something like that. I know it's like with a B, and I think like a bunch of like Z's. But that's really because I thought, what better way to learn every language than by practicing my favorite word, which is boobs? I might be mispronouncing it, but I think it's like Bazaz or something. That's all I remember. But who am I showing how to do a cat's cradle? Cat non. Like, I think in German it's Bruste and Prost is cheers. The word Kanan echoes in my head. Kanan. I utter the name aloud. The images floating through my mind are beginning to break up and vanish. But I feel like, for a brief moment at least, I'd caught hold of the edges in some of my lost memories. That's right, Kanan. As soon as I say it, I'm filled with a powerful sense of duty. Actually, at that point, would it really be like would it like quadlingual, or was it just I speak boob? There's something I'm responsible for, something that I needed to do, and if I don't, this Kanan person is going to be in grave danger. Calm down, just calm down. See, wait, I'm pleading with myself, fighting the impulse to take off running. If I did, where would I go? I have no idea where what my destination or what my goal even is. Please, please remember something. Please, please! I gaze out at the flames, practically praying now. Do we run into her? Don't move. Wait. Wait. A voice hisses in my ear and I feel something hard press against my back. I need to turn around to recognize whose voice it is. I thought you said you didn't have any business with... I did a little thinking, son of a... says the man with the cane slowly. About how I might lure out Hitomi Osawa, see? I thought you guys said he was cool! I'm going to use you as bait. The master baiter. Maybe this is actually supposed to happen, though. Is that a gun, or are you just happy to see me? Sheesh. That's actually the true ending. Oh. Was it? I just... Yeah, I think I just speak boobs sometimes. Opie. Okay, so we're going to have to come back to this tomorrow. Because we are over 6 hours in. We at least have 2 to be continueds, which ain't bad. Because what, considering how I think getting through like a full hour takes us about like 4 hours IRL. But who knows? We're just going to have to find out from where to jump to where to. Oh my god. He's so chill. He wants to chill with her. I said he's chill. He's not murdering. Going back to his pre-murdering phase. You know, some habits are hard to break. Also, why didn't the idiot think of this in the first place? Right. They were just like, nah. Nah. Let me see. You know what? Let me end things on the TikTok side first. Thanks for chilling, everyone. Hopefully we're back with some more. I'm pretty sure I'll upload another video tomorrow. I was more so on the busy side today. But yeah, take care, everyone, on the TikTok side first. I could talk. What was I gonna say? So tonight, I really hope they keep streaming for much longer, because I know it's later. But there is some Zero Escape action going on right now. Gonna send you guys over to Clouds and Jess. They're playing... It was Zero Time Dilemma, right? Yeah, if you guys like the vibe of this game, Zero Time Dilemma came out way later. And it's very, very heavy puzzle based. Like, very heavy. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out today. For today, yeah, I think we're good. Cal, thanks for hanging out. Lugi as well, good to see you, dude. Been a while. You Mario as well, great to stream chill while I work. Yo, let's go, you Mario. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Coolio as well, Jake. Yeah, hopefully I'll catch you guys again later. Apple, I see you also chilling. Yeah, go hit up Clouds. If you can, hit him up with the Ponsu. I'm pretty sure he'll know what you mean. And yeah, he's actually the one who bought us the Zero Escape games altogether. And he was just like, dude, you have to play this. I need you to go through this. And it was a wonderful time. Santa as well, thanks for chilling. Hopefully tomorrow we could get a lot of people going for Mario Party. And yeah, we'll jump into that. Teach us more boob next time, please. I'll try my best. I'll try my best. But it's a good way, you know? Think of your favorite word and how could you learn it? Because you're always going to remember your favorite word in like every language, you know? You'll be like, okay, you say boob or you say cheers, you know, kampai, opai, and so on, you know? Teach us booba sensei, sheesh. Take care, everyone.